It's back on. Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Thank you for being here. My name's BC Schaefer with the Watsonville Fire Department. Unfortunately, I understand there's a great amount of passion in everyone being here tonight, but the building does have an occupancy load. So I want to be tolerant of you wanting to be here, but at the same time, keeping means of safety a priority. What I'd probably like to see for tonight is that all of the empty seats, at least you guys could come forward and find some empty seat to sit in. There are still a few out there. And then I'm comfortable, I mean, we do have council meetings, school board meetings, different things throughout the community which require an attendance like this to be heard. And I want all of you to be heard, as I'm sure these people do. But what we need to probably have happen tonight is a single file line of people against the walls. So this left wall, the back corner, this right wall, the back corner, and the very center section being just a single person standing, not doubled up in depth, right? The foyer areas, like the entrances to the doors right there, they have to be cleared for egress. The foyer behind there where you enter through the double doors, that has to be clear. If you plan on speaking tonight, I think that they might announce the meeting is being publicized. It is available to get on air. You could follow it on your phone. If you have somebody who's going to speak, they could be outside and then come in when they want to speak. But we are going to have to clear out this room to some degree. So if you do see an empty seat, please try to find one of those. And then, like I said before, we could have a single file line along the walls, but the corridors have to be emptied out. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seats right here. A few more back in this area to my left. You guys okay with this?
I still see some open chairs, so please come forward and fill in these chairs.
Yeah, there's 3 seats up front, right over here where I'm pointing.
Just so you know, we're being allowed to have the standing room that isn't typically allowed, so thank you for that. But I still see open chairs.
Okay. I could try, but it wouldn't be good. I could have somebody else.
Right here in the corridor area, that's going to have to be removed. So if you don't want to be removed, come find a chair.
The statement that I just made about what's tolerable and what is not is going to be conveyed in Spanish. So I explained to the group that we could have along the wall, single file.
You know what? Let me get the translator.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
I think she'll do the best job.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
She's a professional here.
Did you hear what everything I said?
I did hear, so I can repeat what you
Okay,
just
perfect.
said.
Thank you.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Lo que está diciendo él ahorita es que tenemos una capacidad, el salón tiene solamente cierta capacidad por seguridad de todos. Dice que él entiende que esta es una reunión especial y que se requiere que todas las voces de ustedes sean escuchadas. Ellos también quieren escuchar sus voces. Esta reunión está siendo publicada y también va a ser grabada, pero solamente podemos tener una capacidad, cierta capacidad de personas aquí. Va a permitir que haya más personas de lo típico, pero por favor, si primero que nada vienen y llenan todos los asientos vacíos para que podamos utilizar el espacio lo mejor posible, y va a permitir una línea alrededor de la pared, nada más. El resto de las personas pues pueden estar esperando afuera y ver si es que tienen una tarjeta para hablar. Cuando les llamen, entonces podrían venir y entrar a hacer eso. Gracias.
So the areas that lead to the doors there, they need to be cleared out. unless they could find a seat or a wall space.
Y los espacios que están hacia las puertas o las salidas, esos tienen que estar claros, tienen que estar vacíos, por favor. Si las personas que están atrás, donde están las puertas, si pudieran, por favor, venir a encontrar un asiento vacío o si hay espacio en los laterales junto a la pared. Aquí en el frente hay unas cuantas sillas vacías. Las personas especialmente que están bloqueando la salida cerca de las puertas, si pudieran pasar al frente a los asientos vacíos, por favor, porque no puede permitir que haya personas bloqueando las salidas. Gracias. Acá en el centro, acá también hay otros asientos vacíos. Gracias.
Okay, we'll be able to start as soon as the corridor areas are empty. So if you're within those two entrances, you need to come forward, find a chair. Fire Marshal, if you'll go ahead and let us know when we're good to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for your understanding of our predicament. I think throughout the course of the meeting, just with new people coming in, it's going to just be important for us to self-monitor those doorways. Just as we see, there's a few people standing there now, which we could ask them to move additionally. But we just need to keep that egress open. And as long as people have standing room along the wall spaces, minus those entryways there, that's great. And then there's still a few seats right here in the audience and a couple over here. So we will just try to take a look at this as the evening goes on and just to make sure that we're all safe from the fire department standards. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your understanding.
Okay, so again, you came in late at the doorway. We cannot have anyone. So gentleman in the white hat, raise your hand. So from him to the lady with the mask, no one in between there. And over here, ma'am, we're gonna need you to move. Yep, perfect. We can't have anyone in the doorways. We're thankful that we're being allowed to even have the standing room. No sitting down in the hall, in the aisleway either, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you weren't here before, but it's a single file along the wall is what's being allowed. Is there a seat over here? I see a hand up. We have a seat. We have a seat over here if anyone needs. Okay, and up here, up front. So as the meeting is going along, if I see anyone coming in and holding up those two areas, I will have to stop and ask them to find a spot. Sorry about that, everyone. Okay, so with that, I am going to call this meeting to order. I thank everyone for being here tonight at our Wednesday, February 12th board meeting. Bienvenidos a la Junta de la Mesa Directiva para las Escuelas de Valle de Pajaro. We have translation in Spanish. If you need that support, please see Orenia Lopez. She's over here. Tenemos traducción en español. Si necesitas de este servicio, por favor, pasa con Orenia Lopez. ¿Está acá? Okay, this meeting will be live streamed and recorded. If someone would like to speak to an item on the agenda, they must complete a speaker card and hand it to Eva Renteria. She's down here at the end here, prior to the start of that agenda item. I also see a lot of new faces here tonight, so I want to take a moment to establish some ground rules. There may be differences of opinions, sometimes strong differences. Please give those speaking the same respect that you would like to receive when you are speaking. This will allow everyone to be heard and the board to conduct its necessary business. And now I will ask Trustee Navarro to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. And now I will move us on to item 3.3, our superintendent comments. Our superintendent, Dr. Heather Contreras, will make a few comments.
So good evening. We had a lot of discussion leading into this meeting about whether or not we should do our celebrations, because we do recognize that this is a very somber meeting and there's some very difficult decisions at hand. But in the end, we decided that we still did want to recognize and honor the very amazing work that does continue to happen, and that our employees did deserve to still be recognized. So I hope, despite the somber nature of this meeting, that we can take a little bit of time to recognize our amazing staff and employees who continue to show up every day, despite things being challenging. I also want to thank this board. This weekend has been very hard for every single one of you. Every single one of you gave hours upon hours this weekend on phone calls with me, Google Meets, emails back and forth. The Super Bowl did not even stop. The phone calls, emails, text messages, Google Meets, you have done your due diligence and really asked questions and did research. And I know that what is before you is very, very challenging. I commend all of you for taking a lot of time with this. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I will move us on to item 3.4, our governing board comments. This is the opportunity for each board member to take a few minutes to discuss some of the committees they've been on. We will start with our newest trustee, Trustee Flynn.
Is this working? Okay. I'm not on any committees yet. This is my first meeting. Thank you for coming out. I just wanted to recognize that that we are in the midst of Black History Month. I could not let that go by. And Black History Month began in 1976 with the week-long event officially becoming Black History Month, in 1976, when President Gerald Ford extended the recognition to honor the far too many and too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history. So I just felt it really important that we start off this meeting honoring and acknowledging, as we are here to educate, right? With that. And thank you so much for being here today. I look forward to hearing from those of you who have words.
Thank you. Trustee Medina.
Hola, everybody. Thank you for coming here. I love seeing this room full like it is, because you all are advocates, you all are organizers, and I really appreciate you all being here. So I want to take a moment to acknowledge the weight of this meeting. To our teachers, counselors, staff, students, and families, I see you. I hear the frustration, the fear, and the heartache in your letters and your voices. These cuts aren't just numbers on a spreadsheet. They represent people, programs, and the future of our students. We're all here to serve. Many of you dedicated years, even decades, to this district. You've poured your energy into classrooms, counseling sessions, and community partnerships. To have that work threatened is deeply personal. And I want you to know your pain matters. Your questions matter, and your voices will guide us tonight. This isn't easy, but as we navigate these difficult decisions, I promise to center empathy, transparency, and accountability. Let's work together to protect what matters most, and that is our students. Thank you for being here, for caring, and for holding us to the high standard this community deserves. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Trustee Medina. And now I will move on to Trustee Turley.
Hello, welcome, and thank you for being here, and thank you for caring so much about the students of the Pajaro Valley, as do we. I've started site visits, and if there are any representatives from any of the sites, particularly the ones in Area 2, I'd really like to schedule some visits to your campuses. We do have some really difficult decisions that we're faced with, and I hope that my fellow board members, Trustee Contreras, our Chief Business Officer, Jenny Im, and all of you will be patient with us and with the questions that we have and that we want to get out, and that we will make as much time available for you to speak as possible, although I know there are some limitations. And to those of you who have been emailing, I've been trying to keep up with responses, but anything from about 11:30 last night until today, I apologize, I haven't gotten back to you, but I will. That's it.
Thank you. Trustee Carrasco?
Hello, can you guys hear me? Okay. I just wanted to go over, I did a couple of site visits. I was able to, and this was not for trustee, but just for working with the schools to enrich the walls. So I really wanted to go and check out different walls. I was able to go to Rolling Hills, and I was also able to go to PV High, and we're hoping to go with that process. But I was able to sit down and talk to a lot of teachers in Amesti. I want to say thank you for inviting me and allowing me to sit there and hear you and get to know who I am and why I decided to be in this role. And to hear me out, that meant a lot to me. I was also part of our community protest that we had outside of Target, and I got to talk to a lot of students and teachers as well. Thank you for joining me and talking to me throughout that whole protest. And I also want to say thank you for being here. As someone who used to teach social justice and ethnic studies, I was always trying to put that little seed into our students to be civically engaged. And seeing you all here, although it makes me a little nervous, it makes me really happy. So thank you for being here and for caring.
Thank you. Trustee Dodge?
I'd just like to say good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the city of Watsonville for letting us be here. I do get your emails. I try to do my best to respond back, whether we agree or we disagree. I try my best to respond back to everybody. And just briefly, I'd like to thank the city of Watsonville. We're trying to do our best to put lights behind Meaning White. Infrastructure has always been part of the reason why I'm here, and hopefully, working together with the city of Watsonville, we can get lights, because we want to make sure our children are safe walking to school. If you look right here at Radcliffe, we now have flashing crosswalks, and hopefully we can have something like that behind Mini White, or whether it's street lights. And I'd like to thank the city council representatives for working with PVOSD and me on that. So thank you.
Thank you. And now we will have student trustee Daniel Esqueda.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to come to this meeting. I truly appreciate all of you for being here, as I know it's not easy to set time aside for these difficult but important conversations. Yesterday, I hosted our superintendent's inter-high committee meeting where I gathered important updates from our school sites. Aptos High recently hosted a successful winter ball event at the new Marriott Hotel in Santa Cruz. Prom planning is also well underway, and I want to recognize the hard work of ASB students in organizing this event. This week, Aptos is celebrating a Valentine's Spirit Week, and I also want to take a moment to bring attention to significant concern, the ongoing heater issue. Certain buildings at Aptos High have been without heat for 95 working days this school year alone, which is more than the 47 working days last year. So I would just urge the board to kind of look into this issue further as we go along with Measure M funds. PCCS has also welcomed 2 new teachers, which has enabled the addition of new art and music classes that have excited students and provided them with the fresh learning opportunities. However, the school still lacks an ASB teacher and a full-time principal, which remains a challenge. PV High is also celebrating a Valentine's Spirit Week, which will end with a rally this Friday, and senior nights for winter sports are taking place this week as well as their prom planning. In addition to school site updates, I had the privilege of attending the CTE Stakeholder Advisory Meeting hosted by our amazing CTE coordinator, Julie Edwards. I was joined by Trustee Medina and one of our outstanding executive directors, Peggy Pugh. As a group, we had meaningful discussions about disruptors within the workforce, and this meeting was an incredible learning experience, and I look forward to deepening my understanding of our CT pathways. I also had the opportunity to meet with Empower Watsonville, a youth group under PVPSA dedicated to mental health awareness and substance abuse prevention within our PVSD high schools. We had important discussions about the prevalent issue of drug usage and strategies to combat it. I want to sincerely commend these students for their dedication and hard work in addressing this critical issue. And lastly, as a student trustee, student civic engagement and advocacy remains central to my work. I am proud to announce that I'm developing a student civic engagement handbook, which I hope to have approved by the board. Thank you. So I hope this handbook will be the official guide for student involvement. And while only one student may serve in this role at a time, there are many other impactful opportunities for students to engage within our community. And my goal is to provide a clear pathway for students who want to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, before we move on, Dr. Navarro, for anyone who's arrived in the last 15 so minutes, this entryway on both sides, we cannot have it be blocked. Our fire marshal is here, and we will not be able to continue with our meeting as long as we have people in the entryways. So squeeze in along the wall. We're allowed a single file along the wall. Oh yeah, we definitely can't have people sitting there either. I'm sorry. Do we have any seats over here still, Mr. Peltz? We have a seat over here, 2 seats down here in front. And also, we do still have our live stream going as well. If we do have to ask you to step out in the for a little bit, as people leave the meeting, we can have more come in. I'm sorry. Live is down. Sorry. Live stream is down. Never mind. I'm sorry. Okay, Ms. Vaquera, I'm sorry. We need to squeeze in. We need to clear these. I'm sorry, we need to clear the entryways here. We can't have anyone in the corridor area. So all of you standing in that corridor area need to come find a seat or a single file along the wall. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
President, can I get recognition real quick?
I'm sorry? I was just told that by our tech. I'm sorry, we're working on it. The overflow room was not available.
That was my point of information. We don't have an overflow room where we could open up. Nobody could open that at this time?
It's not available to us.
It's not available to us? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Looks like we're clear to go. Can I just have you move a little bit more this way? Thank you. Okay, Trustee Dr. Navarro.
So it's a pleasure to see everybody here tonight. I know that this is going to be a really tough meeting, and I've been not looking forward to it. I know we have a lot of hard decisions to make tonight. Some of the things that I've been up to since we met last is I met with our CCH partners to discuss reimbursement for mental health clinicians and social emotional counselors to see if there was anything that we can do to try to speed up that timeline and facilitate some negotiations and dialogue there. I went to Renaissance High School for a site visit, and thank you to the principal and Matt, the mental health clinician there, for showing me around. I met on Monday with some of the mental health clinicians and social emotional counselors. They were brainstorming with me about potential options to try to minimize cuts. In regards to the Aptos High School heating issue, I've been back and forth multiple emails with that, and I am told that as of today it was fixed. Fingers crossed. Just wanted to update you on that. I have been inundated with emails, and I really appreciate everybody's thoughts and ideas for what we can do to make the district stronger. I texted and called Dr. Contreras multiple times to ask her, can we do this? Is this a realistic possibility? And she was able to educate me on what we could and couldn't do. For example, one of the things that I wanted to mention is about the consultant contracts, because, in the hospital, we hire a lot of consultants to the hospital staff what I could tell them for free. And so I asked about this, and Dr. Contreras said most of that was, actually all of that is from grant money. It's not from the general fund. So unfortunately, that's not an option for savings. Several of you reached out about PVPSA, and I think we've already cut that to the minimum that we can because of contractual obligations. In school closures, I mean, I realize these are good ideas, especially with declining enrollment, but that's not something that's going to happen overnight. But I appreciate everybody's thoughts and considerations. This is hard. I mean, last time as the board, we decided to not cut the mental health as drastically as was proposed, which led to other things being cut. The reading intervention teacher, some of the reading intervention teachers and the early release teachers, which led to a whole host of other additional emails of those positions being lost. And so, I hope that you'll be patient with us as a board. We really are trying to do what's best for our students and best for our community while also trying to be fiscally responsible. So thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank everybody for being here tonight and showing your passion and your support for our district. It's seen and it's appreciated. I thank you for all the emails and offering, suggestions, and it's given us a lot to think about this last week. Now, in addition to our board retreat that we had, I also was able to visit the Wellness Center at PV High. I'm still working on getting some answers on how we can move that forward and get that to be the Wellness Center that they deserve. And also, I was able to attend the Public Works Association Awards ceremony where our very own M&O staff was recognized for the construction project at Pajaro Middle School. That was done in a rapid speed because it was a priority of ours to get those students back on that campus. And that was done in record timing. And they received an award for that along with the contractor. So that was a really exciting event. And our very own city of Watsonville received quite a few awards that night. So that was exciting. And along those same lines, I also want to acknowledge some donations that have been coming into our community, from our community for the Pajaro Middle School Field Fund. We have Freedom Rotary, Matthew and Amy Haas, Janet Hine, Linda Moore, Tom O'Connell, Kenneth and Dorothy Page, our very own Carol Turley, and, I'm going to say this name wrong, Spomika Zanenovich. There we go. Okay, those their donations total $16,640, and we're still working to outreach to our community to get several more donations so we can get Pajaro Middle School the grounds and facilities that they deserve. So that's it for me, and so now I will move us on to item 3.5, our Red Apple Awards. And our very own Alicia Jimenez will present our Red Apple Award recipients.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. If you can go, oh, I have it. You just give it to me. Okay. It's a pleasure to be here before you to honor staff who have been nominated by their peers for embodying one of these core values that were approved by the Board of Education. And it is an honor for the Board of Trustees also to recognize the staff who make and inspire staff and students every day. So I'm going to go to the first one. The classified staff winner, we had so many submissions. We actually decided to acknowledge the work of two great classified employees. First on, do we have Mr. Eric Maldonado here? He said he might not have been able to make it, but Eric Maldonado, you may know him because he works for the Payroll and Benefits Department. And I'm going to read what the nomination said. I am writing to recognize and express my appreciation for Eric Maldonado, our insurance benefits analyst, for the outstanding support he has provided me recently. Over the past week, I've reached out to Eric multiple times with questions about health benefits for myself and my family. Each time, he has been incredibly patient, thorough, and knowledgeable, ensuring I had all the information I needed. His dedication and willingness to assist are truly commendable, and he is being honored today for embodying the core value of integrity. So Eric, wherever you are being recognized today. Thank you for your support. The next classified staff winner is Lynn Sales, and she's an accounting technician in the finance department. And they wrote very little, but it was huge. Lynn is always so helpful with people and phone calls. Congratulations to Lynn. Is she here today? She says she's actually... Lynn today is in Hawaii, so you are excused, señorita. So our certificated staff winner is Faith Sterling. Is she here today? Oh, thank you for being here. Faith received 2 nominations. She has been a teacher in PVUSD for almost 20 years. She has so much dedication to her job while also being so supportive of her students by encouraging them to believe in themselves by focusing on what their strengths are. Faith sincerely cares about every student and welcomes them into her class with open arms. Students leave her program with a greater sense of self, as well as skills that support them in the community. She is someone that you would love to have for a boss and teacher. And today she's being recognized for the core values too, empathy and excellence. Thank you for being here, Faith. The next one, I could have written a book. She actually received like 10 nominations, nominated 9 times. So it was kind of hard to summarize this. Ms. Ortiz was nominated 9 times. She has been working at Starlight and Freedom this school year, and that split is not easy. And she does it so gracefully, going between both sides with such a great attitude and kindness to staff and students. When it is not an easy job, she is just one amazing human being. She is very talented, organized, and dedicated to her job. She does her work with empathy and grace, which have built great communication and relationships with our staff, students, and families. She goes above and beyond to make sure that things run smoothly at Starlight and demonstrates every day how much she cares about the staff and students. She has been challenged with working in 2 different school sites this school year and has managed to keep the unity between her workload at both sites. Liz is an inspiration to us all, and she's a hard worker and a great leader. She exemplifies the true meaning of a caring and fair leader on campus. And the top 3 core values that she's been honored with for is excellence, grace, and integrity. Come on up.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to all our Red Apple winners. Okay. I will now move us on. I'm sorry, one more time, can I just get the 2 entry corridors cleared? We have some open chairs over here, 3 open chairs over here, or no, 2, 1, Marilyn. Right there next to Dr. Lourdes Barraza, there's a spot. Thank you. So ladies over here, we need you to kind of squeeze in along the walls so that we don't have the entryways blocked. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Oh, we had some chairs open up over here. Way to go, Landmark and Lakeview and Starlight. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so while everyone's finding a seat, I will move us on to item 4.1. The approval of our agenda. Now, staff has requested the removal of item 9.1 from our consent agenda item because there was an incorrect attachment uploaded with that item. So can I please have a motion to approve our agenda with the removal of item 9.1?
I move to approve the agenda.
Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Okay, that passes 7-0-0. So nice to say 7. Okay. I'm sorry? Public comments. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Do we have any public comments to this item? Right here? Is this?
It's 9.1, right? There's no.
That's not, right here, I see 4.
Oh, I thought we were talking about 9. Okay, yes.
I'm sorry, I jumped the gun on that one.
We do have public comment from Bobby Pels, Brandon Denise, Laura Zucker, Roddy Kirkman. Does this work? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pels.
Good evening, everybody. Bobby Pels, Watsonville High School, and I just want to speak to the agenda because I have 2 requests. As you can see, there are a lot of people here tonight. I'm pretty sure most of us want to speak on the same issue, and so I would request that you move that issue to the top of the agenda, and I'm speaking about agenda item number 11.6. I would like you to move the layoff agenda item to the top, please. Also, I would like to make sure that everybody here gets a chance to speak. And I know that on the agenda, it says there's a 30-minute time limit for each agenda item. And I would like to request that someone make a motion to extend that time to allow everybody to speak. Thank you.
Brandon Denise, Negotiations Chair for the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. You'll be hearing from me quite a bit tonight. That is, if you adopt Bobby's motion to allow everybody here to speak. I just want to point out again that the live stream is not working. Don't want to insinuate that anything nefarious is going on, but it's just a little odd that it's not working tonight. So my request is to move both 11.5 and 11.6 up to be immediately after public comment. I've asked to have the agenda amended before to move these important items up, and every single time there's some excuse. But just please look at the room, read the room. We have students here who got to get up early tomorrow. We got teachers here who got to get up early tomorrow. So let's please move items 11.5 and 11.6 up in the agenda. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Laura Zucker. I'm a retired Pajaro Valley Unified School District teacher, so retired PVFT. Been to many board meetings over the years when I worked here for almost 30 years. It's very undemocratic to put an agenda item such as 11.6, well, the agenda item at 11.6 at the end of the agenda when it's clear that so many people are here, maybe people want to raise their hands if they want to speak. Oh, there, look at that. Look at that. And we are modeling to children and to everyone what a democracy is, right? I know we have a new board here. I'm hoping you'll see the only democratic thing to do would be to vote to not approve the agenda as is and to move the item that everyone wants to speak under, or most people want to speak under, right up, because it's incredibly undemocratic. People work. There's working people here. We cannot have, I've been in so many board meetings where things dragged on and on and on, and people left, and it's so undemocratic to make decisions at 1 a.m, which used to happen. I know that won't happen at night, this night. You really must move that very important agenda item about layoffs for certificated and classified up, and I know you will. Thank you.
Good evening, Roddy Kirkman, VP of Communications for the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers, kindergarten teacher at Minty White. I'm also here to speak to moving those agenda items 11.5 and 11.6. They are the last agenda items besides your report and discussion on LCAP. And all of the trustees tonight in your comments spoke to wanting to hear from the public, wanting to hear their concerns, and wanting to make that decision with public input. Not only have you all spoken to that, but the district continues to say that they are being the most transparent that they possibly can about these decision-making processes, and I'm not seeing that. So I'm asking the board, and I would ask one of you please to call a point of order because you voted on the agenda without having public comment prior, to reassess that, and please move those agenda items so that the people here can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And yes, I apologize. Hold on, Trustee Medina, hold on, please. Thank you. I apologize for that. So I hope we can strike that vote and start fresh. And before I do, I know this was brought to my attention through email, so I did approach our superintendent, Dr. Contreras, with that before the meeting. And so if Dr. Contreras, if you wouldn't mind speaking to that before us trustees are able to vote. The order.
The order of the agenda with the agenda setting committee was established because we have some outside guests who are presenting tonight, and it was just in thought of the outside guests. Yeah.
And
we can move it. Committee was established because we have some outside guests who are presenting tonight, and it was just in thought of the outside guests. Yeah.
And are we going to have this echo all night? Or what was that? Okay. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make that clear. Yes, Trustee Turley? Are we going to have this echo all night?
Probably. I see a large group of students who did not raise their hand about being interested in 11.5 or 6.
Yes, Trustee Turley?
That's not. I see a large group of students who did not raise their hand about being interested in 11.5 or 6. Okay, that's weird.
Let's allow IT to work on that, because that is...
But the group of students that are in this area, are you here for a specific item or? Okay, that's weird.
Okay, so now we will, Trustee Medina?
Yes, I would like to move to reconsider the vote on approving the agenda 4.1.
I would like to second.
Okay, can you be clear as to what your motion is to move which items? And don't forget about removing 9.1 from the agenda.
Yes, I said that I move to reconsider the vote on 4.1, which is the approval of the agenda. And what I want change is to move up 11.5 and 11.6 before the consent agenda.
And I second.
You vote. That second.
Okay, so you want to move it not just up in the action items. We got to keep it in action items. So you want to move it?
We can move. I think we have to have open and general comment first.
Yeah, we're on Robert's rules, right?
Yes.
Yes, so we got a first and a second, so we just need to go for a vote now.
Okay. So just to be clear, because I want to write this down on my agenda, so we're removing 9.1, and we are moving 11.5 and 11.6 to right after item 8.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so all those in favor? Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Thank you, that passes 700. Okay, now I will move on to item 5, the approval of our minutes, and I apologize, we have a lot of minutes to approve, so we will try to run through this as quickly as possible. So first, I need a motion to approve the January 15th board meeting minutes.
Is it possible that we make one motion for the whole set, or you want them individual? Motion for the first set, which is January 15th,
Okay.
proviso that a couple of nits that I sent in are corrected.
Okay, can I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposing, abstaining, thank you, it passes 700. Now I move on to 5.2, approval of the January 23rd, 2025 board meeting minutes. Can I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Thank you, can I have a second? Second. Thank you, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposing, abstaining, thank you, vote passes 700. I move us on to 5.3, approval of the January 31st board meeting minutes. Can I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Thank you. Can I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Thank you. Vote passes 700. Now I move us on to item 5.4, approval of the 2025 board meeting. Sorry, I wasn't on. Sorry. I move us on to 5.4, approval of the February 1st, 2025 board meeting minutes. Can I have a motion? Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second. Wait a second.
Sorry?
There's a mistake, and I just need it updated, and a misspelling of my name, and I can't find it, but when I was looking at it.
In the February 1st one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just need that
Need that corrected?
corrected.
Okay.
So I move to approve with that correction.
Perfect. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Can I have, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Thank you. That passes 700. Okay, thank you very much. Now we will move on to item 6, our action and report on closed session. And our trustee, Dr. Navarro, will read out our closed session report.
Closed session, item 2.2, expulsion. Under closed session agenda, item 2.2, the board voted 6001 to approve the recommendation from district administration for a suspended expulsion for student number 3502060. Motion number 1, closed session item 2.3. I move to approve the certificated personnel report as presented by district administration on February 12th, 2025, with 33 and 3 additional action items.
Thank you. I second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Vote passes 700.
Motion 2.2, closed session item 2.4. I move to approve the classified personnel report as presented by district administration on February 12th, 2025, with 22 and 6 additional action items.
Thank you. I second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Thank you. That passes 700.
Announcement number 1, Director of Transportation, Sarah Lemke. On behalf of our superintendent and district administration, we're pleased to announce Ms. Sarah Lemke's appointment to Director of Transportation. Ms. Lemke has worked in the school transportation for over the past decade. She brings to our district experience as a school bus driver, dispatcher, state certified driver instructor, and most recently as Director of Transportation from Placerville, California. Ms. Lemke was awarded Classified Employee of the Year in her previous district in 2012 and 2017, and California Administrator's Administrator of the Year in 2022. Ms. Lemke prides herself on crisis management and team development, where she cultivates a collaborative team environment by empowering staff through mentorship and training. She also takes pride in providing a safe, reliable transportation for students while fostering trust with parents and the community. We're proud to announce Ms. Lemke as the new Director of Transportation and welcome her to PVUSD. Announcement number 2, I don't know if she's here, but congratulations, Ms. Lemke. Announcement number 2, Supervisor of the Migrant and Seasonal Head Start Health Service, Maricela Fabian. On behalf of the Superintendent and District Administration, we're pleased to announce Ms. Maricela Fabian's appointment to Supervisor, Migrant and Seasonal Head Start Health Services. Ms. Fabian has an extensive background as a health coordinator for the Head Start at Encompass Community Service and Community Bridges, and has developed strong relationships with local public health partners. She holds a BS in Health Science from California State University, Fresno. Ms. Fabian was a migrant Head Start child and is eager to give back to the community that once supported her. We are proud to announce Ms. Fabian as our new Supervisor, Migrant and Seasonal Head Start Health Services, and welcome her to PVUSD. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so I now move us on to item 7. This is our visitor non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address issues that are not on our agenda this evening. Please know that although the Brown Act prohibits the board from engaging in discussion for non-agendized items, we are listening. And also at our last board meeting, I did say that non-agenda items are just that. They are for non-agenda items. And I did reach out to council to see if I was correct in that, and that is correct. So I do please ask that at this time, when we call forward non-agenda items, it is for items that are not on our agenda tonight. So do we have any public comments for non-agendized items?
We do. We have 17. Esther.
So really quickly, our board policy states that everyone has 2 minutes with a maximum of 20 minutes. And I would love to be able to hear everybody who would like to speak tonight. So I am going to make a motion that we change our policy for tonight, and we reduce time to 1 minute and allow everyone to be heard. So that is my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. But like I said, if we are going to proceed, I would like to reduce to 1 minute so that everyone in this room can be heard. So I have a first and a second. Yes. All those in favor? Aye.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to make sure, because you're saying everyone, but you're setting a time limit of 30 minutes. I know there's 17. So you're talking about the 17.
Board policies?
The comment cards, the 17
comment cards, yes.
Comment cards.
But we have,
okay,
I
understand.
A lot here tonight.
Yeah.
And so in order to hear everybody, I'm just suggesting that we change our board policy is 2 minutes and at a maximum of 20 minutes.
Right, no, I understand that, but you're saying everybody who submitted a card.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to be specific about that.
Would you consider a modification to your motion that on this item where there are only 17, and if you give them each 2 minutes, that's, help me math teachers, 34. Would you make an exception on that, but we stick to 1 on the agendized items?
I'm fine
Are
with
you all
that.
right with
Add
that?
the 30,
I am fine
add
with
the 4 minutes.
Sorry?
Adding the 4 minutes is what you're saying. Yeah. So still giving the 17.
So she's saying for this non-agendized item 7, for this one only, we're going to allow 2 minutes because we only have, so for any items where we have less than 15 or so cards.
We had 17.
We have 17, so.
Yeah, so we would go 34 minutes instead of 30 minutes.
Yes.
So we're approving to go the 4 minutes so everybody can speak their 2 minutes and not 1 minute.
Okay, yes.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Okay. And now can I have all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? That passes 7-0-0.
Okay.
Esther Murillo, Christine Hong, Omar Dieguez, Niet Man, Joan Lings Whistler, Brandon Denise, Carolyn West, and Dr. Barraza. And Maximiliano Barraza and Bobby Marchesalt. Sorry.
Okay, so we called up 10. If we could have you line up just to try to expedite this. Thank you. Go ahead.
Microphone.
I'm so sorry. Thank you. My name is Esther Murillo, and I'm one of 3 personnel commissioners for PVUSD. The last time I was here, I was reporting that I was attending a conference in Napa. It was amazing opportunity to learn more. We are a merit district. I noticed that a lot of our Board of Trustees are new, so I highly recommend that they attend the next upcoming meeting or conference that will be taking place on March 16th through the 18th in Napa Valley, and it's the California School Personnel Commissioners Association. This will give you an opportunity to know how our process is done with the merit system. We welcome the Board of Trustees, CSEA, and it's the statewide, so it's a huge conference. I've learned a lot attending these conferences. I'm going into my second term, which is a 3-year term. I hope to continue in my position. I'm currently the board appointee for PVUSD. Also, I wear different hats. I want to make a statement. We met on Monday for the American Cancer Society Relay for Life of Watsonville. We're bringing that back. PVUSD is hosting our event at Watsonville High School. I just got confirmation tonight that our event will be taking place on August 9th. So I want to invite the district, our Board of Trustees, to participate in this event, and also our community. We're looking for team captains, committee chairs. We meet second Monday of each month at Watsonville High School in room 4. So if you're interested, please see me. Thank you very much.
Hello, Omar Dieguez, Barrios Unidos. First of all, I want to welcome Joy Flynn. I hope that your addition brings joy to this community, having you on this board, you know. I already like what I see, and I like the leadership that you're displaying. And having said that, with the addition of Daniel Esqueda and the new school board members that were elected, I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say we have the dream team. I feel confident that there's going to be positive changes to this community, and I'm talking from my gut. I always trust my gut, you know. So I welcome you guys all to listen to the community that's here. You know, the community is passionate about our education. The community is passionate about what's going on in our schools. So I hope you guys stand by the community. You know, I also want to talk about the ethnic studies. Please support the ethnic studies. You know, it's important to our youth, to our students, and also I want to talk about the immigration. What are we doing to protect our students? There are students that are not showing up to school because they're scared of going to school. What are we doing? We need to address that soon, please. The other thing I would like to address, I want to recognize all the students here. It's very important that the students show up. You know, I've always said in any movement, the student's voice is the most important voice in this movement. And I commend you guys for showing up, to showing support to your teachers, because it means a lot to your teachers to show support. And if we do not have if we cut teachers from our schools, then our students don't show up to our schools. And if we don't have schools, we don't have education. Please support the teachers.
Hello. Dear Board of Trustees, PVUSD leaders, teachers, parents, students, and community members, my name is Nguyen Man. I have a degree in computer science and industry experience. I've been a fully credentialed CD teacher at Pajaro Valley High School. I teach graphic design, web programming, and video production. I want to talk about technology today. We have software companies that flood us with educational application and tech equipment sold by the sellers who make grand promises to improve students' learning, provide data to enhance performance, and save time and money. I'm asking PVUSD leaders to minimize the purchase of technology unless we together can answer the following questions. What specific district problems does this tool solve? Can you explain it in 3 sentences or less? Does it pass the initial test with teachers? Are you sure you don't already have something that does this? How does the technology work? Are your answers specific, concrete, and evidence-based? What data is collected? Is the data beneficial? What kind of professional development have been and will be provided for teacher? Does it pass all tests with flying colors? If in doubt, throw it out. Our business is a people business. By minimizing ineffective spending, we can keep as many teachers as possible. Therefore, we can move forward to provide our students with the best education they deserve. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, everybody. I'm Joan Ling Swizzler. I'm a teacher at Pacific Coast Charter School. I've come before the board before to just call attention to our plight. Right now, we are in transition, and we are working with Dr. Contreras and other administrators to change our charter school into more of a district program. And when we heard that our charter might not be renewed, it was a shock to our staff. We are a small staff. We've been around for 25 years. We started out as a homeschool and independent study charter. And since then, we've taken in a lot of kids who have had a lot of anxiety, who were bullied, who just didn't fit into their neighborhood schools, and many of them just shown at our school. And we're very proud of what we do. And so our staff is pulling together to try to help the district come up with a proposal to turn it into a district program that is based at our local schools. So I personally am kind of excited that we could actually take what's working at our school. A lot of what's working is those personal relationships that teachers have with not only the students, but their parents. And so I think we can use that. We can use online programs that are personalized. I do fear that the personalized part may be sacrificed to serve more students in an online fashion. So I'm hoping that many of you can come to our school to see what we do because it works. It's a small school. We only have 10 teachers. 4 of whom would be cut with proposed layoffs. So that's really scary. It took me 3 years to really feel comfortable in this job because it's so different from regular teaching jobs. So I'm just asking for your support as we continue our journey. And thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Carolyn West. I'm an RN. I'm a school nurse. I'm the nurse. Oh, and hi, trustees and Dr. Contreras. I came from Modesto City Schools, but we haven't met yet. You know Aurora, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. She recommended you. So I have 4 schools. I have Starlight, H.A. Hyde, Hall District, and Diamond Tech. And I've been a nurse for 31 years and a school nurse for about half of that. My initial experience with the schools with an IEP is my son's on the spectrum. And ironically, for me becoming a school nurse, I never met the nurse in the district that I lived in. I was in Escalon. But I had such awesome teachers in speech and everybody else. And that they provided us great service. And so when later on I had the opportunity to be a school nurse, I was enthusiastic by the people that I'd worked with. I know we're not supposed to talk about things that are later, but I am really worried about things that are going to happen. A lot of the kids, a lot of their mental health issues present as physical illnesses. Stress and worry, it's not healthy. And we have a lot of kids coming into the office because of that. To cut those resources back are just, it's scary, particularly in this day and age. A lot of things that are happening around us are happening due to fear. And I'm just encouraging you all not to act on things of fear that could happen in the future. I wanted to share a quote. Everybody's heard it before usually, but first, they came first for the communists, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a Jew. Then they came up for the trade unionists, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a trade unionist. Just let me finish. Then they came for the Catholics, and I didn't speak up because I was a Protestant. Then they came for me, and by that time, no one was left to speak up. So I'm speaking up. Thank you.
Brandon, Denise, again, I just want to thank the board for showing that consideration to amend the agenda and move up the important items that we're all here for. So thank you for that. It's encouraging to see that we do have some free thinkers on the board. I want to point out that 2 of the board members still do not have their PVUSD emails set up, so I'm not sure what the resolution to that is, but since we're all here today, maybe we can get that worked on. I also want to say that I attended the special board meeting with the consultants. I actually got some time one-on-one to talk with them. I think they're very intelligent and bright women, but we don't need to adopt their conservative Central Valley values here in the PVUSD. A couple things that they said really kind of shocked me to the core, and one of those was, this is not a public meeting. This is your meeting held in public. Well, you're public officials, so this is a public meeting. I also want to say that if we are going to follow what those consultants said, let's apply that across the board, because I do remember them talking about budgets and sustainability and saying that they look 3 years out to make sure that they have a 6% reserve. Look at the first interim. We've got that. So if you're going to apply their teachings, apply that across the board. I also want to say that the move to unilaterally take away Aptos High School's 7-period bell schedule is a violation of our contract and will result in an unfair labor practice if you continue. Instead of being fiscally conservative and implementing austerity measures, why don't we think big? And instead of laying people off, what if we did restructure our class sizes to get closer to that limit? And instead of taking these teachers who are now classless and laying them off, move them to PV High and Watsonville High and give them that 7-period bell schedule too, so that we have equity across the district. But I don't know, maybe that's just too logical. So thank you to the board. We're watching you tonight, so big ups.
All right, good evening, board. I'm here today for several reasons, and quickly I just wanted to point out that I think it's fitting and beautiful that people are out here fighting for the students during Black History Month. But anyway, I wanted to start by talking about the budget cuts. I know this is a leftover from the last board, but it is still ridiculous that teachers and classified staff are being cut. All of the research shows that a 7-period schedule is better for learning than a block schedule, and that means more teachers. I know that you have difficult decisions to make, but you shouldn't balance the budget on the backs of students. Speaking about making a decision on the backs of students, I want to talk about the possibility of moving SEBA to Renaissance and Renaissance to PV. This decision will negatively impact all students. You should not be taking away a school site to give it to another group of students. And second, you're setting up the Renaissance students to fail. They are at Renaissance to make up credits so that they can go back to their schools if they choose. Putting them in a comprehensive high school defeats that purpose. With the time I have left, I wanted to quickly talk about the MLK Convocation. This is an event I believe the district should promote to every school. I will always remember the event fondly because it was inspiring, especially for marginalized students. This is the type of event that encourages students to stay motivated and focused in achieving their goals. That is all. Thank you for your time.
Okay, good evening. I'm Dr. Barraza, and I have to say I'm disappointed that we don't have a different color coded card for students because they should be prioritized. So I am here to correct misinformation that Doug Kaplan mentioned at the last board meeting. He implied that a school in Oakland was closed because of CRE. It was a very gross lie. I actually looked into that and found out that the school was closed for a variety of reasons, and CRE was not one of them. And in fact, that school ended up merging with another school, and they are successfully moving forward. And yes, Mr. Kaplan, they are succeeding with the help of CRE. I guess since Mr. Kaplan and his allies' lies about liberated ethnic studies being anti-Semitic fell on its face, since they were never able to provide any evidence why it was anti-Semitic, now he's attempting to use another false attack. I will continue to dispel his and his allies' lies. I urge the board to apologize to Dr. Tintiango Cubales for the way her name has been dragged through the mud by the previous board and by this tiny group of conservatives who don't want our students to learn about the power structures that keep people of color out of positions of power and to better improve their own cities. I will repeat that what the judge in LA said. Just because you are uncomfortable with the history being taught doesn't make it anti-Semitic, and it doesn't mean it shouldn't be taught. On a positive note, I attended the MLK convocation in Santa Cruz. It was a wonderful experience for the students and for those of us adults who attended. The speech was inspiring for those of us who heard it, and it's a shame that the district did not help promote this event. I strongly encourage the district to organize buses full of people for next year's event. This is the kind of event that our students would really benefit. It's super inspiring, so I hope that next year this is something that gets promoted.
Trustee Flynn, congrats. Good to see you up there. Excited. Good evening, board. Bobby Marchessault. I'm a theater and music teacher at WCSA. And I want to start with something a little fun. I hope it's okay if I can just brag about my students for a moment. Because we had this opportunity to take them to, they spent months working on a cut from their show last year with Southern California for a festival where we took this top award in the state for our group, okay? Super stoked for them. And I share that both to brag about them and because I'm so grateful for the support I had from both my principal as well as from our VAPA coordinator, Stephanie Monroe. She's been doing great work trying to keep arts. And I want to just talk briefly, it points out just the, what's the word? The potential of our students. We have some amazing, talented students. I sent you an email a few months ago with concerns about arts in our district. Okay, we'd like to talk about how great we're doing, and I'm concerned that that's not reality, and we need to do better. Right now, I'm also a parent at Watsonville High, where we have no band teacher, right? And we should be rectifying that. In addition to that, I know 2 band teachers who offered to work extra to teach a 0 period. We're not even gotten back to on that. And we have not been transparent or honest as a district about things that happened in that band program. We also, my students who are serious about theater are trying to figure out with their families what they want to do because they know that their friends, while we have great teachers and a great coordinator, it's just not supported how it should be from the district level because their friends all wanted a theater class, only one got it, and others who didn't want to be there were put in that class. We need to foster those programs. We have Prop 28 funds. I understand a teacher last night told they weren't allowed to hire an art teacher with their Prop 28 funds, and we are on track, as I understand it, to send back $500,000 this year and $1 million the following year potentially because we're not using our Prop 28 funds well. So I have concerns, and I want to put those out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to pause for just a moment because we have a full corridor area full of people, and our fire marshal had asked us to keep the 2 entryways free of people, so you need to be inside the room. They've allowed us to have single file line along the walls, and then we have chairs. We have lots of chairs on this side available, so please come forward and find a chair. We can't proceed until the 2 entry areas are cleared of people. Okay, sorry, gentlemen, can you please move in a little so we're out of the entryway? Thank you so much. A little bit more. I don't want our meeting shut down. We've got a lot to do tonight. 2 chairs over here, and we got several over here. Thank you. Over here, please, if you could just move into the room. Thank you. Okay, so do we have more public comments still? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth Thorne. Mark M. Not sure if it's Donna or Dana Lefevre. Oh my goodness.
Valreal Flores?
Valerie, that's not it. I don't know. Flores? Flones? Sorry, the handwriting is difficult to understand. Monica Nolan? Marilyn Garrett. Chris Webb.
Okay, can I go? Hi, I'm Elizabeth Thorne. I have been a school nurse in this district for approximately 15 years. I love my job. That being said, I'm also retiring at the end of the school year, which I'm a bit sad about. I want to thank you guys for doing the job that you do. It is not an easy job, and I appreciate that. I would like to invite Dr. Contreras to one of our nurses' meetings. As I understand it, only one nurse has met you so far this school year. It would be really nice if the rest of us could meet you as well. We used to have meetings with the superintendent, with the nurses, up until this year, and it would be nice if we could also restart that. Hopefully you can work that out with Heather Gorman. That would be great. I'd also like to talk about what the nurse's role is in the school. It is not a well-understood job. A lot of people don't know what we do. One of the things that we do, except you, because you had Aurora. That is actually one of the things that would be useful, is if our nurse team had a lead, and we do not have a lead. And it makes it very tough to organize processes and procedures. Dr. Navarro, one of the things about school nursing is it's 80% gray and 10% black and 10% white. We do not have procedure manuals that we can go to when any situation arises, unlike they have in the hospital. We do not have that. We really have to think on our feet. It is a subspecialty that takes a good 3 years to learn, unlike being on the floor where you're an ortho and you can learn that job in 6 months and you're around all these people who have all this experience. We have a fairly new nursing team. Unlike my friend Carolyn who spoke, between her and I, most of the rest of the team has got 5 years of experience or less, okay? Why is this important? It is important because prior to having the social emotional counselors in the schools, those kids with their needs ended up in my health office, and they were being attended to by their classified staff who doesn't have a whole lot of experience handling kids with socio-emotional needs. And that's what we're going to go back to, because those kids are still there and they're not going to be served. And I very much want to stress this. Carolyn mentioned that they are going to manifest in physical symptoms, their head, their stomach.
Thank you. I'm sorry. That's your time for tonight.
Oh,
thank you.
it didn't move.
It reset. It reset.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Hello, my name is Donna Lefevre. I'm a math teacher and a coach at Watsonville High School. I'm really excited for our new stadium that's coming up. I'm a little sad it's affecting our track season, but I'm really excited that we have these professional spaces for our athletes to compete. I want to say a lot of the coaching staff that we have tend to be teachers, which is great. I was a student at Aptos High School, and I connected the most with my teachers that were also coaches. Sports are a great way for students to have these small settings where they're supported, they're learning discipline, they're building trust with peers and with an adult that's connected to their school. Those students choose those programs, so there's high engagement there. But they are they're benefiting a lot because these programs are small. There's a small group of students working with an adult, and they are able to get really good relationships happening there. I benefited so much from those adults in my life. I want my students in my classroom to have that same kind of support that I'm able to give my athletes. The ones that are my athletes and come into my classroom, we have a relationship, they trust me, and the learning can happen more. But my class sizes, especially teaching mostly freshmen, those classes are always packed, 35, and that class size is way too big. The idea that we're trying to push as many kids into the classroom to try to adjust for these cuts terrifies me, because then the classes that are a little low, they should stay low. And we should be working on ways to make these classes that are jam-packed less, because I want to give my math students all the care and love and build trust with them and help them form trust with their peers. And the only way that can happen is in these small settings. So please support any kind of creative way that we can make small class sizes happen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. I have many reasons to be here. Recently, many students and parents were informed about how Renaissance students and staff will be relocated to PVHS due to SEBA needing a campus. Why are we moving students from school to school? Sounds like when you're a kid and your parents are divorced and you have to move every weekend. It's not fun. PVHS is in a complete campus, so let's focus on completing PVHS and let Renaissance keep their campus. They shouldn't be worrying about moving to a different campus. They should be focusing on learning. Another topic I want to bring to light is how are we going to keep kids safe when they walk back home? My sister's a middle school student at Lakeview. Recently had an incident where she was walking back home from volleyball practice and was followed by a drugless homeless man. She was scared and didn't know what to do, so she turned back to go back to school, scared to lead the man to our home. Thankfully, a family friend saw her and brought her home. How many times will we ignore this until a kid gets hurt or goes missing? My last point is how are you going to protect LGBTQ students from being out to their parents? I have changed my name in the school system because I am comfortable with my legal name. When my mom gets a message from the school, they give her my preferred name. But what if my mom didn't know I was LGBTQ or trans? This could be dangerous because it risks students being outed to their families. We need to find a solution. We need to protect our students.
My name is Valeria Flores, and I am a sophomore attending Watsonville High. I would really like some sort of improvement in educating the importance of keeping students and teachers of the LGBTQ community feeling safe instead of favoring the conservatives. At Watsonville High, I personally have been called slurs just for having an LGBTQ pin on my sports bag, which wasn't the best feeling in the world. We have a GSA club at our school that consists of me and 3 other students, accompanied with 2 of our amazing teachers. And that's not because we're the only ones who are and support LGBTQ, but that's because many students at school don't feel safe having others know they attend or support LGBTQ events. I am able to handle harsh comments like that, but I can't imagine how much more damaging it could be for someone who hasn't been supported and just neglected for supporting love and just for being someone who loves the same gender. Another thing I would like to talk about is the bathroom issue at Watsonville High School. When we get a remodel, all we get is a slightly new paint job. The doors don't close properly and can easily be opened from the outside. The sink water can barely turn on. You have to slam it to even have it start working. One more thing, I know that students are taught to respect people who are upper like you guys, but personally, I don't think your attitude towards the speaking is very mature of you. What's her name? Olivia. But look, I have my eye on you, and so does everyone else in this room. Be more professional. Stop acting like a stereotypical uneducated 12-year-old. It's really disappointing that you just laugh at the community instead of trying to hear us out. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Monica Nowlin. I have a 2-year-old with me, so I may be a little distracted. Her name is Athena. She's awesome, so if you get to meet her. Hi, Dr. Navarro. You came to Renaissance High. I'm Monica Nowlin. I'm the academic counselor for New School Community Day, Renaissance High, and the high school students of Virtual Academy. And I did want to challenge the student trustee, Daniel Esqueda, to come to the all ed sites if you're ever able to, because I loved your report about what you had to say about high school students, but they were all the comp highs. So come on over if you can. I know that's hard. You're a student. You're doing great. And so I wanted to speak about SEBA and Renaissance High. You've already heard it tonight. I'm not demonizing SEBA in any way at all. Renaissance has been in the community for 55 years. So to come, and honestly, Dr. Contreras, I really wish you would have come. I know Peggy came and Heather Gorman came, but I really wish you were there. I went to Turlock High, you went to Turlock High. Freedom Continuation School was on Turlock High's campus. I attended Freedom Continuation School. It was horrible. So to put, I don't know if you went to Freedom, I don't think you did, but you probably knew the students that were there. They were obvious. And merging these two sites is not only dangerous for our students' mental health, it's dangerous for their physical health. We take a lot of pride in our schools. I was a Mariner for a long time at Aptos High when I worked there. CSEA, I see you back there. And I think PV High students take a lot of pride in their school. I know our Renaissance students take a lot of pride in what we have going on. Our enrollment numbers are low because there's a systemic issues where we are not getting enough referrals to Renaissance High. I have made this known multiple times to every administrator, which I have had 3 personally, 4 actually, 1 retired halfway through. And then I've also told Dr. Rodriguez, I'm now saying it publicly to all of you. There is a systemic issue. Renaissance High is a staple in our community. It cannot just be moved. Please take that into consideration. Thank you.
We still have Mark M., Marilyn Garrett, Chris Webb.
I'll just go ahead since they're not here. I want to thank Dr. Navarro for, at the previous meeting, having the integrity to apologize to Dr. Santiago Cabales. I feel like that was an excellent show of leadership, a model for this entire board. I'm hoping this entire board will make that official and restore some dignity to this body by doing the same thing at the special meeting, and in addition to restoring the contract and doing right. Also, I applaud Trustee Medina and Turley for their willingness to do the same kind of thing, and help a new teacher come. Thank you. I want to get away from the kind of mentality of the old board where sometimes it seemed like a pride thing and they dig in on just like the wrong side of history kind of thing. So let's not do that. Also, I want to welcome Trustee Flynn. I do think you're like a great addition. I agree with Omar. This is a dream team. I'll just say one thing that maybe to consider is additionally to when you interviewed, is that part of your role should be holding the district accountable. Like when we have a problem, like you watch the watchers is what we need. So let's just not forget that role. Also, on the matter of Renaissance, to me, I don't, just with my experience here in this district and everything's happened with me, I don't trust that it's Saba. I feel like it's like the culmination of years of attacking that school. It's strategically, I hear the plan and I think of like, oh my goodness, it's like strategically undervaluing our students, these students again. Maybe it's a budget cut thing or something. I'm highly disfavorable. If it does go through, they have to protect the murals. That's like law. Also, they should at least fix the water, make the good field good. And then like when the lease is done, let's get it back. So let's have some capital improvements in that way. If it happens to go that shameful way. Thank you. No pens on PV for the kids either. That's just repugnant in this day and age.
I submitted a card. I didn't hear you call my name.
I called your name, Marilyn, a couple times.
What? Okay. My name's Marilyn Garrett. I taught 20 years in this district. I think I have the tremors because of pesticide fields next to the schools. Talk about poisoning. This says never again ban industrial lithium-ion battery facilities in Santa Cruz and Monterey County. And I want to commend the reporting of Todd Guild in the Good Times publication. Study shows heavy concentrations of heavy metals after Moss Landing fire. Professors who have been checking for certain elements within a 2-mile radius around the plant. Professor Ivano Alio found, quote, an unusually high concentration of heavy metal nanoparticles in marsh soils at Elkhorn Slough Reserve after the fire, with increases of 100-fold to 1,000-fold from previous testing. And this is all over the Pajaro Valley and what's called in the Salinas Valley. In addition, and John D. Gumb's Aptos Times article also has extensive covering. It says perplexing incidents with lithium batteries used in cell phones, laptops, tablets, scooters, golf carts, electric vehicles, power tools, and children's toys. There have been at least 25,000 lithium-ion battery fires nationwide. This is a big problem for the school district, and also a location is planned for Minto Road in Watsonville that we need to stop. Thank you.
Okay, is that all for public comment, non-agendized items? Okay, and then we need some point of clarification on some of these. Go ahead.
I just had a quick question for you, Dr. Contreras, just because this has come up a couple of times and I received numerous emails about it. Can you comment on two things? One is the rumor that's been going around about the elimination of the 7 periods at Aptos.
Yes. There was incorrect information provided to teachers at Aptos High School that all high schools were returning or going to be on the same 6-period schedule. No decision has been made about that. That is inaccurate information. We do not plan on having a contract violation. I have sent numerous emails to the community, to teachers, and to our PVFT labor partners regarding that.
And then one more question about the returning of the Prop 28 funds, 500,000 this year and $1 million next year. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we are not slated to return dollars next year. No.
Okay, we're good. Okay. So now that moves us on to item 8, employee organization comments. This is when we hear from our employee organizations, and they will each have 5 minutes. We will start with 8.1, PVFT.
Good evening, Board. Nelly Baquera, President of the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers, Local 1936. Welcome, Joy Flynn. Nice to have you join the group. The band is now together. And this is the first board meeting where all the seats are filled for this calendar year. And we hold gratitude to you all for the dedication to our community of learners and your constituents. So, but being new to this board, because there's 5 out of 7 of you that are new, must be really, really tough right now. But ánimo. The community is looking to you to do the right thing for their child, for the students in this community, for their academic and emotional well-being. We don't believe that cuts are necessary on the backs of our students, because cutting adults from positions that work directly with our students is a cut on the backs of our students. We have seen historically in this district what having a bunch of vacancies does. For 2 years straight, Watsonville High School had 10 vacancies, 2 years straight. There are students going to college right now or living their adult life who for 2 years probably didn't have 2 to 3 teachers. So it was just a TBA on their schedule. That's just Watsonville High. PV High School, similar story. We have students who give up on school because they feel that the school has given up on them, the school district has given up on them. I was a 7th grade math and science teacher at Pajaro Middle School, and I heard it from my students. There was a year in which I taught that in 6th grade, they didn't have a math teacher, so therefore also not a science teacher. They had me. And they had also, some of them had experienced the continual subs in elementary. So they would tell me, Ms. Vaquera, what's going on? We feel that the district doesn't care about us because we're brown. We feel that the district doesn't care about us because we're poor Latinos that live in Watsonville. If we were at these other schools in this other area of the district, it wouldn't be the same story. We would have more. And the more for them is a teacher. Then they went to 8th grade. Same story for them, that they had the repeat of what their 6th grade experience was. And so they would come to my classroom, and some of them would thank me for the skills that I taught them as students and taking notes. But a lot of it was, Ms. Vaquera, we don't have an 8th grade math teacher. See, the district doesn't care. I've been the president of the PBFT. I was out as the lead negotiator for 2 years, and then I've been the president for 6 years. And as the president, I get the bird's eye view. We represent all of our educators, non-management. And it's true. Sadly, this district does not value the students in this community. I have seen for years, and I've actually dealt with the discriminatory words coming out of district administrators when I have to talk to them over the course of all these years. Being seen as the angry brown girl advocating, oh, but you have a role to play, like I'm just in theater. My members, or my colleagues, because I'm a member too, my colleagues elected me to be their president. And that is, I still get paid what I would get paid if I were in the classroom. I didn't get a pay raise. And I made that decision to be the person that they would lift up as their representative, to advocate for the things that our students in this community need. We hear words coming from district administrators about transparency or wanting equity. I could tell you right now, in the 8 years that I've been in leadership, that is false. The transparency that we see as a community is usually what's required by law. We weren't invited to the table until last Wednesday. We asked for a seniority list on December 1st. We got one that was all wrong before we went to break. And then we got another one on January 31st, which was also wrong. And then that same day, actually, the district decided that they would send out a verification of employment form to our members. So they didn't care to have correct information all along. Not caring for your employees and always just feeding you alternative facts and spinning the narrative, saying that we cost too much and that's why these cuts need to happen. Again, cutting the people that work with the students is hurting our students. You make the school sites unsafe because there isn't the resource there for them to be referred to, the resource there for the families to go to. We are the ones that communicate with our parents in this community more than you have an office at the district office. It is about having to do attendance, about their job is to call parents, what's going on, not just SARB them.
Thank you, Ms. Vaquera.
But you all have something on this agenda tonight, and it needs a no vote. Two items, no vote for layoffs.
Thank you. And do we have any public speakers to this item?
Brandon, Denise, Bobby Pells, Bobby Marchessault, Chris Webb, Roddy Kirkman.
Before you start my time, can I just have a quick point of personal privilege? I know you guys don't extend this very often, but I just want to make it known to the community that Nelly Vaquera is our outgoing PVFT president, and I would like to ask that everybody in this room please stand and give her the ovation she deserves. Nelly. Okay. Now I'll get started. So I mentioned that Nelly is our outgoing PVFT president. We had our general membership meeting yesterday. I was nominated for the position and I accepted. So I am running unopposed. So I will be the next president of the PVFT. And I think some of you are already learning about the things that really tick me off, and part of that is just hypocrisy. So when I hear that there's this transparency and we're working with our union partners, being called into a meeting a week before these layoffs are going to be announced and literally being told to sit down and be quiet, wait, don't react, please let us get through this 2 hours that we're just going to shove down your throat and we're not actually seeking your input, that's not collaboration. Collaboration would have been bringing us in December, November. Collaboration would have been discussing this during the sustainable budget team and not using buzzwords like alignment, restructuring. We're not dumb. We know what that means, so stop blowing smoke at us. I also just want to say that our members were encouraged to sign false documents. So you want to work with us, you want to be transparent, get your house in order and make sure that the people that work for you are not telling our members to sign false documents. It's okay, you're just missing your credential. We'll clear that up in March when all we've seen is chaos, false information, incomplete information. So this whole process is so rushed and you guys are going to be forced to make a decision when the information is just not accurate. I am thankful that we have some new board members, and I want to just remind Mr. Dodge Jr., Daniel, you are on record in some of these board meetings as saying that you will do everything to prevent layoffs. Today's your time to prove that. So please be creative, stand up for our classified personnel, stand up for our certificated personnel, and I'm even gonna say it, stand up for some of our administrators too. So I'm watching you tonight.
Bobby Pell, Watsonville High School, and I do want to take 1 second to point out that I do have students in the room tonight, and I just want to say thank you very, very much to all of you guys for coming. You have no idea how great that makes me feel. Thank you for supporting the teachers. Dr. Contreras, I've shared this quote with you before, but I remember one of the very first speeches you gave at the beginning of the year where you said, teachers know what is best for their students. And that line was so memorable to me that I wrote it down and I saved it because I thought, here's an administrator who gets it. All I need from you is to trust that I know what's best for my students, to support me with the resources to provide the best, and for you to let me do what I do best. But since you made those comments, I have requested that you bring back the CRE organization because it's best for my students, but you have refused to do so. I have asked you not to eliminate our mental health clinicians because we need the best resources, but you did it anyway. And now I have to ask you not to go through with layoffs that will directly impact my ability to do my best. Dr. Contreras, I'm beginning to wonder if you really do believe that teachers know what is best for their students, because all you have done for me is make my job harder at every turn. Where is my support? At what point do you stand up for me? At what point do you stand up for the teachers? I'm so tired of teachers always having to be the ones who have to step up, who have to sacrifice, and who have to make up for the poor leadership of administrators. It cannot be that every time we run into trouble, the first thing we do is put it on the teachers. Enough. I do know what is best for my students, and I urge the board to send the superintendent back to find a better way and protect our teachers. Thank you.
Hello again, board. I wanted to speak to you briefly about your certificated union staff and the experts that you have, the amount of all of my colleagues have gone through and the work that we do every day. And there's 3 specific ways I want to mention that. One is you have an upcoming meeting about ethnic studies. And you talked last board meeting about having experts as part of a panel to talk about that. I hope that that will include teachers, such as Bobby Pels, who just spoke, who was part of that. I know another friend who's been part from the beginning, not as somebody to speak for 2 minutes at a comment, but to be part of that panel, of that conversation, because they've been there every step of the way and their voice needs to be elevated. Another example, last meeting, it was really difficult as you were having a discussion about mental health counselors and clinicians to walk to the back of the room and hear those clinicians who are doing the work every day saying the information being shared is not correct. And I genuinely don't believe, I want to not believe that any of that was nefarious, Dr. Contreras. I don't think that was on purpose, but I do think there's just a reality that the higher an admin you are, the less connected you can be sometimes from what actually happens. And maybe that's what we think happens. But instead of telling them to be quiet when they spoke up, you could have invited one of them forward as a representative to answer those questions in that moment. Use those resources and hear from them what's happening as you're asking those questions. And the third is, as we try to figure out what's going on, and as we look at different positions, as we look at the district office, our teachers know what is happening there that is helpful and what is happening that gets in the way of us teaching and isn't necessary. And so talk to us, have some honest conversations about, hey, what are the things that are happening that are helping you? What are the things that we can get rid of, even positions? Great people, but again, going back to the arts, we're not going to get any better by combining that with science and math, so we don't have anybody to advocate for that. Just a few thoughts, and if you think you're bringing your union partners in and they don't feel like they've been included, maybe you need to rethink. Maybe you're not including them if that's the feeling on the other side. Just something to reconsider. Thank you.
Good evening again. I just do want to say quickly thank you to the trustees for acknowledging the interest and the community and the stakeholders here and moving the agenda items up. Bravo. There's 2 words I have written here. I thought I was going to write a whole bunch of stuff, but really it's transparency and inaccuracies. And those are the big themes that I'm hearing tonight. And the district keeps saying transparency and we keep saying inaccuracies because that's all there has been is a ton of inaccuracies. And I want to acknowledge what Nellie said earlier. We have a brand new board mostly. And so what I would ask all of you to do is to look deeper, to do your own homework, to get your own accurate information, and to not take things at face value because what you have just heard from numerous people is the information you're getting is inaccurate. I also want to speak to what we're doing to actively make our students, our families, our teachers feel safe and empowered in this community. In one of the articles put out, Dr. Contreras mentioned 500 students will be 500 students down next year. So why is that? There is declining enrollment, we know that. That's all over the state. But what is actually happening in this community that is dissuading families from feeling welcomed in our schools? Limiting public comment, that's not helping. The lack of addressing fears around ICE and immigration in our community, that is not helping. SROs in our schools, Danny, we still remember your vote at Watsonville High. That is not helping. So as we step into this new board, I hope you take these things that have happened historically over these last years and really break them down and make change. Thank you.
In light of new leadership at the board and, even in the union, and then the shadow that fell on our country in January, I just wanted to say I did appreciate the district's message that first day about supporting our students. That's the kind of district I want to work in. And it brings me back to a contract negotiations thing I brought up a long time, and that's that well, really, this gets back to the SROs, that if we were ever going to have to deal with them as teachers, that we should have some kind of protection in the event of, some abuse of power or something. And now I feel like if we had that, I would feel more comfortable knowing that there could be, even from my own district, telling me the feds could be coming at my door. I would like to have that kind of security. I feel like it would make everyone feel safer. Additionally, I missed today. My little girl was sick, had to cuddle her back to good health. Make it back here, time for this. And because it was like an impromptu thing, no sub. After COVID, we've normalized this business of teachers prepping or giving up their prep to sub, and this costs money. And I know back around like 2021, 22, I remember when we were still allowing the form, and for an admin who approved it, for a teacher who could handle it, for a parent who could handle it, they could bring their kid today, like we saw, and the building doesn't burn down, no one gets hurt. And there's the district saves money. I'm wondering how much money could we save? Could we save one position? Two? How many positions could we save just bringing back that form? How much are we spending on subs every day? And also, I think if we really prioritize teaching and learning, then we should do that. I'll also say that when I did that at Renaissance, that one gesture, that's helped one kid who wasn't on track to graduate make it. I asked him, I was like, look, my boy doesn't know anything about school. He only learns what he learns from you. Teach him well. And that kid did, and he graduated later. Let's start respecting the humanity of us all. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of our public comments for that item. I will now move us on to item 8.2, California State Employees Association, CSEA. Do we have a representative here?
We definitely have a representative. Good evening, board members, superintendent, cabinet, and community members. I stand before you as the newly elected chapter president of CSEA PV Chapter 132, alongside my amazing executive board members, First Vice President Juan Rocha, Second Vice President Leila Ibarra-Vasquez, Secretary Delilah Macido, Communications Officer Eddie Gonzalez, Political Chair Millie Pinto, and the voice of the classified employees. The backbone of this district, they are the backbone of this district. Tonight I call on to you to make the right choice. This is a defining moment, one where we can build a relationship rooted in integrity and transparency and a shared commitment to education. Thank you to Cabinet for your efforts to right-size our district, but we must ask, are we right-sizing our district or destabilizing? Classified employees, our lowest paid but hardest working individuals, are bearing the brunt of budget cuts. Initially, we were told vacant positions would be cut, but my phone keeps, sorry. But initially, we were told that vacant positions would be cut, but we were blindsided. What blindsided us was the addition of filled positions, roles by dedicated employees who have given multiple years of service to this district. These cuts don't just affect employees, they impact the foundation of our schools, the students and staff success. Our classified members are already spread too thin, and these cuts will most definitely require departments like tech, purchasing, payroll, and staff in TK kinder classrooms to absorb additional duties and work volume. We cannot afford decisions that destabilize our workforce and jeopardize the equity and quality of education. I urge the board and cabinet to reconsider this approach. Right-sizing should strengthen, not tear apart our district. Have we fully examined how our resources are being used? We have classrooms with as few as 1 to 10 students. PE classes repeated multiple times a day by doubling up students, and English learner classes forced into sub-rotations for an entire semester. Classified staff are stretched thin. They're covering locker rooms, greeting desks, managing safety protocols that are being overlooked. Why is this happening? We cannot expect success under these conditions. Is this the strategy we want? What is more frustrating is that we weren't given a chance to discuss options. We weren't invited to the table. These cuts were made without collaboration, and that's not the approach we were promised. Our classified staff are not expendable. They are the heart of this district. If we want what's right for our students, we must do right by the people who serve them every single day. The Sustainable Budget Committee meetings, members propose solutions like school mergers, school closures, but I believe closures would be the last resort. They cause lasting disruption. However, one idea was considered in adjusting the student calendar, and this would be a savings and energy cost to help the employee keep retention and addressing the burnout situation that we experience. How many valuable employees have we lost due to burnout? How many more will leave if we ignore this? If we are committed to the mission of PVUSD, we must prioritize these solutions and promote equity, student success, and employee well-being. CSEA is not here to fight against you. We are here to fight for the better future. We trust, but trust is built through fairness and collaboration. Right now, trust is breaking. There is still time to fix it. There is still time to do better. We stand with PVFT because we know that when educators and classified are valued, respected, and supported, students thrive. A district cannot function without its dedicated teachers, nor can it run without its classified employees. Together, we are the foundation of public education, and together we demand better for our students, our schools, and our futures. So I ask you, stand up with us. Stand with CSEA, stand with PVFT, stand with the classified employees who dedicate their lives to this district. Do not take the easiest, most harmful path. Make the decision that reflects our shared mission to serve the students, families, and the future of public education. The time is now. Let's do better. Let's be better. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any public comments to this item? No? Okay, seeing none. I'm going to move us on to item 8.3, CWA, our Communication Workers of America. Yep, here we come. Thank you, Mike.
Good evening, Dr. Contreras and Board of Trustees. Welcome Joy Flynn to the board, so the board is full. I'm going to be very short and sweet tonight. There's a lot going on with CWA, but I will share that at a later date. There's some irons in the fire. I just wanted to say on behalf of all the substitutes and PVUSD that we all stand with PVFT and CSEA. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments to this item? Nope, seeing none. I will move us on to item 8.4, Pajaro Valley Association of Managers. Do we have Mr. Gregorio? Thank you. Let's go, Joe! Principal Gregorio, sorry.
Hello, everyone. Dr. Contreras, President Flores, Vice President Navarro, board members. I'll welcome Ms. Flynn to the board. My name is Joe Gregorio. I'm representing PV PAVAM. And I'm from principal of Watsonville High School. Give you a little insight on what we're doing at Watsonville High in terms of the master schedule. We're currently in the process of developing a master schedule for the coming year, and I wanted to describe and give some insight in the process of creating it. As we continue to navigate the challenges of declining enrollment, Watsonville High School has undertaken a difficult process of developing our master schedule while making the necessary staffing adjustments. These decisions were not made lightly, as they directly impact our students, staff, and overall academic experience at our school, Watsonville High, and our community. With the support of our colleagues at the district level, we utilize the projected enrollment data, graduation requirements, and the funding opportunities provided by Proposition 28 to guide our decision-making and to build a schedule that meets our students' needs. Despite the tough choices we faced, our team approached this task with the utmost care and diligence. I want to extend my deepest appreciation to two of our assistant principals, Assistant Principal Ana Lenore and Dr. Subiando, for their dedication and leadership throughout this process. Their hard work and collaboration ensured that we made these difficult decisions with the best of our ability while keeping student success at the center of our priorities. Additionally, I wanted to express my gratitude to our Superintendent, Dr. Contreras, and Assistant Superintendents Claudia Malajaras and Mr. Michael Berman for all their help in supporting my colleagues across the district. Their expertise and partnership was invaluable in helping us navigate these challenges with fairness and transparency. As a school, we have to make tough decisions, and we do our best to meet those needs of our students and community. Dr. Contreras and our cabinet members have to make these same types of decisions to meet the needs of our district and our community. And now, you, our school board, are faced with making tough decisions on behalf of those very same schools and communities. We want to thank you for your professionalism and your diligence. We want to thank you for making those difficult decisions for our community, especially Watsonville High School and our students in our Watsonville community. I want to also thank Trustee Dodge for being a constant supporter of Watsonville High School. We do really appreciate that. Additionally, I want to thank this board for always supporting Watsonville High School. You can tell I have a theme here. I'm a Wildcat through and through. And the commitment you have shown to Watsonville High and the commitment you have shown to the Pajaro Valley School District, I do really appreciate all the hard work you give. And this is not a tough deal. It's a tough deal. And good luck. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Gregorio. Do we have any public speakers to this item? Okay. So now we are moving on to items 5.11 and 5.6. I'm sorry. 11.5 and 11.6. So let me move to that in my agenda. Okay. So we will start with 11.5, Resolution 242517. Reduction of a particular kind of classified employee services. This report will be presented by Pam Shanks, our Director of Classified Human Resources.
Good evening, President Flores, board members, and Dr. Contreras. I am Pam Shanks, Director of Classified Personnel. I'm bringing forward the attached resolution for the board's consideration. I want to provide some background on the positions being brought forward. Over the years, instructional assistants have been providing a variety of support in the classroom. As our TK and kinder classes moved into full day, we began reviewing the instructional assistant support of those classrooms and have been working over the past year to make sure the staffing is appropriately aligned to the number of classes at each elementary site. During the last year, we worked with employees where there were staffing overages to move them into the expanded learning program. As we continued to look at our staffing over the last year, we were aware we would need to eliminate some positions to be appropriately staffed with instructional assistants for the upcoming school year for 25-26. The other positions listed on the exhibit are part of the recommendations from the Sustainable Budget Committee approved by the board on January 15th, which include district office positions along with 3 mental health clinicians. Education code does provide authority for the governing board to lay off classified employees due to lack of work or lack of funds. The affected positions are attached on Exhibit A for the board's review and consideration. Upon approval, the attached classified employee services will be discontinued June 30th, 2025, and the affected employees will be notified of their potential bumping rights and/or layoff prior to March 15th. I respectfully ask the board to approve Resolution 242517 as presented.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do. Robbie Herrera, David Lambert, and Brandon Denise.
Hello, my name is David Lambert. I'm a communications technician with PVUSD. I'd like to start by thanking all those who have dedicated time and effort to this resolution. I know efforts have been made to make the process transparent. With that said, I do have a few concerns. My job title, communications technician, is affected by the proposed layoffs. There are currently 2 communications technicians, me and Robbie Herrera. I hold seniority in the position. Robbie and I have worked together for the past 6 years. We have worked closely to handle the high volume of help tickets and projects over this time. Which brings me to my first point. As communications technicians, we use help desk software to receive work assignments. We do a lot of help tickets every year. For example, this past year, we've done over 600 help tickets total. That's 300 each. For reference, most tech positions average in the hundreds over a year's time. I can't help but question if this data was used when determining where staff reductions are needed. I would also like to add a note regarding the background of having 2 communications techs. During the 2018-2019 school year, a second communications tech position was created. My understanding is the amount of work communications technicians were performing was increasing, so an additional position was necessary. For example, the district was installing new bell and paging systems at every school site. Maintenance and operations was responsible for the old bell and paging systems, but communication technicians took over the work and oversaw the installation of the new systems. We're now responsible for the maintenance and staff training for the entire school district's bell and paging systems. Of course, this is in addition to our other duties listed in our job description. The phone system, which includes classroom, desktop and office phones, cabling, voicemails, emergency notifications, 911 database upkeep, burglar and fire alarm lines, elevator lines, networking, etc. If a communications technician position is eliminated, one technician would perform all of this work, including the work that was added in the 2018-2019 school year for the entire district. Lastly, with the Measure M bonds, we're supposed to replace all of the classroom phones throughout the entire school district. Now you'd have one technician for all of this work. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robbie Herrera. I'm the other communications technician. I want to thank everybody here. And as David stated, there isn't a lack of work in our position. And there's a lot of talk of transparency and not sure how it was arrived that these positions need to go. In technology, I feel we always get overlooked because when technology is working well, nobody cares. But that's our job. That's when we're doing a good job. And there's a lot of tech positions being eliminated here. And it doesn't always correlate too with just the staff. It's we get more affected by the school sites. If the school site exists, we take care of the school site. Doesn't matter how many people are there, how many staff, and all that. So just want everybody to just kind of take a closer look at everything. And thank you again.
All right, so Brandon, Denise, PVFT, here to stand in solidarity with our CSEA siblings. When I started in this district and in my time in the classroom, there was no way I could have done my job as a SDC life skills teachers without my instructional aides. I actually had the pleasure of working with Eddie before in my class, and he was assigned some of the most difficult students we've had, who nonverbal, would get frustrated, and he had the utmost patience with those students. I want to specifically shout out Dahlia and Maria. I couldn't have made it through those first 4 years without you. Our instructional aides are so important. And not to diminish any of these other positions, I'm just speaking because I have personal experience working with our instructional aides. And I find it mind-blowing that instructional aid assistant for general education, you want to eliminate 10.25 FTE worth of positions. Get on EdJoin right now, because there's a position posted on EdJoin for a general education instructional aid, but we're eliminating those positions. You want to know how much that job pays? $16.66. You can legit go work at Taco Bell and get paid $20. So I would ask you to look at this and see, how much do these positions actually cost the district? And then how much do these positions provide to our students? Because our schools could not run without our CSEA siblings. And I also want to make the point that if you do proceed with the layoffs in 11.6, we are going to have more combination classes. And guess what? More combination classes means more need for instructional aides. So please amend this resolution and save those IA jobs. Y'all can't find $16 worth of funds for those positions? Like, that's just ridiculous. Save those jobs. Stand with our CSEA siblings. Stand with our students.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers on this item? No?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Nelly Vaquera.
Good evening, Board. Nelly Vaquera, President PVFT. I started in education as a CSEA member in Northern California. That's where I'm from. As an instructional assistant in a special ed program, and in a bilingual program. Our teachers, like one of the things that we negotiated for our kindergarten teachers was to have an IA available to them. So general ed means the classrooms that would be considered not special services, and then, or a classroom like our TK classrooms, there is a requirement under law, basically, that's a ratio. So you would need either another certificated person for, it's because that ratio for TK is 1 to 10. But we have IAs that support our classes. They're a valuable support. I was a valuable support to my master teachers when I was an IA and up in Northern California. And I hope that all of our IAs in our district feel that gratitude from our master teachers. I know I felt the gratitude for the master teachers that I worked with because I helped with centers. Our district is utilizing SIPs, which we used up in Northern California, but that's done in centers, and our IAs can help with that. I did that. Our IAs are available to help with yard duty. So you're taking out a position that also helps with the safety of our schools during recess. And then the impact then falls on everybody else who's on site. And for the district, it's just a matter of blame. Oh, that site doesn't have their act together. Oh, those teachers aren't showing up to do their yard duty rounds. You're lessening the services at a school site. If you're missing a person at the district office, we wouldn't notice. Thanks.
Thank you. So now I will bring it to the board for any board discussion. I know we have some who'd like to go first.
I have a question.
Okay, Trustee Navarro.
Ms. Schenk, is that? I'm right yes, sorry. Can you just explain a little bit about how you decided which positions to cut and where they're specifically coming from?
So I don't know if Jenny wants to just defer that to Jenny.
Good evening. My name is Jenny M. I am the Chief Business Officer. I just want to say that I really wish the setup of this room was not like this. I apologize that my back is to everybody being impacted. I just want you to know that my heart is really broken right now, and I just wanted to start off with that. For the board, having so many new board members come in and having this be one of your first big decisions, my heart's racing at the moment, and I know all of yours is too, because we all understand the impact that this has to our school community. Every single employee of the district, we make an impact to our ultimate goal, which is being in service to our students. So our classified employees, I started as a classified employee. I totally am there with our classified staff. This was not an easy decision that we had to make, so I can give you some context for how we made these decisions. So I know everybody has been following along with our sustainable budget team presentations, as well as our FAQ explaining a little bit more about the crossroads that we're at right now. We are not the only district in California that is experiencing the end of both the one-time COVID era dollars, as well as declining enrollment. So just as a recap, I know we have a lot of new faces here today. Our district received upwards of $100 million in one-time COVID dollars. We have also experienced an 18% decline in enrollment from the last decade. So that is close to 3,400 students. And actually about 2,600 of those enrollment losses happened during the COVID years. We saw an acceleration of families having to leave the area because of the impacts of COVID, as well as the historic floods that we experienced. At the same time that we were experiencing those accelerated enrollment declines, as a district, the district decided not to do the right sizing that was needed at that time because it was not appropriate. It would impact families who were suffering possibly from COVID or being impacted, as well as students who are experiencing learning loss and socio-emotional impacts. So now what is happening is we are here. We have lost enrollment. The highest year or the highest enrollment loss that we experienced during the COVID years was almost 700 students from one year to the next. From this year to next year, we are anticipating about 600 students. And that is because the lower grades coming in are smaller than the grades aging out. We have a bubble right now in our system, meaning our high school grades are larger than our kinder, first, third grades coming in. That's due to lower birth rates and families not being able to live in the area. Every single employee of the district is absolutely important. However, what is happening right now is what I'm hearing from the community is that we can't cut mental health supports. We can't right size teachers to the collective bargaining agreement class sizes. We can't cut or reduce or right size district office or classified. We can't impact any programs. All of those are completely valid because I totally understand. We are scared that this is going to impact our students, and I know where this is coming from. But we can't be frozen, right? We can't not make any decision at this precipice. So just to give a little bit more context around the IAs. So what we saw with COVID was, of course, impacts to learning. So during the community engagement around trying to figure out how to utilize ESSER, the community wanted, one of the top priorities was learning supports. So the district brought in instructional assistants, and then we also had some schools who were able to have instructional assistants through donation funds or some parent-raised funds. When we saw that the ESSER monies were sunsetting, the district at that time, this was right when I first started, decided to move the instructional assistants into the general fund as part of the LCAP because we recognized the impact that they were making to our students. There was a base FTE amount allocated to all of the schools to support the full day kinder as well as our TK, adult to student ratio that is required by law. What we also saw was there was a little bit of inequity at the time. So our schools that were able to have access to raising funds through donations or parent groups, they were able to have additional IAs plus their state discretionary dollars. And we had schools that had to make that difficult decision of going through their SIPSA process and deciding, do we want to use our state discretionary dollars on either IAs, other supports, or supplies? So that is another reason why, as a district, in a move towards being more equitable, moved all IAs into being supported by the district. So there's a base allocation for every school, and then schools that are 55% and over unduplicated pupil percentage receive an additional allocation to support our students who are English learners socioeconomically disadvantaged, and foster youth. So that is a little bit of history, and when we started in this direction, we knew it would take at least 2 years to transition. I apologize sincerely to the new CSEA leadership for feeling like they weren't kept informed. There have been some transitions within the CSEA leadership, but in year one, we were working with the leadership to start moving towards the ultimate right sizing. And I know Pam put in a lot of work of reaching out to all of the IAs that we had identified who we knew would be impacted in year two, to give them a heads up and to see if they would be willing to transition proactively into the after-school IE positions that we're opening up. So that was another way that we tried to save positions by utilizing our after-school ELOP restricted dollars.
So where specifically are these IAs positions being cut from? And I apologize if you don't know that off the top.
Okay, there. Sorry, it took a second to turn green. Good evening, I'm Claudia Monjaras. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction. So right now, what we've had in the last few years is our IAs are primarily in our TK kinder and first grade classrooms. So what we're doing is making sure that we're meeting the laws around TK. And so we have IAs in our TK classrooms to support the law around the ratio of the 10 to 1. And then we also have IAs that we will keep in our kinder classrooms. So as of next year, all of our kinder classrooms will be full day classrooms. We had a couple that still needed to, or that we're going to be transitioning in the fall to full day. So all of our kinder classes will have an IA for a portion of the day. So that's where they're going to be for next year. Oh, from before they were first grade. Some of them were up into first grade. Yeah, first grade positions.
The only questions, but how many total instructional assistants are there? So like what percentage is that of this?
What's that? The total number? Pam, do you know the total number?
Are you wanting to know the total number of positions being eliminated?
No, the total number that's left. Go ahead, turn on your.
We have 78 instructional assistants for general education.
78.
Okay. So the percentage would be about 15%.
I can figure out the percentage, thank you.
She said 78. 78 remaining IA positions in general education.
78 total.
And sorry, just one last question about the communication technician. How was the decision made that was a single person position instead of two?
So one thing that we looked at kind of across the system is as we are declining in enrollment, as we're declining in not only students and staff, but what we're seeing is in schools, we are starting to have to keep classrooms closed. So most of our schools right now are about 60% occupied. We have some that are higher, some that are lower, but on average, it's right around 60%. So with that occupancy rate and the number of students declining, the number of staff declining as well, the services that our centralized offices are providing are also being impacted. So we looked at all of those factors to try to make a determination.
But were you looking at the specific workload?
Yes, and we were working with leadership and tech.
Can I add to that as well?
Thank you.
seeing that we're going to be going and technology is ever evolving, to get rid of these two positions now is completely insane to do. With the way that systems are going to be updated, with the support that's going to be needed in the classrooms with technology, I don't see why this position needs to be cut. They're going to actually be the ones that are supporting you guys, advancing your guys' systems and making sure that that comes together. So that's why I'm having a hard time just with this list in general. Also with instructional assistants, who's gonna fill in that void?
So I can address the technology. So I can address the communications position a little bit more. So in technology, and Dan, please let me know if I misspeak, but we also have another classification of employee that also works on multiple different systems across the district. So some of that work would be able to be absorbed by the other classification that is able to work on a broader level of systems throughout the district.
Okay.
Can I, oh, sorry. Just going by what Trustee Navarro said, I feel like you were kind of talking about the workload kind of now leveling out. Because of what David was saying, they each had 300 work orders, and the average is in the hundreds a year. So the math isn't really mathing.
Yeah. That's where I'm struggling too. I'm trying to understand if they're telling us what their workload is and how they're already busy, how that is going to be absorbed by one person. I'm just trying to wrap my head around that.
Yeah.
The lowering enrollment is actually helping them stabilize their workload, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, President Flores, Cabinet, and public. I feel obligated to echo that I understand how hard these decisions are, and there is no right decision when it comes to some of these cuts. It's just a very difficult situation, and we have to figure out the best way to serve our students with the funds that we have. So that's a very difficult process for me and for my department as a whole. But we have a variety of different positions that support the district. So we have site technicians that support school sites, support students and teachers and staff, and also district personnel as well. From that position, we also have what's called district technicians, and those positions support all the different systems that we have, server-based systems, all of our staff, all of our students, and so we work as a team. So whenever there's a need, we work together and we fill that need. So when we have additional work to do, we've always been able to work together and overcome any of those obstacles. And when we've lost staff, then we've come up with ways to support our district as a whole. And that's what we'll do in this case, losing any staff members. So
I'm just really concerned about the workload that's being loaded on more people. We're at a time where people are barely able to put food on the table. They're having to work multiple jobs. I know some teachers are even Ubering at this point because we cannot make up for those costs. And what I'm hearing is, just even in this conversation is, I don't hear a good replacement plan for what's gonna happen if these roles are replaced. I don't want more people getting burnt out. You guys stated that was the number one thing that we're seeing is people getting burnt out. How is doubling up on more things gonna make that something that they're gonna be able to sustain? We don't even provide our teachers counseling because they're over there supporting the students. So it just feels really backwards to me. And the fact that these folks are having to pay for the mistakes that admin made in 2020, it should not be put on their backs. It should not. I think what we have right now is we have a good top-down, okay, if some teacher doesn't do something right, we're gonna enable some disciplinary action. But I never see I have not heard of teachers getting follow-up for fixing the heater in the room. It's taken how many days, Daniel? 97? How? This is ridiculous. So I'm at Pajaro Middle School. That school right there needs a lot of support. I have teachers there that are having to see containers on their fields every day. Paint that was not painted on right. Electricity that's not done. Teachers were going into the bathroom in the dark and had to buy an Amazon lantern just to see. Where is the accountability for those requests not getting done? That's what's upsetting me with this.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, you're good.
No, that's okay. I felt like I didn't respond to Trustee Flynn's comment or question. And that is part of the process, right? As we've lost students through the years and as we close down sections of campuses that are empty, then we're going to need less infrastructure, we're going to need less support overall. And so there's a process by which it makes sense to kind of, make sure that we are using the dollars we have, not cutting instructional staff, not cutting other positions, but right-sizing based on the percentages of schools that are actually, being used.
Oh, I completely understand.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. The thing that I'm not really quite understanding is kind of going back to what Trustee Medina was saying, is that technologically speaking, that infrastructure is going to grow whether our students grow or not. And it seems like there was a lot of work being done by by not enough people. And now it's getting to the point where it's leveling out and more work is coming. That's just my bird's eye view. I do want you to understand that I've done board service before. This is a much larger process, but I think I'm pretty clear. Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Trustee Carrasco?
So I have a question. Did we offer our classified staff the same $10,000 to retire?
We did not, and the reason is because we did an analysis of the early retirement incentive program. So it's offered to a age span where the district would be able to get a benefit by having teachers retire early by offering the $10,000. With the certificated list, we had a greater pool of teachers who fell within that early retirement age span, who also met the service credit requirement where they would possibly be able to retire early. So there was analysis done to see what is the feasibility of receiving retirement that could help prevent layoffs. So we did the same analysis on the classified side, and on the classified side, it's a little bit more difficult because when we do an analysis of which positions to right size or reduce, we're really looking at the impact of the workload. So things like how is declining enrollment impacting the department. When we offer an early retirement incentive, we actually have a lot of departments that are either fully funded or almost fully funded by grants. So those departments are staying stable or level, and some are actually potentially growing, like expanded learning has been growing over the last few years. So when we offer an early retirement incentive to classified, it's not just here, it's most school districts, the impact usually isn't what we're looking for in terms of reducing the amount of employees that we could potentially not have to lay off. So that was part of the analysis done. Right now, we have engaged, started the process with Keenan to look at another type of early retirement incentive that we are hoping to bring to the board to get ready for possibly next year. We were hoping to have it ready earlier, but Keenan has about 3 times more school districts who had reached out to them this year than in an average year, and that is because there are a lot of school districts that are going through the same thing that we are.
Trustee.
Could we offer it?
So that could be something that we could explore further, and we can share the analysis.
Okay. Trustee Turley? Oops, sorry, Gabe.
Thank you. Most of my questions are general budget related, but there are bits of information that will help me make the decision, so I hope that's all right. I think most of us are concerned with what's happening with the federal government and the Department of Education. How much funding do we receive from the federal government, not counting grants that are going away and COVID money and things like that, but programs like special ed, food and nutrition, Head Start?
So right now, you know, this is something that we are definitely analyzing. If federal funding is frozen, the district will need to make some very hard decisions about several programs that are either fully funded or mostly funded by federal grant monies. So, for example, food and nutrition, which is in Fund 13, they receive usually on average between $12 to $14 million from the USDA and federal funding as part of the National School Lunch Program. Our early childhood child development program in Fund 12 also receives roughly the same amount in federal funding, 12 to 14 million, depending on the year. This year, out of the general fund, I would say taking out the one-time federal dollars, our ongoing is about 25 million. In our general fund restricted side, that supports mostly migrant education, migrant seasonal Head Start, special education, and we have a little bit of CTE money also. So roughly that's anywhere between 49 to about 50 to $53 million total in federal grant money that the district receives across most of our major programs.
Assuming we get our federal funding, even though it may not come in a timely manner, which I understand it typically doesn't anyway, what does our cash flow look like if we're not looking at a loss of feds, and what does our cash flow look like over the next 12 months if we don't get that money?
So right now, for the next 6 to 12 months, our cash flow is looking okay. So as part of the legally required multi-year projection, so this is part of education code and is a requirement of all school districts. School districts are required to have a 3-year budget of the current year and 2 subsequent years. So one of the reasons that school districts are required to do this is part of Assembly Bill 1200, AB 1200. And AB 1200 was put into effect in the 90s because there were a lot of school districts that were falling into fiscal distress. So the state stepped in because they did not want to bail out any more school districts and said, as part of your budget, you're required to do a 3-year projection so that you can make appropriate decisions at the appropriate time to prevent fiscal insolvency or fiscal distress. So right now, because of the declining enrollment, and we are projecting in Santa Cruz County, and these are numbers from the Department of Finance, we are projected to lose anywhere from 16 to 18% more enrollment in the next decade. So this is an ongoing issue. So right now, in the next 2 years, at the current moment, we are projected to deficit spend about $12 million in each year in the unrestricted. So that is going to further eat away at, right now we have a pretty modest unrestricted reserve. It's under 15%. And we have to remember the scale and scope, the scale and magnitude of our budget here. Our general fund this year, it's right around about $380 million. Our monthly payroll costs alone are $24 million. That doesn't even include utilities, all the things that we're paying to keep our schools up and running, all the supports we're paying for our students. $24 million a month just on payroll. So when we really think about our fund balance and our 3% minimum right now, it's this year it's about $11 million, and that is the floor. That's the bottom that the state requires. That is not a healthy fund balance to weather some potential impacts that could come up, even if we're not even thinking about the federal government, just the day-to-day operations of a school district. We also need to consider that the fund balance is not our cash balance. So the fund balance includes accruals such as accounts receivables. So when a school district, and you see this in state, in other school districts that are experiencing fiscal distress, sometimes, and we saw this actually at Live Oak. Live Oak is a really good example. They were downgraded to a negative because looking at their cash flow showed that they were not able to pay their bills if they weren't forced to make those very quick decisions. So fund balance and the minimum 3%, that is the floor. But for a school district, especially our size, it is not enough of a safety net to weather things like the deferments that we just saw a couple years ago. We experienced a historic floods that impacted many of our sites. We spent millions of dollars getting our schools back in order. Pajaro Middle School was the most severely impacted. And we have still not received any reimbursements or actual cash from FEMA. That is a multi-year process. So that has to be fronted by the school district. All those federal dollars that we just spoke about, most federal programs are on a reimbursement basis, meaning the school district spend the money up front on qualifying expenditures, and then usually on a monthly or quarterly basis, we submit reports asking for reimbursement. So there are so many complex factors where having a 3% or even a 6%, which we currently have committed, is not healthy for any school district, especially one of our size.
And Jenny, how much per month does the district office cost?
So right now, the district office this year, our annual debt service, I believe, is right around maybe 1.1 million. So the district office was purchased as part of a cost-saving measure, or actually net neutral measure. So the debt servicing is through a debt financing model called a certificate of participation. We can think of it almost like a mortgage. And it was structured in a way where each year we're paying about the same as what we would be if we were still leasing the building. We have about, actually, let me look at my notes. We actually did a FAQ on this because we were getting a lot of really great questions. And we are on track to finish paying this off in 2034, and we have a pretty low interest rate right now of 1.86%. And right now, the district office houses most of our centralized services, as well as several departments, such as food and nutrition, migrant education, migrant seasonal Head Start, expanded learning, early childhood education, adult education, and also houses Pacific Coast Charter School.
Thank you.
So you talked about the fund balance. If it's 15%, and I was looking at a budget of $350 million, because I think that's probably where we're going to end up in the 25-26 year, then 15% is $52.5 million. What is our current reserve balance? I said fund balance, but I meant reserve.
So our current unrestricted fund balance is right around $56 million as a first interim.
Thank you. I've heard some comments about the use of the VAPA money. Can you confirm that everything that we're obligated to spend with that specific chunk of money is being used appropriately and we're not at all at risk for any kind of legal ramifications like another district has dealt with?
Yes, thank you actually for asking that, because I know that there has been, I think, a lot of misunderstanding around Prop 28. So I can assure the board and the community that we actually have in writing from our auditors that we are implementing Prop 28 with fidelity. I heard a comment that the district will be having to send back money this year and next year, and that is incorrect. We run models for everything, right? For the multi-year projection. We also run it for grants. Prop 28 is one of probably the most fiscally complex grants I have ever seen. It is a restricted categorical program. So it is one of the most complex programs coming out in recent years. So as part of that, we run different types of models and scenarios to see what could happen to make sure that we don't have to spend that money. I know that there was a model that was created of a worst case scenario for next year if we did not fill some vacancies. We ran that model specifically to see what is the worst case scenario so that we can map backwards and make sure that doesn't happen. So at this point, we have maybe 3 very, very small sites that have very small allocations where it has made it difficult to hire because there are specifications such as 80% of a site's allocation needs to be spent on staffing, certificated or classified, and then 19% can be spent on supplies and materials. So we have 3 sites right now that are teeny tiny. Duncan Holbert is one of them as an example, where the allocations are so small that it's difficult to hire a person. So there are other ways to utilize those funds, such as you can get push-in supports from classified, you can have EWRs. So that is exactly why we built that model, so that we have a forecast going into next year. But at this point, we are not sending any money back this year. And we are implementing the program to fidelity as confirmed by our independent auditors, and they are using the state guidelines released by the state controller's office.
Understand, thank you.
Trustee Turley, one thing really quick. I know we have this item and then we have the next, and I know that our questions are probably going to overlap on some.
I'm not going to ask any questions on the next one because I'm getting them all now. Is that all right?
I would hold, if they pertain to the next item, I would hold them for that item, if you can.
My last one actually is more specific to this item, so may I continue? I'm a little bit concerned, like some of my colleagues up here, about the instructional assistants, the IAs. Do these reductions affect special ed at all? And will we have IAs in the places where we're required to have them?
It does not affect the special ed IAs, and we will still be able to meet the law requirements of where we need to have IAs.
All right, thank you.
I have one question. So for the instructional assistant general, it says 10.25. Is that 10, 11 people?
That's a really good question. It's not 10 or 11 people because of the way that the instructional aid FTE it varies by site. So, for example, like when Jenny was saying that there was a difference in how many IAs were at the sites and how much FTE. So, for example, if a site has the equivalent of a 1.0 FTE allocated, that they don't always, or excuse me, it's classified. Let me back that up. It's not FTE, it's hourlies. So when they're allowed a certain number of hours for an IA, sometimes we have sites who might have like, oh, well, this IA works like an hour and a half, and then another IA comes in for another hour and a half. So it's not always a clean table of, oh, this 3.75 hour is just this one person. So it does vary.
So it's technically more people that will be getting affected.
It could be, yeah.
I have a clarifying question. Is the IA, first of all, thank you, everybody, for being patient with me. This is literally day 7 as it pertains to business days, day 7. So many of the acronyms I'm still getting set up with because they often have 2 meanings. Is AI the same thing as a release teacher?
No, the IA is an instructional assistant, and that's a classified position. The release teacher is a certificated teacher.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I know Trustee Esqueda would like to chime in. Do we have any other questions? Okay, Trustee Esqueda?
I just had a question about the mental health clinicians. So for the 3 positions that are on here, are they the general ed mental health clinicians, or are they the mental health clinicians?
The 3 that are on here are the general education positions.
Okay, and then just to clarify, do the counselors, they only support students with IEP programs, correct? Yeah. So was there any thought in removing some of the mental health clinicians with that only the mental health clinicians? Because to my knowledge, the general ed mental health clinicians also support students in general education and students with IEP plans.
So the mental health clinician is all one job class.
Okay.
And so I do know that the special education department that oversees these positions will be working with the remaining positions to figure out how to make sure all of our students are getting the support that they need.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Dodge? Oh, sorry. You're next, David.
I would just like to say, Trustee Carrasco had a really great point about offering our classified workers retirement. I personally know classified workers here who've dedicated 20 to 30 years of their life to PVOSD, and I think that's something that should be looked into. Thank you, Jenny M. You do great work, and I support you very much as our CBO. Superintendent Dr. Contreras, 2 to 3 months ago, I sent you an email asking. One day we knew we were going to get to this point, and I asked that you looked into cuts at the towers and administrators. Classified workers are from Watsonville in the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. There are our aunts, our neighbors, our uncles, our grandparents, our cafeteria workers. And so hopefully that's something you took into consideration. And now we take a look at these instructional assistants, the helpers of the classrooms, the helpers of our teachers. People that we overlook and take for granted. And when I wrote that email, I asked you to keep cuts away from those in our classrooms. This does not meet what I asked for. CACA, they felt like they were left out of the dark. And so hopefully, I am not a supporter of this plan. Hopefully, you could go back to CSA leadership who are from Watsonville. They went to Watsonville High. They're from the Pajaro Valley, born and raised, educated. They have children who went to school, with my daughter. I went to high school with them. And so with that being said, I'm going to make a motion not to support this agenda item. Thank you.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I wanted to go back to mental clinicians. So can you describe to me, last year there was 2 counselors, right? An academic counselor, and I'm speaking specifically about middle school. There's an academic and a social emotional counselor, correct? At the middle schools? It's 1. Okay. There's 2. Okay. This is what I was hearing. A few of these social emotional counselors came into this year and they became academic counselors. Is that correct?
So those are certificated positions.
Those are certificated?
Yes.
Oh, that's the next one?
Mental health
Gotcha.
clinicians are the classified positions.
Great, okay. And then, okay, I'll save that question for later. So the mental health clinicians, how many of them are, how many students do they see a day, roughly?
Sorry, that one, that's a certificated piece, so I think when we have.
The mental health clinicians?
Oh, the mental health clinicians, I'm sorry, I'm like
sorry.
trying to monitor 2 different things. I'm not sure. I would probably want Angelica to answer that. How many? Do we know how many they see?
How many students do the mental health clinicians see on average a day?
Mm-hmm.
And for how many minutes?
Okay, there we go. Trustee Medina, I provided that information to you in a communication in writing. It was provided a couple of times and once today, so you could refer to that.
So can you tell me the number? We don't have the number. Okay.
Having been a mental health clinician before out of school, I can tell you on average, I saw about 10 to 12 kids a day.
I'm sorry, Dr. Barraza, we can't have shouting from the public.
Okay. Thank you.
On average, you see about 10 to 15 kids.
Thank you. And this is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that mental health clinicians are only seeing about 3 to 4 students, specifically at one of my middle schools, at my middle school. When I just asked this question, it doesn't look like your cabinet knew the answer, Ms. Contreras. And I understand that you sent that to me, but we also need to acknowledge that the public should know this information as well. So I am in complete agreement. I will be voting no on this. I do not feel like my questions have been answered authentically. I don't feel like I have enough information. I do not feel like we are listening to our stakeholders in this process. And I get the sustainable budget team, and I thought that was a great idea. But those people aren't working on the ground. These people are. So I think they needed to be more involved in the conversation. I know there's a lot of turnover at Pajaro. So I'm in full support of Daniel Dodge, and I will be voting no on this.
Okay. When I was, during my interview, one of the things that I talked about was finding creative solutions and collaborating with my fellow trustees. Trustee Carrasco brought up a really good point. Trustee Dodge seconded that. And this is not an option that had been presented to me. In the past days, I've spent so much time texting, getting emails forwarded to me, people in the community who know me reaching out, looking at past board meetings, trying to gather as much information as I possibly can in such a short amount of time to find ways to come up with creative solutions. I have not had the time that I need to feel confident to be able to feel like the solutions that have been presented to me as options are viable. I feel like there's other opportunities, and my fellow trustees have mentioned them. So I feel like we need to dig a little bit deeper and find some ways. I also want to make sure that it's known that I recognize my fiduciary responsibility, and I take that very seriously. And so going into, the reserve will probably never be an option for me. I will be clear about that right now. But that just forces me to help find even more creative solutions. So I recognize the things that are coming down the line. Trustee Turley spoke of them, the cutting of FDA, of federal funding. These are real things that are going to impact us down the line, and we need to all recognize those things and, again, collaborate. And it sounds like there hasn't been a lot of that on both sides. I'm so grateful for everybody who's had words to say, because they've really helped me, and all of the information gathering that I've done over the past few days. I understand right sizing, but I also feel like there's ways, creative solutions to right size. And thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to speak one little thing. I haven't spoke yet, so thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. I have a couple questions myself. So I know last board meeting we made the very, very difficult decisions that we made with those one-time funds. And so, we expected some of what we're seeing tonight, but then there is some unexpected that kind of caught us off guard. But we had the time to look into what some of this was. So correct me if my understanding is not correct. The instructional assistants, those are one-time monies separate from last month's decisions. That's, I was told that they knew this was coming, that CSEA knew this was coming. Am I wrong in this? And just specifically instructional assistants.
So speaking specifically about the instructional assistants, out of that 10.25, 7 of those are actually 6-hour IAs from expanded learning.
Okay.
And those positions are closing because at the time that those started, it was when we were transitioning from half-day to full-day kinder, and so we needed that additional instructional support, that in-between time when kids were getting out of, the kinders were getting out of school, and then after-school program was officially starting. So there was this few-hour window of time, and that's where the instructional aides were coming in and supporting that. But now that all of our kinder classrooms will be full day next year, that's why those 7 of them are closing. So it's really out of the 10.5 subtract 7.
Okay, so I understood that part. I understand mental health clinicians, we were very clear about, cutting $500,000 from the budget. So I'm assuming that breaks down to about $166,000 per mental health clinician. I mean, I know we're not supposed to put. Well, no, this is just, we had agreed on 500,000 mental health clinicians, and that ended up being 3, not FTEs, but 3 hourly positions. And so those, I'm sorry? Oh, okay. And so I'm assuming these other 1, 2, And then 5, 6, 7, are those because of the 750,000 that we recommended cutting from the district office?
Yes.
Okay.
Classified side.
Okay, so on the next list, there's going to be more that are part of that 750. So, and I think that's where a lot of us are feeling a little caught off guard, because when we heard, district office, I don't think we expected to see some of these positions. Like Danny was saying, keep it far away from our kids, our classroom. So yeah, I just trying to understand these numbers.
I'm sorry, so just to clarify, so part of the district office, the 750 that was approved last month, so that's the child welfare and attendance analyst position, communications technician, the payroll technician, the site technology support technicians, and the warehouse worker delivery driver position. So those classified positions, and there are some on the certificated side, makes up the 750. The mental health clinician reduction was also part of the sustainable budget team approved last month. And then the instructional assistants, it's what Claudia had explained, and then this is year 2 of that transition. And I understand that CSCA has a new leadership board that came in, so this was something that we had been working with the old leadership.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted some clarification of how we came to all these numbers, because I had my head wrapped around the what we came up with at the last board meeting. So I know Trustee Carrasco had another question to ask.
It was more of a comment. What I wanted to say is that instructional assistants are essential in our classroom. They provide direct support to teachers, help students stay on track, reinforce learning, and assist their behavior challenges. Even if kindergarten classes are full-time, I've been in a classroom with kindergarteners and I need all hands-on. I have a 5-year-old, I need help. So I could just imagine with 25, cutting their positions would directly impact student success. If we're serious about providing the best education for our kids, we cannot afford to lose instructional aides who work with students every day. How do we attract students to our district when we cut the services they need on an everyday basis? I also want to point out that because of my 4 years working as an instructional aide, I realized that I too can become a teacher from just being in the classroom and helping the teacher. So essentially, many of these instructional aides are possible future teachers in our district, and I want us to keep that in mind. Additionally, we must recognize the needs of our student population, and I know that this was already voted on, but I just feel like I have to say it. A significant number of our students in our district come from undocumented families or are undocumented themselves. These students face unique challenges, including trauma and uncertainty, making access to mental health clinicians more important than ever. We cannot afford to eliminate these crucial services. At the heart of this discussion should be students. Every decision we make must prioritize their well-being, education, and future. I urge us to find solutions that do not compromise the support systems that our students rely in the classroom. I would like to use some of our funds to keep the positions at least for a year for the board to get more comfortable in their positions, and that we can sit down and look at more data and explore other options. I want this board to prove to our community that they matter, and that although we are stuck, I know we are stuck, we can take our time to make the right decision.
Thank you. Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor, but before we move on to that, I just want to thank our CSCA members for being here. I want to thank Pam Shanks and our Personnel Commission for the work that you do to to, I know this wasn't an easy job for you all, and I want to thank our cabinet and our superintendent. You're faced with a problem that you guys inherited. Every single one of you inherited this. This was all created, I want to say, all the way back to before 2019. And we had the opportunity to maybe right-size, fix things with some COVID monies, and we didn't. But like Jenny M. said earlier, it wasn't the right time. With everything that the world was going through, to then start laying off people would not have gone over well either. So I just ask this community that is here fighting for your community, if we cannot make decisions tonight that are going to help right size or help with our budget, I'm going to ask that you guys please be with us this next year, as difficult decisions are going to have to be made. Our hands will be tied. And if we can't come together and make some difficult decisions, the state will come in and make them for us. And I don't want that to happen. And I know some people have said that's a fear-mongering, but it's happened in our own county, and it's happening West Contra Costa, Oakland, Irvine. I mean, I can go on and on naming the school districts that are facing these same dilemmas. Now, as a board, we can decide to kick the can down the road a year, but I will assure you, seeing what we're seeing in this budget, we're gonna have to make these very hard decisions. And I just really do implore you to please come beside us and share with us. I've heard a lot tonight on what we can do differently as far as the communication. And I just, want you to know that you have our support, and I want our cabinet and superintendent to know that you have our support 100%. So can you please repeat your motion to clarify?
I'd like to make a motion that we don't accept this agenda item.
I'll second.
May I ask that you consider a modification if there are some items on this particular list, especially the ones that we already had approved?
I don't know that there is, because we have to run more numbers, especially if we're going to consider the solutions that our two fellow trustees put forward. I don't know if that's something we can do right now.
Okay, do you want to comment to that?
I'm not sure what we might look into, because some of this was already approved at the last meeting, and then this is just the resolution to accompany that. Actually, all of this was approved. For sure, the mental health clinicians piece was approved.
I'm just voting no, because I think maybe, again, once, we have new leadership at CSEA, and I just want them to be able to have a seat at the table. That's all that I'm saying.
So we have a first and a second for what Danny has proposed. Now, should the motion fail, we then can look at other motions. So I just want to make that clear to the board.
And I heard what you're saying right now. So is it that we need to go back and redo the vote for those cuts that we initially voted on? We can't? So I remember that we got called for a meeting because I had made a decision and we had to re-vote on that. So why is it that we can't take something that we already voted on and put that back on the table like we did with that last item?
That was because of the special circumstances that was under.
I think these are special circumstances too, so I think we should rescind that if that's the case, so if we need to, but I think we should vote this down and then reconsider that next motion as well, and reconsider that decision that we made, because I voted no.
Okay, so do we proceed with the? Okay, so we have a first and a second. Eva, can we do a roll call, please?
Trustee Judge Jr., your vote?
Trustee Dodge Jr.
No on this agenda item.
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
No.
Wait a second, if they're voting no, then they're again, you want to vote yes because it's your motion.
I'm just making sure, that's what.
Change your mind?
No, that's why I voted,
For keeping us straight.
that's why I voted. Okay, so I'm voting yes.
Okay,
Sorry, to my motion.
okay.
I'm voting yes to Trustee Dodge's motion.
Okay. Trustee Medina, your vote?
I am in full support of Daniel's motion.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Turley, your vote?
I think that's already 4.
It is.
Still got to vote.
I am going to vote, and I'm going to vote fiscally conservative because I think we're making a mistake to our budget. I think we're putting our district in jeopardy, and I know these cuts are painful. And I would like to entertain a modification, but I think that's off the table. So I'm sorry, but I am voting no.
Trustee Navarro, your vote?
This whole thing just makes me incredibly sad. I know that a lot of us worked last meeting to try to save as many of the mental health positions as possible. And in doing so, we kind of pushed the district to do something they didn't want to do and cut these other positions. And that's how they came up with these other numbers. And I don't want anybody being laid off, but I agree with Trustee Turley that this is not in the best interest for our department, our district. You know, I saw 2 news articles today about school districts in the Bay Area being closed down for similar reasons. I have concerns about federal funds drying up. I have concerns about declining enrollment. And, you know, our reserves basically is 2 months of salaries. And so for that reason, I'm voting no. Sorry.
President Flores, your vote?
I also, with a heavy heart, am voting no, because I know it is our responsibility to keep this district physically solvent, and I'm afraid that by saying no to all of these, we are going to find ourselves in a very difficult position. And so I just ask that our community partner up with us so that we can come to the board in a year in a different position. Thank you. So that passes 4-3-0. Okay, so now we have even more hard work to do. I am going to move us on to item 11.6, Resolution 24-25-16, reduction of particular kinds of certificated employee services for the 25-26 school year. This report will be presented by Brian Saxton, our Director of Human Resources.
Good evening, President Flores, Dr. Contreras, and board members. My name is Brian Saxton. I'm the Director of Certificated. I'm here tonight to present the Resolution 24-25-16. Do you have a short presentation there, Silvestre? Yeah. Some of this you have heard from Jenny, but I'll just go through it. So if you want to go to the next slide, Silvestre. All right, so these numbers of proposed reductions, which you've seen in your packet, and that have been on the public documents is actually an annual process. We do this every year to align our staffing with our enrollment. Having been in this position for the last 4 years, I can say that working with Cabinet, this has been one of the years that we all sat down and went through the process together instead of just being handed a number. So we were looking at class sizes, staffing ratios, special considerations for the variety of schools. Additionally, these reductions are also in part with the one-time funding is guided by the recommendations from the Sustainable Budget Team, which occurred on January 15th. The next slide, Sylvester, thanks. So as I said, we do this every year for our annual staffing. We look at our projections. Jenny has mentioned that we are in declining enrollment. So a number of our classrooms are not filled to the level they need to be sustaining, right? So we need to make our adjustments each year. You can see the chart there that Jenny referenced about our declining enrollment, about 3,400 students over the last 10 years. And then, all right, and so this resolution includes some additional levels of detail, right? We do go through with the union each year what's called the displacement process, where we look at schools that maybe have 1 or 2 more teachers than they need through attrition, retirements, possible non-reelects. We then reduce those schools and then fill them back up with teachers from other sites maybe that had some spots that needed to be filled, right? So we did work on that this year. We worked closely with the union and that in the past. Also inside of here, that number 80, it is a large number, but we also are already looking at our retirees, non-reelects, people that are resigning. So those are all included in that number. And one more, as we stated, we are looking at teacher retirements, vacancies, future resignations, et cetera. And then as we look to reduce staff, we are obligated to look at non-permanent staffing first per the California Ed Code. So if this was approved and we did have to move towards any kind of staff reduction, we do look at those categories before we move on to our tenure teachers. That is part of Ed Code. But we also are looking at seniority and credentialing. All right, so in your packet, you do see the resolution. It does list a variety of positions, and I do emphasize the positions, right, that need to be reduced for next year. Again, that includes retirees, resignations, things of that nature. And so that is my presentation. So, and then I ask you for your consideration for approval for this item.
Thank you. And so for this item, we have, I think we lost count, about 40 or 50, 40 some speaker cards. So I would like to make a motion that we, to be able to listen to everyone here who would like to speak, I'd like to make a motion to reduce the speaker time to 1 minute. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. All those in favor? Any abstaining? Okay, that passes. I'm one.
Can we get a roll call? I don't think we got the, can we get a roll call on that?
Okay, roll call on that, Eva. And this is just to give 1 minute per speaker so that we can listen to everyone and not adhere and not do our 20-minute limit. Okay, go ahead.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote? Trustee Turley, your vote?
A motion to reduce speaker times to 1 minute so that we, to allow everybody to speak, yes. Jessica, did you understand that?
Otherwise, we have to cut it to like 15 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so the motion's on the table, so we have Carrasco voted no, Trustee Turley? Yes.
Trustee Flynn?
I'd like to make a motion, sorry,
No, we have to.
Okay. Okay, yes.
Trustee Dodge Jr.? Trustee Medina?
No.
Trustee Navarro? President Flores?
Yes. So that passes 5-2. So going forward, Trustee Flynn, we're going to have, everyone will have 1 minute to speak, and we are going to have no cap on that. So we will listen to hear every single one of these cards.
And if there's any speakers that would allow, I guess we looked into legal about whether or not we could have special student cards and that. We didn't get a response. So we hadn't done that yet, but if anybody is willing to let the students go first, that would be okay. So we're going to start with Janice Velasco, and then I'm going to look through this to find the other students. Or all the students that put in cards can line up while I'm doing that.
Can I get like a step stool or something?
I need their names, so they're going to have to say their names.
Hello.
Can I say something? Since she's not calling them out, I need you to state your name so that I can take that on the minutes, please. So before you speak, state your name.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Grayson, and I am here to speak on behalf of many of the people in this room tonight. I want to address the fact that these jobs that are helping students create and express themselves are being cut. It's morally unacceptable to cut years of hard work and labor just for the numbers. I know so many people who don't just do their jobs for the money, but do them to engage with students and help them grow. Teachers and students are not numbers. We want budget cut proposal to change, and we want it now. I also want to talk about how some students are scared. They are scared that ICE officers are going to take their families and that they are losing teachers. It's scary that this is happening, but it's even scarier that most students have no idea what's going on. I urge you to tell the kids what is going on in the scary world we live in today, and we have the right to know what on earth is going on. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janice Velasco, and I'm a student at EAHO Middle School. You, the board, are considering maxing out our classes. How would you feel in overcrowded classroom? I wouldn't like to be in crowded classroom because it would be more of a distraction than an opportunity to learn. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lemmy Anastasopoulos, and I'm a sophomore at Aptos High. The proposed budget cuts are decisions that directly harm students, teachers, and our overall quality of education. This decision directly threatens VAPA classes, which are the reason I come to school every day. Many of these classes have smaller sizes, and under this policy, they won't even be offered. They'll be eliminated, stripping me of opportunities that will prepare me for college and careers. These courses are more than just extracurriculars. Not only do they provide a creative outlet, but they build confidence and foster teamwork and public speaking. Skills that will benefit me in the workforce. Cutting VAPA electives takes away these opportunities. You talk about making students college and career ready, yet you're actively removing the very classes that allow me to stand out on applications, discover career paths, and develop critical life skills. Our district should be investing in education, not making it harder for students to succeed. Budget cuts are hard. When you cut teachers, you aren't just reducing staff, you're dismantling the foundation of our education. I ask you to stand with students, stand with teachers, and find alternative solutions. We need a system that puts students first. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Rosario Lopez Garcia, a senior at Pajaro Valley High School. Time and time again, I've been disappointed and frustrated with the decisions that have come out of the board or district regarding my school. During my last year in ethnic studies, I had been working alongside my peers creating a presentation detailing the possibility of PV moving to a 7-period schedule. Working on this presentation, I learned about the numerous benefits that come with having 7 classes and was excited for PV students partaking in this new change, even though I would be missing out on it. Having 7 classes will grant these students new experiences. However, you deny the students of PV the opportunity and freedom to reach their academic potential. Instead, you use PVHS to relocate Renaissance students and staff, limiting our already scarce resources and facilities. It seems like folks here only ever ignore PV until we can be used to your convenience. I must encourage you to take into account the voices of our students and teachers to improve our school. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Trustees. I'm Jasmine Garcia, also a student from PB and a senior as well. Along with Rosario, I also learned about possibly going through that transition to a 7-period schedule for PV. But as I've seen here, the Board of Trustees made it seem like it's easy to propose that facilities to be built for not the sake of the students, for PV students, but for another institution, which is really hard for us, for especially those students that years ago had to wait and wait and wait. This 7-period schedule was for the purpose to maximize the potential, the resources we already have at PV High School. But with these budget cuts, it's going to make it even harder. We're even going to lose those resources we just have right now, and it's really not deserving. No teachers deserve that. It's especially those non-tenured teachers that have shown the passion and that enthusiasm to teach our students.
Hi, I'm Eddie, a junior at Pajaro Valley High School. When it's time to purchase things or come up with ideas for a campus, it's a guessing game for the district. My question is, why waste time and money on things that don't immediately address our needs when you can just come by and talk with the people you're supposed to be supporting, and we can tell you what should be kept or cut? In cutting teachers from schools, the district has made it impossible for elementary schools to provide students with the enrichment and teachers with enough time to prepare for the kids. I was introduced to music in elementary school, and playing in the band made me feel a sense of purpose when I really needed a place to belong. The thought of other kids not having this opportunity to grow makes me sad, and it should make you sad too. But maybe you can't be sad when you look at kids like they're just numbers. And cutting teachers at the high school level means the district has made it impossible for students to have a 7-period schedule. Removing students' chances to enroll in CTE, VAPA, and elective courses will further discourage students from coming to school. Students not coming to school is the very reason you need to make these budget cuts. If you get anything out of this, I hope it's that although the district is trying to run a business, don't overlook the people affected by your business decisions. If you would just go and mingle with the people of the schools you run, trust, the feeling of community and collaboration would blossom. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Good evening, board members. My name is Hilda Gazanfari, and I'm a senior at Pajaro Valley High School. As far as I know, over 80 staff members across our district are being let go, and that includes teachers at our high schools, and most important than that, our elementary schools. Getting rid of elementary school enrichment teachers is saying goodbye to the future of music programs in the district. I am one of the students at Pajaro Valley High School who initiated our marching band program and worked hard on helping it grow. And I assure you, if the students we receive every year have a solid academic background and music background, we will be competing at state and even national levels. Our students are one of the most hardworking and dedicated students I have ever seen, and you're constantly letting them down through your money-focused decisions. Second, I don't think you understand the importance of having mental health counselors at our sites. I remember speaking about this issue at the previous board meeting, and you cut the budget anyway. It's starting to feel like the school board doesn't care about student input and student voices. Have you ever thought that maybe the reason so many students are dropping out or not on track to graduate is because of their mental health, or that they're uninspired by the course offerings? I hope we would consider your decision. Thank you so much.
Do we have Evan, Cash here, or did they leave?
Cash isn't here.
Okay. All right.
Man, I hope these students get extra credit for speaking. Just throwing that out there, teachers.
Jesselyn Levine, Sarah Brothers, Greg Wilkinson, Christina Carter, and Bobby Pels.
I'm sorry, before we start, did we miss any students? Okay. Just want to make sure they're not just being quiet. Wanted to not miss them. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jesselyn Levine. I'm the choir teacher at Aptos Junior High School and Aptos High School. I took this job because there's a VAPA coordinator in this district. It's the only reason I took this job over another job that I was offered. I knew that this would be the right choice because I knew that that meant that arts was something that was cared for and advocated for by somebody else while I was busy doing what I was hired to do, which is work with students. Dr. Contreras and Jenny over here, our CBO, said that we are not on track to return this money to the state for Prop 28 this year. There is truth in that. However, Prop 28 is on a 3-year cycle. We're currently in year 2. If we do not hire enough VAPA teachers to cover that $1 million this year, we will return that money next year. And it seems that without a VAPA coordinator, that we would need to have principals do the work of figuring out how to spend it when they are relying right now on Stephanie Monroe, on our VAPA coordinator, to do that. I ask you to consider that if you have more questions about Prop 28, that they should go to the person who has been hired expressly to answer those questions about Prop 28. And if they are not being answered by her, then I would entreat you to ask why. I would like to express appreciation to the board members who are asking questions about Prop 28, and especially to Trustee Carrasco, who came the other day to listen specifically to some of our fine arts teachers who are expressing their concerns. So thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Katie. I'm reading this on behalf of Sarah Brothers, who had to leave. Good evening. I'm Katie Simpson. I'm the Arts Education Manager for the Arts Council Santa Cruz County, and Sarah's the Director. Okay, she's partnered with, I'm sorry, I don't know, I'm reading somebody else's speech. And she's partnered with PVUSD for over 13 years through Spectra and Mariposa Arts. I urge you to vote against the item that PVUSD has been a state leader in expanding visual and performing arts through LCAP funds. With roughly $3 billion in new annual funding from Prop 28, we should be growing, not cutting arts programs. Failing to utilize these funds risks student opportunities and could result in unspent funds returning to the state after the 3-year spending period. Eliminating the VAPA gate coordinator and cutting over 5 VAPA positions will severely limit oversight of state-minded curriculum and equitable arts access. Arts education improves academic performance, attendance, and student well-being. Cutting it undermines PVUSD's progress and jeopardizes state funding. Please reconsider the proposal. Let's protect equitable arts education and continue building the strong programs our students deserve. Thank you.
I'm Greg Wilkinson. I did my first year of teaching in this district last year. I'm also an Aptos High alumni. And the point I wanted to bring up was that one of the hardest things you can do, especially as a first year teacher, is just making it regular to call parents whenever there's behavior issues or grade issues. And my favorite thing that I learned last year was that was nothing to fear. The parents in this district, at least, always were supportive. They were always on my side. They always wanted what was best for their kids. And the thing that scares me about, a lot of things scare me about this possibility, but the thing that scares me the most is that parents won't be able, the hardest thing once I got over and realized the parents did want to talk to me, it was just getting every single parent that I needed to. And the idea that that you're gonna have to, double or triple the number of parents that you have to communicate with scares me, because it's gonna disconnect the parents from how their kids are doing, and it's gonna just widen that gap between them and their teacher, their child's teacher, because they trust us so much with their kids, and I don't want to ruin that trust.
Bobby Pell, Watsonville High. I'd like to address the so-called right sizing of our school district with a request that you stop calling it right sizing, because there's absolutely nothing right about laying off teachers. There is nothing right about eliminating mental health supports, and there is nothing right about putting the budget cuts on our students by maxing out class sizes. Rather than carefully considering how to balance the budget for this district in a way that protects all the stakeholders, you are creating an unnecessary shock to the system by putting a heavy burden on the teachers and doing a poor job of implementing the process. This is not right sizing at all. This is wrong, and you know it's wrong. If we lay off teachers now, it will take us years to recover, both in the support that we offer our students and the trust that we have in each other. I urge the board to direct the superintendent to get creative, find a better way to protect our teachers and our students. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for being here. This is a tough night for all of us. I'm a teacher at Minty White, and I would like to address again, one, I hope that you can also stay and not make a decision tonight about cutting 80 teachers. And let it set a little bit longer for people to get more information, and especially with new board, you're all new, and especially Joy, who just arrived. So I want to preface that, and then say that I'm very concerned with maxing out class sizes and what effect that would have on the classroom teacher and the students, and that would cause so many combination classes. And each grade level has standards that we need to help kids meet, and curriculum, and different ones for each grade. And having two groups together, that is an impossible job for a teacher to do, and it's even more impossible with no help other than just the kids and you. That's me, first grade teacher. That is crazy making. And the other thing I would like to address is intervention teachers. And this is from my colleague. If we cut intervention teachers, we're cutting the most vulnerable students' lifeline to success. If students cannot read on grade level, there's well-documented long-term adverse effects throughout their lives. Was that my time? Sorry. Okay.
Yes,
that's
thank
all.
you.
Morgan Hansen, Carrie Gill, Mary Murillo, Eric Solis, Brandon Nees, Rebecca Royston. I think that's 5. Okay.
Hi, my name is Morgan Hansen. I submitted for 11.6, probably should have been 11.5, as I am a site technology technician who would have been affected by the previous motion. But I stand here to speak in favor of all educators and all staff who work with children. I love what I do, and what I do is more than just a job description. I have started a game club for my middle school that I work at, Aptos Junior, that has allowed students access to technology far beyond what they may be able to access at home. I have created tournaments where I have engaged an entire student body in spectating and watching other students compete against each other in what may be silly video games to you, but it's a lifeline for them. I'm so nervous. This was viewed by an entire student body in an NPR on a overhead projector where a small student who is largely limited to a tiny social circle was hoisted above in the air by students that would never talk to them. And where I stand today and what I do to help would not be without the teachers that support our ecosystem and the classified staff that continue to support those teachers. Thank you.
Hi, Eric Solis, Radcliffe Elementary, VP of Membership for PVFT. I'm here to speak about the current right-sizing process that the district is pursuing. District has referenced the staffing ratios in the California Education Code as a justification for this process, but I want to challenge the assumption that simply defaulting to these prescribed ratios is an inherently good thing for our students and our schools. Anyone who works in the classroom, from teachers to support staff, knows how challenging it is to work with a full class load that these ratios often require. The reality is the maximum allowable class size is not always aligned with what is best for our students or our learning environment. The focus should not be on just meeting a minimum standard, but on what we can do to create optimal learning conditions for all our students. Why are we so focused on trying to max out the numbers and stretch out our resources to the limit? Why is the priority always to minimize the cost of staffing, often at the expense of the classroom experience? The focus on finances instead of on learning needs is contributing to a system that is overstretched and undersupported. Thank you.
All right, Brandon, Denise, PVFT, you all have to reject this motion just like you just stood up for the CSEA, stand up for the PVFT, because the data is just flawed. The seniority lists are not accurate. Our requests from information go unresponded to. And it is fear-mongering to talk about the state takeover when 3 years out, we still have $30 million in the budget. I was told that's not a lot of money. I understand we're talking about massive sums of money. The state's not going to come take us over when we are meeting our reserves. And transparency is not refusing to answer a question on public record. Transparency is answering those questions. And I think that the biggest issue with all of this, had this been done a little differently, transparency is not packaging the sustainable budget team cuts with these additional cuts that we want to make and putting it all on one resolution. Had those two been separated, that would have been transparency. Buzzwords, right sizing, alignment, restructuring, that is not transparency. If you want to be transparent, actually work with us. And board, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing you stand up for us now too.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Royston. I teach second grade at Radcliffe. I'm chair of PVFT's Committee on Political Education, and I live in Area 2. I want to thank those who bravely voted no on the resolution for CSCA. Voting no does not mean that you don't care about fiscal responsibility. It just means you're committed to finding creative solutions to our budget problems. So thank you. These layoffs are unnecessary and will devastate students' learning, mental health, and school stability. The sky is not falling. While PVUSD is required to keep $11.6 million in our reserves, it holds $55.8 million. Let's be strategic. I understand it's important to have a healthy reserve, but why maintain this extra reserve if it's ultimately harming our students? Instead of destabilizing schools, the district could allocate these funds to maintain positions for the next school year. You, our trustees, have that power. Use this time in the next school year to truly collaborate with your labor partners. And thank you. Let's go, Rebecca!
Still here?
I know Mary went home.
Okay. Caitlin Johnston, Rhea Hurt, Dustin Dennis, Nelly Vaquera, Dr. Barraza, Bobby Marchesalt.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Johnston. I'm semi-retired, and this is too late for me. Thank you, new board members. It's nice to see new faces. I've been in the district for over 27 years. I've seen this roller coaster before. I've been on this ride before. I have a suggestion, those of you who wanted creative ideas of other ways to save money. I know it's not simple, but it could be possible to look at selling or leasing the towers for a huge savings. I know that there's restrictions on how that money can be used, but there are exceptions to those restrictions. And one of the things that this extra time that hopefully we're going to buy by you postponing a decision on this is to look more deeply into that as a potential option. It keeps, where would all those people go in all the extra spaces? I just heard, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. There's 60% as schools are at 60% capacity. We moved an entire school to another school in 3 days when there was a flood. We already know we can do it. So, save money. Shutter the towers. Hey, thank you.
Hello, my name is Rhea Hurt. I am a curriculum and instruction coach
for Visual and Performing Arts, and I work closely with Stephanie Monroe, the VAPA coordinator for the district. Part of the role of our district right now is to work on projects that are associated with Proposition 28. So I was the one who was emailing information about it. The reason I was doing that is because it is really important to understand how this works. And although I really do appreciate Jenny M's position and understanding how to comply with what the auditors want, my perspective is from the programming side, which is the intent of the law. So if you actually look carefully at what they're saying is you're not supposed to supplant, which means you're not supposed to take existing positions and then use Prop 28 to pay for them. And you are supposed to use that money to build on arts programming for long term. If you have any other questions about that, feel free to ask me or Stephanie, who is the arts coordinator. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Dustin Dennis. I get to be a CTE construction teacher at Aptos High. I was dismayed to hear that our district is facing financial cuts. I understand that this can happen, but I also know that we can deal with these financial concerns while still prioritizing students. The proposed teacher layoffs and maxing out of class size does not prioritize students, academic or social emotional needs. As a CTE teacher in a wood shop, I have a classroom where my students have been able to accomplish amazing feats. We've been able to construct a tiny house, and that is really hard to do with a maximum class size. So let's be really careful about going for that maximum and keeping our class sizes as low as we can keep them. Thank you.
Good evening, Nelly Vaquera. I really appreciate all of our members who are coming in to speak their truth, because again, they're the ones that can tell you what the actual impacts are going to be. And I hope that what you're hearing is that there's a lot of tone deafness that's going on from the district administration side, and also spinning information, because y'all, most of you are new, and that is, and you're kind of being what, maybe gaslit? I don't know, as a language learner, there's some things that I'm still learning as far as figurative language and all that stuff. Anyways. First, I wanted to point out $24 million for payroll every month. I don't know if that's what I heard right, but looking at payroll between both units and employee benefits, that's only $16.4 million a month, payroll. Okay, that's benefits and statutories and all that. So that's, be careful. Closing positions, or, but then there's people retiring, all this stuff. This is a layoff notice. This is not necessary. There is another way. Y'all are being lied to. I was looking up a liar to end my little thing with like, oh, a liar, but y'all need to make sure you're not the ones getting played, because you're being played in your face.
Let's go, Nelly!
Dr. Barraza again. So Trustee Flores, board policy is not written in stone. It's something that you can change, so please stop hiding behind that, especially when the public is asking to be heard. I was appalled to find out that the district wants to put Renaissance High on PV High's campus. This is a horrible decision. Why is PV High once again being asked to sacrifice its campus? We are tired of being the district's stepchild. Renaissance should stay where it is, and if you want to know why it's there, I'm happy to give you the history, because I was a teacher here for a long time. SEBA should either, if SEBA can't stand on its own 2 feet, then they need to be reabsorbed into the district, because they take money away from us. We're talking about that. Let's have them reabsorb. The cuts that the district is proposing are a terrible proposal. At a time when our students continue to recover from long-lasting negative impacts of COVID, I believe it is reprehensible to consider cutting any staff, especially intervention teachers and support staff. Research consistently shows that when class sizes are increased, students perform poorly. Why would we want this for our students when many of them are still struggling to get by? The same goes for mental health clinicians. Suicidal ideation is an unprecedented high, I tell you, because I work with that personally. Why would we cut these positions? How is this supporting the well-being of our students? It's time to get creative and look into cutting in other areas. I do not understand why when there's cuts, the first thing we look at is people. Look at other things, buildings. We were talking about a lot of the schools being empty. Why don't we use some of those empty spaces instead of just having them there be empty? So I think there's a lot of places that we can look at. Let's not buy golf carts for Watsonville High. Maybe we just need to have people walk around. So look creatively. Don't stop looking at people as your first choice. Look at other places where you can cut. I am sure there are plenty of places. Or use the resources like somebody mentioned earlier, rent it out. So I'm sure there's a lot of creative things that we can do. Just look. And next time we have a big crowd, let's do the mellow.
Yes, you did vote last meeting for some of these cuts. As I said then, I don't know how you do that without looking at what the FTEs are and how many people you're affecting. That's what's happened today. We didn't have that conversation, and now we're seeing it. And so just because you voted for it doesn't mean you need to move forward with this. We talked about cuts being away from the classroom, right? The question was asked last week about the district office. Where is there to cut there? What I remember the answer being was talking about other funding streams we can't hit, and went to food services. I guarantee you we're not talking about food services when we say look at the district office. So we need to ask more specific questions. How much money that can be affected is in the district office? How much of that is FTEs? How much of that goes to salary? So we actually know what that number is. I don't know if there's space there, but we're not getting the answers we need to actually respond to that. And also I had a hard time with the language around the release teachers being an easy choice at the beginning there. As I said, even 12 release teachers, that's not enough information. What subjects are we losing there, and how is that going to affect individual students? These are all questions we need to be asking. I agree with a statement earlier that closing sites is a last resort, but so is layoffs. And so this next year needs to be a conversation between those two last resorts too, and what the effects of those are. Thanks.
Ari Estrada, Ann Twitchell, Joel Smith. I don't know. Dr. Billisich, Pam Sexton, Roddy Kirkman. And then while we're lining up, Francisco Rodriguez, Donna Lefevre, Laura Zucker. Oh, Ari Estrada, is he here? You guys, if I called your name, you can just come up to the podium.
President Flores.
And maybe just state your name. Thanks.
Pause for a second.
My name is Joel Smith. I teach art and CTE at Aptos High. I'm coming up to share. I was informed on Friday that I would be cut if these cuts went through. I know that I've come from a school district where they made cuts on false information, and SAC Unified, they cut 200 teachers 1 year on incorrect information. They found out they had a surplus afterwards. Those positions rippled through the district for years, and still to this day, some of them are unfilled. I know that at Aptos, I've had an amazing experience. I've taught there for 5 years. I have a full credential. I was trained in CTE. I've seen my students, a lot of them tell me they come to school because of this class. I just want to share that I think more time needs to be taken to look at this and look at the whole picture. I reinforce the idea that we need to look at the numbers that you're being fed and make sure. Many times districts have made these cuts and then they're hiring the next year staff that are not qualified in their specific positions. Thank you.
Okay, I was asked to pause just 1 minute. Trustee Flynn?
While everybody was walking up, I was just going to ask if we could just stand up and stretch for a second, because we've all been sitting for so long. Yeah, but we can wait till everybody's done. It seemed like a good time at that moment, but we've moved on from then. Okay. So thank you.
I'll wait. Okay.
Good evening. I'm going to just reiterate a lot of the points that everybody else here is making, is that you guys are not getting the full picture and you're not getting all of the accurate information. And if you were, it wouldn't be so difficult to make this decision right now because you already voted on a sustainable budget proposal. So as Nellie stated, these do not need to be part of a layoff resolution. According to the Sentinel, how many? 39 of those? No, 14 of those are retirements. 39 of those are not tenured or permanent teachers. We have never had a layoff resolution for those instances. So why are we having it now? And also, while we're doing a history lesson, I was a negotiator for the PVFT, and I could provide you with years of history of what the district is projecting their ending reserve to be, and then what the actuals are, and it is always way higher, way, way higher. Besides that, the 100 million of one-time funding did not go to all staffing. Actually, close to or more than half of it went to facilities, maintenance, PPE, so you really are not getting the whole picture here.
Hi, y'all. My name is Doug DeMuth. I had a million things I wanted to say, but the one thing that struck a nerve was when I saw those 38 underqualified teachers, and I thought, wow, 1999, that was me. I was doing my student teaching. I got asked to step up from science and teach math, and I did a 3/5 job, got paid $14,000, worked a night job. And if I had gotten laid off at that point, I don't know if I'd be here 30 years later almost. I don't know if I'd had the chance to work with Peggy Pugh and Julie Edwards, get the 7-period day at Aptos that is just so enriching for our kids. They love all the extra opportunities they have to take classes that don't fit in the college prep or grad requirements. I don't know if I would have moved my kids into this district. I don't know if they'd have Brian Saxton as a principal, which was amazing for them. They always talk about him all the time. So again, those are potential future lifers for PV, teachers that are, enthusiastic and doing it for the love of teaching, the one the students bond with. And I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. I just really encourage you to think of those as not numbers, but some of your future teachers that could be here for the long haul. Thank you very much.
Hi, Pam Sexton, and I am part of PVFT, proud union member. I want to say thank you for your vote on the last item. And please, this is drastic. It was presented as this is something that happens every year, but this is drastic. And it's not necessary right now. We have the reserves, we've seen that. And be creative. So we have a lot of new board members, and a lot of what you talked about in campaigning was being creative. Now is the time to do it, and this is not creative. This is a top-down, not really looking at that impact in the classroom. And before my time's up, so SROs should be funded by law enforcement, not by our schools. It should not be on the backs of our kids.
Thank you, Francisco Rodriguez, with the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council. We are the union of unions in Santa Cruz and Monterey County. We have over 80 affiliates representing about 36,000 union members. Many of those union members are the parents, uncles, and friends of students. In fact, I know a couple of you may be union members as well. And first of all, I just want to say, congratulate you on a courageous decision that you made. And as Trustee Flores pointed out, the hard work now begins for you. You need to go out there to the sites, talk to your teachers, talk to your classified staff, talk to the students to make sure that you are making the good decision. And before my time ends, since we are talking about being creative, please agendize a project labor agreement for that bond so that we ensure that people that are working for you are getting paid right and with benefits and pensions that they deserve. Thank you.
Good evening. President Flores, Vice President Dr. Navarro,
esteemed trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Contreras. As elected leaders of our district, you are entrusted with the responsibility to guide our community through challenging times and new opportunities. While difficult decisions are never easy, they are necessary for the health and future of our students, our staff, and our entire district. When Dr. Contreras was hired, she immediately looked at our financial position and she started the attendance campaign, very successful. I'm kind of worried about time here, so due to the use of one-time funds and certain positions can no longer be sustainable. Additionally, with declining enrollment, some positions must be reduced. Trustees, it is now up to you, the decision makers, to guide us forward. Each decision you make must prioritize the long-term stability, progress, and financial health of the district. I understand as a politician that these decisions are tough, very tough, but you have to make them. You know, I'll leave it at that. I think your leadership is vital, and it's imperative that we move forward in a way that supports Dr. Contreras' strategic direction. I hope you will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to admit that I find it hugely disrespectful that when the first person who might show a slight opposition goes over, we hear so much comments from the audience, and we never heard that before when several people went over. And so I just please ask to maintain that respectability. Doing thumbs down, I'm sorry, but we can do better. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Donna Lefevre. I am a teacher, math teacher at Watsonville High School and coach, but I'm also here trying to advocate for my sister that is a new teacher into our district this year. She works as a resource teacher in elementary school, and the kind of professional experience that she brings from the past school that she was at, working with a variety of students, she's bringing some valuable information and knowledge into our district that is often not really present in the conversation. And I think that's true for a lot of our new teachers. We have young perspectives coming into the field, and we want to make sure that we hold on to them and protect those voices. So we need to make sure we're not just looking at the newest teachers hired to let those go. I'm heartbroken to think about losing any VAPA teachers and putting a problem on our arts programs and the work that goes into those and how helpful they are for our students. And I just want to double down on class sizes. They should be small so that we can build good relationships with our kids and they can be well supported. So please do not support this this thing. Yeah, thanks.
Double check that Ann Twitchell, Dr. Billisett, Roddy Kirkman, and Laura Zucker. We didn't hear from all of them. No. Okay. Just wanted to make sure they weren't still here. Rebecca Clark, Isabel Turner, Uzis Reyes, Jesselyn Levine, Graciela Vega, Chris Webb, Brandon Freeman, and Sam Rudolph.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Haley Clark. I'm the Director of Education at Santa Cruz Shakespeare. Beyond being an artist, educator, teacher of ethnic studies, where I go into the schools and teach Shakespeare and social justice, I'm here just to tell you that the arts raise test scores, but I don't need to tell you that because you already know that. I don't need to tell you that the arts increase social emotional learning because you already know that. I don't need to tell you that the arts create community and safe spaces for our struggling students because you already know that. I don't need to tell you how the arts integrate and synthesize all of the subjects because you already know that. I don't need to tell you how the arts inspire our students to dream, create, and grow because you already know that. I don't need to tell you how the arts teach our students to think for themselves, because you already know that. I'll end with some Shakespeare. I know this is not an easy thing to do, but screw your courage to the sticking place and will not fail. Thank you.
Good evening, Uziel Reyes. This Friday, I was shared by Kristen McLean, who I know is in this room, warned me that my position was going to be eliminated. My newcomer position is a crucial position that supports students that come in with asylum, who are newcomers to this country, who are finding a better life because they were threatened or possibly a family member had kidnapped in their home country. This position is very crucial, especially right now in this political climate that we're in. Look at the students we serve. They're mainly Hispanic or Latino. They see me in them. They want me to support them. So please do not cut the position itself because it's a very crucial position. Our immigrant or our migrant, our hardworking families who come in and day out for a paycheck. Lastly, Trustee Carrasco, I hope that we can meet soon at Rolling Hills and see the amazing work that our counselors have made there and the amazing progress that we have created and the atmosphere that we created between the counseling team. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Isabel Tanzer with El Sistema Santa Cruz. I really wish I wouldn't have to come here. I really thought that with Prop 28, art wouldn't have to be cut. And I went many times in front of a board many years ago before Prop 28 because art was always the first thing to be cut. So I wish I didn't have to be here to remind you of the importance of the arts. And, well, let's hope that Prop 28 will be still covering all the art teachers that we need in our school and also a VAPA coordinator. Thank you.
My name is Graciela Vega. I'm speaking as a mother and a teacher and a community member of Watsonville. The arts has saved me because it's allowed me to use my creativity in the classroom through poetry, through visual arts, through radio shows at Renaissance High School when I was there, putting on productions. We put on Tartuffe at Renaissance High. We created our costumes. We had our stage there. And the attendance while that was happening was up, even though sometimes the students would say, "Hi, teacher, I'm not going to put that on." And yes, they did. With creativity, all solutions can come forward. We need to think creatively. I voted in this election because I believe in creative solutions, so please think creative.
I worry that rashly made radical cuts are going to aggravate our situation and not make it better. When I think of this notion of maxing out class sizes, I feel like it does not serve our established priority of teaching and learning, and I don't think it serves students' well-being or teachers' well-being. I think we need to cut any consultant that's telling you that these are the board's meetings in public. That entire philosophy is flawed. It's toxic. I see it over the hill. It's ruining districts. Cut that right away. Additional prerequisites. Actually, the radical move we should be discussing is yours, Trustee Medina, about suing related to pesticides. If anyone looks into it, 1,3-dichloropropene is like all over this area. I don't think it's a coincidence, our SPED numbers. Look at that, get that revenue there. Sometimes I want to buy lunch from the school, I can't even pay. They don't have a way to take money. Where's the billing for mental health? There's all these added revenue things that are not being addressed. And this is not transparent if for weeks and weeks, people are asking about like, how much did we spend to attack teachers on our PN days? We never heard the cost of that bad decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And before our next speaker proceeds, I'm sorry, we are coming close to our 10:30 time. And so I'd like to ask that we have a motion to extend our meeting. And when presenting a time, please take into consideration, we still have to go back to consent and then all of our other action. So, oh, and we're going back to closed session.
I move that we extend the meeting till 1 a.m.
I second, regretfully.
Okay, hopefully 1 a.m.
I
is
had a
enough
Red Bull, so
time.
I'm good. Let's go.
So we have a motion and a second to extend the meeting till 1 a.m. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay, that passes 7-0-0. And I'm sorry that I had to interrupt, but now you may proceed.
That's okay. Hi, I'm Brannon Freeman. I teach art at Bradley and at Starlight. I'd just like to encourage all of us to take a deep breath in and a deep breath out, because this is really heavy. I also want to speak to the elementary release positions that are on the slide. Those are art teachers. Those are credentialed art teachers, music teachers, dance and theater. Those are also PE teachers and science. If you're proposing to cut release teachers, you're proposing to cut arts programming. That's essential for places where students express themselves, safe spaces to take creative risks. I love encouraging my students to make mistakes and work with them and rejoice in the discoveries that they make. Please provide arts for all of our students. Don't take those things away. Thank you. Deep breath in. Deep breath out.
Hi, my name is Susanna Blake, and I am the Lakeview Middle School band director. Just to add on to the communications, you've heard already so far, I wanted to say that I'm not just a teacher. This is my second career. I came from a background in HR of 15 years, and I myself often took part in layoffs. And I have to tell you that the way this is being conducted is really hurting morale. Never in my wildest dreams would I have set out a reduction in force list like this without talking to the teachers that were exactly being affected first. This is really bad form and would never happen in private industry. Should treat teachers better than that. I also wanted to mention that VAPA classes are one of the few places where students with special needs are mainstreamed. And in my experience, I've had over 50% special ed in a class at one time. And if you're considering cutting VAPA classes, you're gonna hurt possible legal requirements for mainstreaming special ed students. Thank you.
That's facts right there. That's facts.
Okay, I believe that is the final card. So did we miss anybody? Yes? Go ahead and come forward. It was a little confusing with shuffling around the students and everything, so I'm sorry if we missed your card.
All right, so we're limited to 1 minute. I'm Ann Black, and I am a science release teacher at Landmark Elementary School. And I will tell you that I felt completely blindsided when that list was released. That directly affects me. And there are, of course, the art and the music teacher. And so we're all left to say, well, what's going to happen? How are you consolidating us? And then where would I go? And as I thought about all the different things that could happen, and the one thing that really made me break down was having to say goodbye to my students that I'd been with for 2 years. I'm with them for 3 years now, and I know how much they appreciate me, and they love coming to my class, and they love science, and they love getting their hands in things that they don't get to do in the regular classroom because we're wasting money on all these educational apps and plugging them into the classroom all day because we think a computer can teach a kid to read and write and do math better than a teacher, and they can't. And also the computer is not going to teach kids science, but people can.
Lucia Herrera, BAPA teacher. Remember what is going on in LA. Do not forget that. Right now, there's a big suit to the district in LA because they're not doing what they're supposed to do with Prop 28 money. So open your eyes, check before deciding anything today, and check again later. Do not forget about what is going on in LA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And now I will move the discussion to the board. Who would like to start?
I'm happy to.
Trustee Flynn.
So, a few things. We're limited by a budget. Those are facts. We're limited by ADA. Those are facts. But the thing that I keep talking about and that keeps coming up are creative solutions, and I've heard some. One of the things that the students said that were really sticking out to me is it's why they go to school. It's why they go. And that answers a problem or provides a solution to an issue that we're having with attendance. I heard somebody say something about, helping with their mental health. That also addresses something that we are in need of support around for our students. So as I mentioned, day 7, but I don't want that to be an excuse. I've done research over the last few days, and I've been watching over the last few months and years. I'm a former PVUSD parent, and so I do know more than I give myself credit for. But with these Prop 28 funds, I'm not quite sure I understand why that piece hasn't been presented to us as a proper solution to fill these space, because it's for personnel, and that's what we're talking about here is personnel. So maybe somebody can speak to me about why that isn't an option, or how we can make that an option.
The Proposition 28 dollars and the way we are staffing our sites with Proposition 28 is kind of a separate thing, and I'm not sure how that's getting convoluted into the discussion around positions and our right sizing. Or I guess a better way to look at it is our alignment of the number of students in our enrollment and the number of teachers needed to teach our students per the way we're funded. So our Proposition 28 dollars are a program that is funded through a legislative action. We will always get those dollars, and it is through a per pupil allocation. Those dollars are directly tied to students, much like our enrollment dollars are directly tied to the number of students we have. So the way a school site decides how to spend their Proposition 28 dollars, which is meant for VAPA, Visual and Performing Arts, is determined by the school site. Hopefully with input from students, families, and the community. They can decide that maybe theater arts is something they would like to do, or they want cinema, or they want dance. But it is really determined by that input. And then it's a percentage. They might not have enough funding, like Jenny mentioned earlier. A particular problem is like Duncan Holbert. It's a very tiny site. They're getting a per pupil allocation. And so sometimes like being able to find enough money to fund a person can be a challenge. They can hire someone who's classified, or they can hire someone who's certificated. They can hire someone who's on an extended work request, extra work request. And then the law reads that 80% of whatever allocation a school site receives must be on personnel. Then the remaining amount of dollars, the 20%, is to help run whatever that program is, so whatever supplies are needed and necessary. So I think there became concerns around Proposition 28 maybe because of the VAPA coordinator position that is listed on this list. The VAPA coordinator position is not funded through Proposition 28 at all. That position was added through one-time ESSER dollars. In an analysis that was done of how our district is just organized and what supports we need and how things are moving and gathering input from our sites, the sites feel that they're running their VAPA programs, they have what they need. That's just site input. Now, you do see on this list some VAPA teachers being recommended for reduction. That is also per enrollment needs. So you'll notice on here, VAPA teachers for high schools. So when high schools went through their staffing, one of the things that high schools do when they're building their master schedule is they're looking at what were the courses that students are most interested in, especially electives. That's how electives are designed at school sites. And so some electives end up, not necessarily like a teacher position, but like an elective course that is maybe one teacher teaches and then suddenly students don't really like that particular class section. Those ebb and flow because it's based on what the students want to be enrolled in. And so when high schools are building their master schedule, they're actually asking students what they're interested in. What do you want to enroll in for your elective courses? And so that is partly determined by the needs of the site. So that's what you're seeing there. As for at the elementary level, per contract, we have teachers who provide release time to our teachers. So our elementary teachers are very hardworking folks. They teach their students, but they also have to make parent phone calls and enter grades and do report cards and all sorts of different things, prepare lesson plans. And so they have release time that's during the school day that's designed to not be student contact time so that they can do those additional ancillary things that they might need to do. We provide the release time through what we call a release teacher, and the different school sites have different types of release teachers or services at each school site. When we looked at our staffing and what the needs are to meet the contractual levels for the teachers at the school sites, so we have to follow contracts. So every teacher is guaranteed a certain number of minutes per week. It was determined that we were overstaffed with release teachers. The release teachers provide services in a variety of areas at the school sites. Some are science, some are PE, and some are art. They have to provide the right release time, and then that's when students get their science, PE, or art. I don't know what happens if they had extra time at the site. Maybe they were getting an extra dose of art, or maybe they were supporting the teacher with push-in. But the release teachers was just alignment of this additional prep time or release time that wasn't matching up to the number of teachers we have. So those services are being reduced because we don't have the number of teachers or classrooms that need those services. In essence, the students aren't being reduced from the services. I hope that is helpful.
It's a lot to absorb.
It is. Yeah.
And I'm getting a lot of different information. And I'm not quite sure. I'm going to push back a little bit because I feel like there's an opportunity here for these funds to be used in a creative manner to keep some of these positions. We have to have somebody who's overseeing the this project, so couldn't that be the coordinator?
I'm going to say, we can do anything, but we can't do everything. And these are really hard decisions. I agree 100%. But we added positions with one-time dollars. We have very steep declining enrollment. We have not addressed either of those things. And right now, our budget has 93% of that budget in salary and benefits. So when we talk about being creative in making reductions, we only have 7% of our programming to be creative around. That's not a lot to work with. And so,
But we're not working within that, right? I'm talking about something else that's outside of that.
like attracting revenue?
No, that's Prop 28.
Oh,
That does not
the Prop
affect the
28
general.
funds are pretty strict. Like, here's your per pupil allocation site, here's what you get, and it's the site decision on how they spend that.
Okay, well, can we bring it to the sites and see what it is that they're wanting?
That is what they do.
Dr. Contreras, can I interject one thing here? Trustee Flynn. So I think I'm trying to understand your question in that if a site is cutting a VAPA teacher, instead of cutting the teacher, could they then be Prop 28 funded? Is that what you're asking?
Essentially.
Okay, so that's where we have to be really careful because that becomes supplanting. So we can't take an existing position like that and just automatically roll it over into Prop 28 funds. So that's where it gets tricky with using those funds. So what can happen, though, is, like Dr. Contreras mentioned earlier, Prop 28 funding is a per pupil allocation. So that money, even though we're getting money every year, that money amount will vary based on the number of students that are at the site each year. What that means is the base, also what was considered that base number of students, which determines the allocation, that fluctuates as well. So we would have to show that reductions are needing to happen based on our FTE to student ratio. And then we build the programs and can use Prop 28 funds to continue to work on that program and build it. So, and then just to address another issue with overseeing the Prop 28, if this were to pass, the Prop 28 would sit, the financial piece of it sits with me. So that's where I would be overseeing that. The programming, VAPA programming is not going away. And thankfully, because we have the Prop 28, that is something that we will be able to continue to build programs at the sites.
Can I add a little bit to this discussion as well? Because I asked, we got a lot of emails, and every time we'd get one, like Trustee Navarro said, we'd go running to someone to help clarify. I did look into the LA Unified, and I was told, what they're exactly in trouble for is moving monies around, and so we need to be very cautious with that. I was also informed we have a finance director who's taken it upon himself, and I thank you for that, for becoming like the know-it-all for Proposition 28. And he's really the one that is making sure these monies are being spent the way they're supposed to be spent. And that was really, I would like to hear that. And then also, Dr. Contreras, can you speak a little bit to the STEAM position? Because I think, okay.
So the STEAM director position is one that when we were looking at how we could do, and I know people don't want to hear the word restructure, but that's essentially, there really isn't any other word for it when you're looking at how you're going to reorganize a division or a department. So when we were looking at ways to restructure, we did look at other districts that were about our size and had similar populations. And we're looking to see, not only were we looking at determining staffing ratios for classroom sites, all of the administrators, all of those pieces, but we were also looking at it in terms of district level positions, meaning the director position, excuse me, not district level, director positions. In that, one of the things that we found is that a lot of districts our size were actually combining the number of combining positions as a way to help reduce, but at the same time maintain that programming. So there are other positions out there that are STEAM director positions, and I know sometimes people look at it as, oh, well, STEAM isn't going to be able to really focus in on particular content areas, but I would argue that in that a STEAM director would be knowledgeable on all of those. With the restructure in CNI, curriculum and instruction, job duties would also be moved around as well. So for example, like I said before, like the Prop 28 piece, that would become my responsibility to make sure that I'm meeting with the principals and following up and in conjunction with the STEAM director to make sure that there's also that support going on for the implementation piece. The other layer to this is I feel like we need to have more teacher input on that. So one of the things that we are also looking at is, and we have our first meeting next week, and teachers who are listening, we still have spots open. We're starting our Visionary Network. It's a team of teachers, TK through 12. And one of the things that we're looking at, well, the big thing that we're looking at is developing our PVOSD instructional framework and our instructional core. So I really want to make sure that we have teachers from different areas. I know we've got, it's actually split pretty 50-50 right now between elementary and secondary teachers. So we do have single subject folks that are joining the team, anywhere from our special services department, and we do have VAPA teachers who have signed up to participate as well because we need everyone's voice in the room. So that part of that work is helping guide what instruction is going to be looking like across our system TK-12. So that, and also one of the other things that currently happens, which would not go away, we have several of our content areas actually do community of practices, which are teacher-led. We have instructional coaches that help participate those. They organize them, set up the dates. But I mean, we even have them for ethnic studies, we've got them for art, but there are community of practices essentially where the teachers are coming together and it's a collaborative process for planning instruction. It's not a director-led piece.
Trustee Flynn, did you have more questions?
I do. I'm just not happy with the options that are being set before me. I don't know why this was chosen, because if we are, I mean, if coming from the towers, these decisions are being put forth, how is it in alignment with supporting the students? And it's like three things that we could, like, we're gonna increase just by, oh my gosh, we're increasing attendance with the arts is what I'm hearing from the public. We're supporting social and emotional. And then there was one other thing that I can't think of at the moment, but I just, and obviously I'm late to the game in a lot of ways because some of these things have already been set into motion and I have to make these decisions, and maybe I'll get it together and maybe I won't, but that's dependent on what you all think. But the other thing that had come up that Dr. Contreras, I wanted you to speak to is somebody had said they've never seen a resolution, a layoff resolution like this before. And I think you've spoken to that, but I feel like it deserves addressing in our effort to be transparent.
Yes. So in the past, this has been brought into closed session. It has not been brought in open session. This type of resolution, when you are closing positions, should be done in open session. So we're bringing it forward in open session, and this will be a continued practice going forward because teachers and the public deserve to have it done in open session, as hard as that is. This list, in full transparency, is inclusive of all different positions that are closing. So it's people who have retired are on this list. People who have resigned are on this list. And those are positions that we're not filling. We won't advertise those positions for next year because we won't need to fill those positions.
Thank you for that. And in a lot of ways, I just am, I guess, disappointed that there was the arts as even an option. Oh, I remember the other thing is that the VAPA and GATE, maybe that was combined in 2020 with one-time funds, but GATE has been around for a really long time. My son is a GATE student, and that was 4th grade. He's a junior in high school now. So I just want to make that clear. I don't, maybe I'm not understanding because you had said that was one-time funding.
And Trustee Flynn, if I could
Yes.
provide a point of clarification. So the GATE VAPA coordinator position was funded by the unrestricted general fund. So that was not a position that had been moved into one-time funds. And if I may just kind of, I think hearing you speak, I'm really relating to what you're feeling, what the entire board is feeling, which is I've never had to make a recommendation that felt so wrong in my gut. I feel sick to my stomach. I knew when I came into this position, I actually did not want to come into this position because I saw where the district was heading. I am a public servant. I've worked in government and schools for 15 years. Claudia, Michael, Dr. Contreras all started as teachers, and that love for students does not go away. Angelica has been the director of Migrant Seasonal Head Start and served our most vulnerable community members. So I say that because I can sense kind of a feeling from our board, especially the new board members, that it has to feel right. But I think what I want to kind of express is that this kind of decision is never going to feel right. It doesn't feel right for me even now, even though I have spent, I think, every single weekend since I started 2 years ago working. I have not stopped working because my mind does not stop running the numbers because I am scared that I'm wrong. And I have double checked. I have gotten other experts to look at what's happening. And I feel for the new board members. We started this process 2 years ago. We've been very transparent with the board, with the community, where we are heading. We started the sustainable budget team in September. And I apologize to the new board members that you're stepping into this very, very difficult position. I think what I want to ask you, truly ask you, is we are in this position right now because our district has failed to make the right decisions for many, many years. I went back and looked at the 2 years where I did see efforts to bring resolutions for a reduction of a particular kind of classified employee service that had the exhibits attached. There were 2 instances that I found. Even when it was 1 FTE,
the board was not able to make a decision even when that grant was coming to an end or reducing. So what that tells me is it does not matter how many FTE, but what I will guarantee you, Trustee Flynn and Medina and Carrasco and Danny Dodge Jr., is that when this comes back next year, it is not going to be any easier because this number is going to be greater. And what I want to really express is the process that we undertook was not perfect. We had a lot of learning because it was the first time the district did anything like this ever. And I don't know many other districts that did, so we absolutely learned a lot. But we absolutely tried our best to be as open and transparent, coming as brand new cabinet members as well. So what I want to really say is, it will never feel right. We are aligning our staffing to enrollment numbers that are in our collective bargaining agreement. The collective bargaining agreement is the basis for our staffing as well as our budget. We actually engage in class size reduction. So our K through third, we have class size maxes of, I believe, 24, which is less than what is in California Ed Code. For kindergarten, I believe it's 33, and 1, 2, 3, it's 32. Yes, in the California Education Code. Not our contract, but in California Education Code. So in our contract, it is 24. And then, so what I want to say is, if we as a community and as a board, if we can't even align our budget and our staffing to our collective bargaining agreement, I'm asking then what will happen next year? I'm hearing a lot of calls for creative solutions. Those creative solutions, I can guarantee you, are in the works right now. We are looking at those. School reorganization will be part of the next phase of community input that we'll have to undertake. Those things take years. We have to right-size our budget right now, and we can have time to look at those creative solutions. They will take years to really get going. So that's all I have to say.
Can I add to that too? You guys haven't leveraged all your guys' tools that you have. You haven't. Pajaro Middle School was flooded. Students were displaced for 1 year. And Heather, or anybody on the cabinet, did you guys take any legal action in order to get funding so we could actually fix that school and give those students the services that they deserve?
Trustee Medina,
It's a yes or no. Did you take any legal action?
Trustee Medina, you ran on a platform of respect.
Absolutely.
I have never felt more disrespected than I have by you since I started. So I ask you to come alongside our very hardworking M&O department and find solutions to move forward.
I'm giving you guys a solution right now, and you guys haven't listened. These people in Pajaro have gone through so much. You're taking away their social emotional services. You're taking away their arts programs. And let me tell you something. I was one of those students who had STEM shoved down their throat as an artist. I had teachers tell me that doors are gonna close because I wanted to be an artist. The way that this budget is aligned right now does not show any respect for artists. And that's what concerns me. Arts are helpful. I have ADHD and dyslexia. You know what the arts did for me? They made me understand who I was and who I could be. All right? So you guys are looking at numbers. I get that, but the arts are vital. The arts help with social emotional support. And that's what we're not looking at. And I apologize if you feel that way, but guess what? I think we need to have some disciplinary actions at this level. I'm hearing a lot about HR making misclassifications. I'm hearing about stuff that's happening at Emerald City, and nothing's going on where we're looking at Oz to see what's going on. That's my concern. There is such a huge disconnect, and you're putting this on the backs of people that are working hard now because of mistakes that were made by other people back then. That is not fair. So I'm asking you guys, look at your reserves, look at legal, because a lot of our students were displaced during that time, and it still feels like you guys don't care. It does. And I'm listening to my constituents. I'm listening to my students. Like you said, they put me in this position because they felt neglected, unheard, and they want some changes. And that's exactly what we need to do. And I don't think that you all did your due diligence to talk to the people and our stakeholders. That's why they're here tonight. How many of you are artists right now? How many of you are artists? Please raise your hand. Thank you. And I'm not seeing any of you raise your hand. So how could you speak on behalf of artists without going to them, understanding them, and getting their feedback on these things? That's what gets me upset. So Jenny, I see that you're crunching numbers, but you haven't used all your leverages that you guys have. You haven't. And again, I don't want these people to pay for the mistakes that that district office did, because they shouldn't have to pay for that. We need some, and I am astonished that we do not have a policy on communication from the district office. And I'm gonna be introducing that soon, because if a teacher is going on, not getting feedback for 3 months, not getting reported on what they need follow-up on, that is not cool. And I see you all disciplining them. But where's the discipline on you all? And I think that's what we need to do as a board, is start checking that. Because I don't like the numbers that I'm seeing. I don't like this discussion that's going on, because it feels like there's a dramatic disconnect. So that's all I have to say. I'm gonna be voting no on this, because we're going in circles. You're telling us something. I don't understand what you're saying, because I need time to understand that. I have ADHD. You're putting this thing in a rushed way. This feels like exactly what's going up at the top. You guys are signing executive orders left and right. Here, prove that, prove that. No, we don't need that. Okay, so I'll leave you with this. Student outcomes don't change until adult behavior changes. And I think you all need to listen and really abide by that. Thank you.
Trustee Medina, if you're done, can you please turn off the mic? Just so, your mic. Thank you. And also, nope, sorry, nope. You've had your time to speak. We are having a, if he wants to clarify that, he can.
What was my question?
Oh my gosh. Okay, I was actually gonna address specifically that. So even if, and that's a huge if, we were to undertake that, any monies that come in couldn't be used to pay our staff. There's huge regulations around funding. And like was mentioned earlier, the state has decided how much each pupil gets. The state has decided what we're supposed to have our class sizes at, and that's how they decide, okay, this is what you get. We as a district decided we don't want to adhere to those numbers, we're gonna lower them. So by doing that, we made the decision that we're gonna have to maybe, give somewhere else. I'm not saying it needs to be the arts. This is strictly just regarding the lawsuit you keep bringing up. I'm not saying that that's not something that maybe, you want to pursue, but that's not going to solve our problem today. And it's not even going to solve our problem in 10 years, because that money, if it was to come in, would be allocated to some other, I don't even know how that would work. The school. It would go back to the school site. But Trustee Turley, you can go ahead and proceed next.
So then that's a no, we haven't taken any legal action?
No.
So no, cool. That shows how much we care. That's all I'm gonna say.
I love you, Gabe, but as somebody who's been in 3 or 4 major lawsuits, it's so freaking expensive and takes so long. And I know where you're coming from, but.
Believe me, a county does not want to be sued by a school. They don't. And Glen Church needs to do a better job of allocating us money. So I will say that if you guys want to continue to, I live in a very neglected place. We cross that bridge every day and we see what Watsonville has. So don't tell me that you guys are doing your best when I've been at those schools and seen what's going on there. It's embarrassing. Really embarrassing. And I could only imagine if that was happening in Aptos, how the reaction would be to those conditions in those schools. Because you guys are not doing right by my constituents that put me here, because they are frustrated about how you are leaving those schools and how you are not paying attention to them. That's why I'm here.
I know. I'm trying to come visit.
I did. You should
sorry
see
we
the
don't have as much
bathrooms at
privilege as you over
Watsonville.
there,
But
but-
anyway, that's a whole different subject. I heard Daniel Dodge Jr. and something I've asked for and something that I've heard from members of the public today. And Jenny mentioned it as well. I know, we really need to do a study, probably something like the Sustainable Budget Committee, looking at the towers. The annual payment for the towers, the debt service, is $1,123,672. If we were able to move out of that and move different departments into campuses that are only 60% occupied right now, for 9 years, that would be a savings of $10,113,000. I don't know if it's feasible, but I think we really have to look at the feasibility of doing that. We really need to look at the feasibility of keeping 34 sites open when they're only 60% full. And I know people also don't like to talk about their school in their neighborhood being closed, but we're at a point where we've got to look at that. And, you know, if you have sites you can close the doors, that's a savings. But those are long, I mean, really, to study that and to make that happen probably is a 2-year thing. I don't know, maybe it could happen faster. But I think what we're hearing is we need to start working on that. I have a sense that there's going to be a motion made to say no to this resolution. When you make it, Daniel Dodge Jr., I'm going to ask that you modify it a little bit and say that the positions that are natural attrition, people who have chosen to retire, people who have moved on or whatever, that those positions not be filled. Those positions that are on this list we're looking at that are naturally vacated, that we not fill those. Because even if we're not making the cuts that our professional staff have said we should, we gotta start somewhere, because the direction we're heading is to financial ruin of this district. I don't know if people understand that, but.
No, I understand that, and thank you for, I've brought it up a few times, and Jenny, I want to thank you for your remarks earlier. I did not sleep last night because I recognize the fiduciary responsibility and the communal responsibility and our students who we serve. I'm just not happy with the options that I've been presented with, and I feel like I'm not fully clear about. I know that we have another option to look at in our next agenda item that is a creative solution, and it was brought up in our next one that we're going to, in our previous one that we're going to look at about the retirement opportunity. But I feel like there's a way to not supplant, but use the Prop 8 funds. I feel like there's some sort of thing that maybe I'm just not seeing, that I would like more education about, because but I understand that, you know, if the funding isn't there, the funding isn't there. I get that. So I'm not looking at going through the general funds. That's why I was trying to suggest Prop 28 funding as an creative solution, along with the agenda item that we'll look at next, that we have to vote on as well. Yeah, thank you to the cabinet for all of your hard work And I know that you're doing your job, and your job is to convince us. And Dr. Contreras, your job is also to give strong recommendation, which I feel like you've made a great argument, and I've taken it in, but I've also taken in what my constituency has said. So, and I also have to take into consideration the time frame in which I've been taking in all of this information. And there's a lot of questions that are still unanswered for me.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to hear some from some trustees who haven't spoken up. So Trustee Carrasco?
I had a question, and I know I brought this up last time. Is the SRO wages going into our general budget this coming year?
I'm so sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
Is our SRO, the wages that we pay them, is that going into our general this coming year?
Yes, so this year we have a contract and it's getting paid out of the unrestricted general fund.
Okay, and then in the past, it's been paid with a grant?
It started with a grant. That's my understanding, is that it started with a grant.
Yeah.
And then this last year and maybe the year before, the decision was made to use the general fund. It's yet another example of a grant ending, but we want to continue having that, doing that service.
Okay. And then and I know this was a question that I had the last time we brought this up, and I would really like to sit down with Santa Cruz County sheriffs and Watsonville PD and have them pay for their wages if they wish to continue being in our schools. I'm thinking of how many people we could keep if they were to take over their wages. And like I said last time, this is something that other schools do too. It's not something crazy, but there's other schools that's how they run their SROs' wages.
Yeah, actually, I've asked Eva to schedule appointments with Chief Zamora and Deputy Clark for the purpose of that, and I've actually talked to Olivia about joining me to see what we could do towards working on that. And yes, I agree, other cities and counties do that. So we are definitely looking into that, and those are some of the things that we are trying to explore.
And I'm sorry, just to give a little bit more information, I'm sorry I didn't know off the top of my head, but the SRO program, it looks like it started in 1920 out of the unrestricted. And then in 21-22, it moved into the one-time ESSER funding, where it was paid through 23-24. And then as of this year, it moved into the unrestricted general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Dodge, did you want to? Are you waiting? You'll wait? Okay. Trustee Navarro?
Heather, I just had a couple of questions, maybe Jenny, that you can answer. First of all, I just want to thank you, Jenny, for all the hard work that you've done and sacrificing all of your weekends. And I know this isn't easy for any of us, but especially for you and Dr. Contreras. And I also want to, before I ask my questions, just briefly say, I do feel like the district was really fortunate to get Dr. Contreras. I bet you she's wondering right now why she took the position. But, from my experience being in this district and living in this community and dealing with the former administration, is that there were a lot of really poor decisions made, and now we have to fix them. And it stinks because most of us are relatively new, but like Dr. Contreras said, you can do some of the things, you can't do all the things, and I wish we could do all the things. I wish that the state of California funded schools properly. I wish the federal government actually cared about education. I wish we had more companies donating money to our schools and more parents, chipping in and not moving our kids to different districts. There's a lot of things I wish, but at the end of the day, we have to do a service to our students. So one of the questions I had for you, Dr. Contreras, is there's been some talk about maxing out class sizes. Can you speak to that? Because what I'm hearing from you is that we're not planning on increasing class sizes.
No, we are bound by contractual language where this is the class size that we have to abide by. And so when we did our staffing and looked at what our planned staffing is for next year, we adhered to the contract. When you are planning for class sizes, no class size is ever perfect. Some are at the class size and some are under the class size. And so we take that into account. We did go a little bit under for our class sizes, and especially at our high school level, just to kind of pad things a little bit to make master scheduling a little bit easier for our high school principals. But we are adhering to the contract.
And then will we be losing electives for our students?
That's a kind of tricky question because what we are doing is we are aligning the number of students to the number of teachers needed. There are some elective teachers on here, but that is because we are looking at how many students are taking those electives. We had some classes that had 4, 5, 7 teachers in them.
Students need.
Yeah, sorry, students in them.
It's almost
It's late. So we had to be looking at some of that.
And then another question I had is, do you ask the students or do a survey of some sort to figure out what electives that they want in advance of planning the schedule,
Yes.
as opposed to just waiting for them to sign up for what they want?
Annually, every year, students go through a student request process where they look at, these are the courses I would like to take for next year. Some of that is determined they have to take because they have to fulfill their credit requirements for graduation, but they also have electives that they may want to take. They still do need to fulfill their elective requirements for like A through G if they're planning to go to college, or a CTE pathway if they want that. But they do put, this is what I'd like. And then the master schedule is built upon that.
I guess my question more is, do you ask them before you decide what classes are offered, or is
Yes.
what they'd like?
Yes.
Okay, because I think it's really important to have students having input into what electives that they want to have available.
Yes.
And then when you were talking about the school site decides how to spend the VAPA dollars, explain to me about the VAPA teachers. Are these teachers that are resigning or retiring, or are these actual positions that are being cut?
Are we looking at VAPA?
Specifically at VAPA.
Okay, so I see middle school VAPA.
There was 2 middle school and 3.6 high school.
Yeah. So the middle school VAPA would be teachers that were overstaffing due to overstaffing, and same with high school.
So when you
So that was 2, those are usually elective courses. So we didn't have enough students to fill those classes.
Okay. And then, sorry, I think those are my main questions right now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, yes. So, Dr. Contreras, I know I've only been on the board, this is now my 3rd year going into this March time. And I know the last 2, and Brian Saxton was with us then and helped with this, but we saw a list around 60 this time of the year. This was normal, but like you said before, it was always kept in closed session. And also this list consists of, well, 3 things. It's that, plus it's the budget cuts that we had suggested from last week, which I'm pretty sure the VAPA coordinator is because of that 750, correct? Okay, that's what I thought. And also, I saw math director, those are all, again,
Management positions are included in this as well. One of the things that was asked was that district office management particularly also be reduced. So this list includes that as well.
And then the third thing is simply looking at how many students we have and the need that goes with that number of students. So you had mentioned before that in years past, we did the 60 number, like we did that every March or February to prepare for March. But then the other part to it, besides the budget cuts part, the other part, that third part, was normally handled through just attrition, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's not a way to stay physically solvent, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And
So
this does include that attrition number. Instead of waiting until spring, which is what has been done in this district previously, this is ahead of that number. So we're trying to predict ahead of time, this is what our staffing is, this is our estimate of what we need. We are declaring what we need now and planning for it now, rather than waiting into the spring.
Okay, so yeah, I think that's what, we see the 80. We're like, oh my goodness. And it's a combination of all three things coming to us.
Yeah,
all
it's
at once.
everything happening, being declared at one time.
Now,
Because we felt that we needed to say this is it in totality. So there are 10 management positions in here, 10 administrator positions. There are 30 positions that represent the one-time funding dollars that were approved by the board at the last board meeting. That's for a total now of 40 positions. And then there are 60 positions that also include, on here we list 14 retirements. We've received 5 more retirements since then, so now we have 19 retirements. We have several resignations. We have some other reasons for also that are now included in that list. So that's inclusive of all that.
And so, oh my goodness, I'm sorry. It's late and I'm tired. I had a train of thought there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know where I was going next. So we have these 80 or so FTEs. Now, I hate to even use the word pink slip or layoff or any of that, because, nobody wants to do that. I'm sorry, do not make us clear the room. I'm sorry, you've had your time to speak. This is our time to do this. I'm sorry, please be respectful. So how many do you foresee actually, because I know in the past when we've done this, we haven't really had to lay off because of attrition. So 80, scary. How many do you actually foresee us having to carry forward?
So we met with our union partnership just 2 days, I'm losing track of days, 2 days ago or yesterday, and we kind of went through what historically was happening. We don't want to make any guarantees, but Brian, do you want to kind of speak to what you've historically seen happen through this process? And we don't want to make any kind of promises or guarantees, but we will talk to the historical patterns, and Brian has been in HR for several years now, so he can kind of speak to what we've seen, and we were kind of walking it through with Nellie, I think yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, so historically, what I hear you asking is what do we, attrition-wise, right, what do we typically see in our district? So over the last 2 years, we've seen over 100 people that have I think last year was about 120, the year before maybe 140, right? So we see that many. We have an early retirement incentive in our contract. Like if you tell us early enough, you get a small dollar amount. So that's what Dr. Contreras is referencing, that 19 people. We've had a few resignations already. So we're starting to see a little bit of our natural attrition. You can never say if it's going to hit 100, but that's what we've seen in the past. So if I was to tell you, yeah, I can guarantee we're going to have 100, I couldn't be accurate with that, but that's typically right about what we see as people start to, the issue becomes that they can tell us that they're going to leave all the way up to like the middle of July, right? So we don't know now, and we don't want to be scrambling in June and July.
So you're saying, we close these 80 positions, but that doesn't mean we're necessarily telling teachers you don't have a job next year. It just means maybe not this specific position. they might have some movement?
Correct. So if this was approved, we would go back to our seniority list, right, and start to look at who, as you saw in the presentation, we would look at our non-permanent staff first based on seniority and credentialing, right? And then we would start to look and see, okay, if there's a release teacher at an elementary site that is being, reduced, what's the corresponding person in the seniority list? And then we have to go through a process called displacement where we have to kind of shuffle to make sure we have the spots filled. And that, typically that takes place in late March, April. But to do that, we have to ensure that we have all the spots available to put all the people in that, have been moved around.
Okay, so I want to, thank Trustee Turley also for your comment earlier about, cautioning us about a blanket, no, or if that's, because we do have several positions on here that it's an every year thing that happens. So that's kind of where I was going with that whole discussion. Thank you for bringing that up, though. Thank you. Okay, Trustee Flynn?
I just remember.
Can you hear me? Okay. Gosh, now I'm having that same thing. So so it's complicated. So thank you for, it's nice to see you, by the way. Thank you for explaining that. And I want to clarify that when I keep talking about the Prop 28 funds, I'm not talking about it covering all of this. There's specific positions that align with art, and those are the ones that I'm thinking of. And so in conjunction with that, and then everything that was just presented to us with the natural attrition, and then the next board decision that needs to be made, I was just hoping that could kind of equalize. So I just want to be clear that I wasn't suggesting that Prop 28 would go to everything.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro?
So a couple of things, just to reiterate, I agree with you. I'm still fairly new on the board. We're all fairly new on the board. I've been spending so much time trying to get up to speed, like I'm sure you have, and lacking sleep. But one of the things that I think is one of our hard deadlines, which is what we're up against, is that March 15th. Is that correct? And so we have how many board meetings between then and now? March 5th. None, right? March 5th. March 5th, we have one. So we are kind of up against a bit of a time constraint. And then in regards to I hope it's okay if I use the term pink slips, but from my understanding, I know this district hasn't done them. I have two good friends that are teachers, and both of them, their districts have done it. And this is something that's pretty common. But if oftentimes, or a decent amount of time, they'd get a pink slip and they would get notified that they actually didn't lose their position. So I just wanted to reiterate that often happens, and you just have to maybe you
I
can
will
speak to that.
say that with a pink slip or layoff, there is a 39-month rehire guarantee. So if that position opens back up within 39 months, that person is the first person called back to the position and given the first rights back.
And I know that's not ideal. I know it's not ideal, but at least it maybe could mitigate some of the pain. And then will you have time to update the seniority list before all this happens to make sure that it's accurate and confirmed?
Yeah, so we have been updating the seniority list since we started this whole process, right? Like tracking down. We did send out letters 2 or 3 weeks ago. Sorry, I forget. I think it was January 31.
Mm-hmm.
And as we've been collecting those, we've been updating our records, updating our employee management system, sending out new records to staff, checking files, meeting with staff if necessary to ensure that everything is accurate. We have some staff who've been in the district very long time. They have very thick files, so they're like, I remember in 1987 that, so we go back to the file and pull it out to make sure that they have the correct dates, and then as well as their credentials.
So when I met with Brandon, he had mentioned that a lot of the information he felt was not accurate and that people were being forced to just put something in. Can you comment on that and say what you're doing to make sure it's correct?
We're using our Inform K-12 system, so we had to just adjust it so that we could edit the form immediately. So once we got that figured out, we contacted people who had sent us and said, these are wrong, but I signed it, or we asked them to sign it. We contacted them right away so we could edit their form right away and send it right back. So out of 1,100, I think we sent out about 1,100 of them. There's only about 80 that are left that haven't been returned yet.
Okay. Is there some assurances that you can meet with the PVFT leadership to make sure that you guys are in agreement on the seniority list? Because I know that was one.
We can meet tomorrow at 10 if you want.
Okay.
So yeah, we've been in contact with them. We've been meeting. We have a standing meeting, and Brandon and Nellie and I are in contact quite a bit about things. So, and again, my team who's processing all of the seniority list have been told, like, if you get any emails or any calls, everything else stops, and you make sure that the seniority list is, for that particular person you happen to be working with, is your top priority at the time.
So best case scenario, people resign, we have natural attrition, nobody gets a pink slip, nobody gets laid off. Worst case scenario, subtracting the positions that we already had decided to cut, the resignments and the retirements, how many total positions out of the, almost 1,000 positions are we talking about being cut? No,
You're asking for our certificated staff, non-management, after all our resignations that we currently have?
Yeah, so some of these what's our worst case scenario for actual number of layoffs? Because I think you said almost 1,000 teachers. So I'm just trying to figure out how many total positions are you talking about?
Well, there's 19 people who've retired. I think there's another 3 who've resigned. So what is that, 22? Plus we have another 12 or so that are leaving for another reason.
And then some of these are director positions, not teachers, right?
The ones I'm telling you about are all certificated non-management.
And then you have the non-reelects and probationary.
Well, I've included those, right? So I haven't included any probationary because those have to go through the non-reelect process, or STIPs and PIPs. So, I mean, if at the worst case, if nobody else resigned or retired and we just had our 12 non-reelects, then you're looking at, that'd be like 50 people. But there's also with all of our non-permanent staff, there's about 90 non-permanent staff that meet.
So in this 80, are those some of the people that are teaching that don't have a credential?
So everyone has a credential, but they have what's called an emergency permit, shorthand STIP or a PIP, something along those lines. But they're not on a preliminary credential track right at the moment, right? So maybe they just have a degree in social studies, and they're like, I'm going to give teaching a try for a year, right? So I can get this emergency permit, gives them a chance to teach for a year before they go into a program or something along those lines. So they're considered what's called probationary 0. And so those people by ed code can be what's called non-reelected by March 15th of their second year of probationary status. So they kind of live in probationary 0 until they get a certain credential.
Okay. So we're talking about estimating 500 to 600 less students next year and cutting, at worst case scenario, 40 or 50 positions. Am I understanding it right?
Well, the worst case scenario is the reduction of the 80 you see on the resolution, right? But again, inside that, you have your retirements.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to take those out. Yeah.
So If nobody else retired and nobody else resigned, right, you're looking at around 40. But we can look at our non-permanent staff. It still means that they're people, right? It's just accessing it a different way.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other discussion from the board? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I had, so why does it seem like there's confusion between closing the positions and having layoffs? Why is there that confusion that's out there right now? Because I'm hearing from PVFT, these are layoffs, but I'm hearing that we're just closing positions.
So when you lay off is a term, I realize that there are people attached to positions, but sometimes when you close a position, right, there's not a person, right? So you have to go, you're supposed to go through this same process of, hey, we had so-and-so resign at Bradley Elementary, right? They were a fourth grade teacher. Theoretically, you're supposed to take that and say, hey, we're closing this position. It's being laid off. The position is being laid off. There's nobody in the position, but it's being laid off. So in the past, that didn't happen. Layoffs are always, not always, usually associated with the fact that there's a person attached to the position, which starts to get into what we're experiencing tonight, right? So you need to lay off a position. It doesn't always contain a person, but typically it does. Like we're laying off, this is a resolution to reduce staff, right? But we also have 19 retirees who fall into these things. So we're gonna lay off the position, but that person's already leaving. So it's a net zero for us.
So these are layoffs?
Yeah, obviously, well, it's a reduction in force. Yeah, layoff.
So is so yes or no, is it a layoff?
I don't, yes.
Yes, it is a layoff.
The resolution is right to eliminate and or reduce particular kinds of certificated service. That is the ed code statement.
Okay, so it's a layoff. And I also have a question about the social emotional counselors versus academic counselors at the middle school level. So it's my understanding that social emotional counselors were hired for one thing at one point, and then they got transitioned over to academic and social emotional, correct?
Correct. Last year there was a request for our middle school counselors to not have separate duties to become a middle school counselor. So they serve both roles at each middle school. So there's 2 at each middle school, and each of them serves the role as an academic counselor and a social emotional counselor.
Okay, and were the social emotional counselors trained at all in how to use the systems as an academic counselor?
At the end of last year, they asked for some training. I believe that they were given training in Synergy, which is our student information system. And then the academic counselors asked for some social emotional training. So, and then they work together at each site to kind of figure out, you can get the training, I'm sure you know, right? Like I can give you the training in Synergy, how to schedule a student, but in order to learn how to actually schedule a student and all the nuances, you have to kind of work with somebody side by side. So that's what they're doing this year.
Got it. And then when the social emotional counselors signed up, they were hired as a social emotional counselor, correct? And correct. Then were they told that they were going to go into that 50-50 social emotional and academic?
Yeah, there was a process last year. It was requested by the middle school counselors to kind of move in this direction.
Okay. That's all I got right now.
Okay, so if we are done with discussion, I will look to motions.
Given that we're coming up on our 1 a.m. timeline and we still have a ton of things to do, I'm going to make a motion that we move to vote on this issue.
Move to approve this resolution?
Move to approve the resolution.
I have a motion to approve this resolution. Do I have a second?
I'll second so we can discuss.
Okay, so I have a first and a second, and I'm going to ask Eva to do a roll call.
Do you have discussion first?
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Would you accept a friendly modification to your motion that we not fill positions that are vacated by natural attrition? So
Okay.
basically, we're not giving pink slips, is what I'm suggesting.
I'm not understanding.
They're already going, so they wouldn't get one, right?
Right. What I'm saying is, if somebody vacates a position that's on this list, we eliminate that position. We don't fill the position. But we're not eliminating this entire list if somebody is still here. We wait until they retire or move on or whatever. So it may not be a total of 80 people right now who are reduced, although from what I understand historically, we're likely to end up with more than that who retire or move or whatever they do.
I don't know that I really understand.
Okay.
Interject. When we have somebody retire, for instance, Ari Parker at Bradley is retiring, right? So based on their staffing numbers, we may not need to hire another person to fill Ari's position. So we just would not hire that position back. It wouldn't require a special resolution to not hire them back. So that's how it's in the past is what we've done. It just has always happened later in the school year.
Thank you for explaining what I meant.
No.
Okay.
Was that clear?
Yes.
Okay.
So just a little point of order. So we had a motion, and then we had a second.
And then we had a request for a friendly amendment to that motion.
An amendment, okay, so, but we're still not very clear.
Which means the person who made the motion has to accept it.
Yes, I understand that, but I'm not, I don't think she's even sure what the amendment would look like. So I think we have the three things going on this list. And so is it my understanding that, you're okay with the 39 positions that are?
It's likely to be more, but however many it is.
So how every March, we come across those 60 positions or so that are for whatever reasons. So that's in here. And then we have the budget cuts from our last meeting. That's in here. And then the third thing is the right sizing, if, I know some people aren't liking that word. So those are are you asking that we maybe just not touch the right sizing portion of it?
I'm saying we have a list of 80.8 full-time positions, right? Right now, from this list of positions, there are, I don't know what we came up with, 35 or 40 people who have already said they're leaving for some reason. We don't fill those positions. Those positions remain empty or are eliminated. Maybe over the next few months, maybe into summer, another 40 people whose positions are on this list might also decide that they want to leave, and we would do the same thing and not fill those positions.
I think that that's something that I spoke with Heather about over the weekend, and if we look at historical numbers, that we hope that happens, but you need a stopgap measure in case it doesn't, and that's what this covers. Am I wrong?
I also think one thing we need to think about is, so if we're going how you're suggesting, and let's say a teacher retires, their position is not on this list. So that's why we can't just, this is just because according to our student body, this is what is, yes. So that being said, if a teacher retires who's not on this list, that position is still available if it's still needed.
Right, and maybe one of these people wants to move there, so
exactly.
that would cinch up as well.
Yes.
And I'm making this recommendation because I don't think this resolution as it stands is going to pass. And at least with the modification, we're seeing some reductions, which is what we're hearing we need.
I guess I was asked if I could comment. I said I don't have too much to say. When we bring something like this forward, it is with utmost care and consideration. This is not done lightly. It is not done in isolation. It is not done without tremendous input, even though you have heard otherwise. And it is not, there is no district that would ever make this kind of recommendation frivolously or without truly believing that this is what needs to happen for the health of our district. And there is probably no superintendent in my position right now who would ever want to do this. This is not, I knew I had a set of challenges. I did not think this is what I was inheriting. So this is truly the recommendation that's before you.
I just have one more comment. And I know we're all going to probably cry on the way home because this sucks. But it is our job, I think, as a board to support our superintendent and her cabinet. And I don't want Olivia to have to clear the room. Please let me finish what I'm saying. And don't call up from the audience. It's just rude. And I've listened to all of you patiently, and I'm telling you, I hate this. I don't want anybody losing their jobs. Like, it's painful. But at the same point, like, we need to make smarter financial decisions than what have been made in the past. Because the decisions that have been made in the past have put us in this condition that we are in now. And if it wasn't for COVID, we wouldn't have a school board. And we would not have a community involved in making decisions for a board because we would have already been taken over. So, it's, the easy thing would just be like, yeah, we're not going to do anything. And nobody would be mad at me, and don't have to worry about my car getting keyed or getting beat up at the grocery store. But I do believe that we have a duty to make sure that we have a district to stick around and are able to give our kids the things that we know that they need. And I don't think the state is going to make better decisions. And we can pretend that, we have plenty of money in reserves, but $56 million is not that much when you have a $380 million or $350 million budget. And I am also one for creative solutions. And, that's why we're on the phone all weekend with Heather, trying to come up with those. But at the end of the day, like, you can sell a building, you could decrease the lease of $1 million and that'll pay how many salaries for how many years? Like, there needs to be something that's more long-term. And unfortunately, we have to be responsible and make good decisions and support who we brought in to help us do this.
I take it that means you're not accepting my friendly modification. Got it. Thank you.
So are you not seconding the motion? Okay. So we have a motion to approve this resolution, and we have a second. So I'm going to ask Eva to do a roll call.
Trustee Flynn, your vote?
No.
Trustee Turley, your vote?
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco, your vote? No. Trustee Dodge Jr., your vote?
No.
Trustee Medina, your vote?
No.
Trustee Navarro, your vote? Trustee Navarro, your vote?
My vote is yes. Sorry, Heather. Trying to support your mission and your vision. And I'm sorry to the community.
President Flores, your vote?
And my vote is also yes. And that motion fails. 3-4-0. And I just want to also clarify that supporting our superintendent is supporting our students, because I don't know any superintendent who would not do what they're doing if not for their students. So, okay, so now, whoops. Whew, okay, so now we're going to go back to item.
President Flores, I had asked earlier if we could pause. I want to recognize that we've been sitting here for a long time, and that
I will allow a 5-minute recess if you want to go ahead and start the timer.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for allowing that break, but we do have less than an hour left to get through the rest of our agenda. Trustee Navarro. Okay, so I'm going to move us on to item 9, our consent agenda. Consent agenda are items, are routine items that come before the board. We already removed item 9.1. Do we have any public speakers to this? I don't believe we do. We don't have any speakers for 9.
Is it too late to ask for a consent agenda item?
No, we're still getting to that, yeah. Do we have any public speakers to item 9? No, we do not. Okay, so then are there any items the board wishes to defer?
Yes.
Whatever is going to take a long time.
No, it won't take a long time. I'd like to defer 917.
917. Okay, are there any others?
Yeah, can I do 919, 9.13, and 9.3?
Okay.
Oh, wait. You spoke on the 9.3 already, right? For the
Yes.
funds? Okay, I'll go ahead and just do 9.13, 9.17, 9.19.
Okay, is that a motion, Gabe?
Yep.
Okay, can I have a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Oh, sorry, did you?
I just want to read through them real fast, which ones
we
they
will.
are, I'm sorry,
Oh.
that are being, you're taking them out. I just want you to name.
Well, we're going to talk about them specifically after we adopt the other things that we're not pulling
Oh,
off
I thought
separately.
you, I
We're not
misunderstood.
eliminating them, we're just saying we
I
want to talk about them.
thought you were saying, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We just want to talk.
Cool. I'm with it.
Okay,
now.
thank you. So we have a
Thanks for getting me
first and a
straight.
second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Okay, so that passes 7-0-0. So now we will go to our deferred consent items. And let me see, I'm sorry. So we're going to start with item 9.13. That was deferred by Trustee Medina. Would you like to start comments on that, please?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, so I saw that this was a $200,000 Eve Clear Plexi protection project. Is that the one? Oh no, I'm thinking about the marquee, 9.13 notice of award for Palo Valley High School Eve Clear Plexi. I apologize. I want to cancel 9.3. I got confused.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we still need to approve it, so it passes. Can I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve 9.13.
Okay, and can I have a second? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposing? Any abstaining? Okay, 9.13 passes 7-0. And now we will move on to item 9.17, approve change order number 1 for the district office kitchen remodel project. Trustee Turley, you asked for this to be pulled.
I did, thank you. So in the notes, it says that this is a % increase of 1.84. I believe it's actually 14.84, so I'd like to make sure that's corrected in the record before we approve it. And not at this meeting because it's 10 minutes after midnight, but sometime in the future, I would like us to understand how change orders happen, how they're approved. Do our approved contracts typically have a 10% contingency so that our staff doesn't feel like they have to stop the project and wait for a meeting to come get approval? So I'd like to understand how that works. And I will make a motion to approve that with the correction of the 14.84%.
I had a comment on that, 9.17, right? In terms of the change orders, I just want to speak to them in their entirety. I'm noticing that there are multiple change orders going on for projects, and I know that's kind of worrisome because we go for the lowest bid, and then I'm just very curious, if we've already earmarked it based on the bid, where's this additional money coming from to pay for these change orders?
So for this particular project, this is getting paid out of the one-time, the facility infrastructure and training grant. It is specifically for food and nutrition programs. It started at the advent of the Universal Meals Program. The state allocated one-time funds so that school districts could grow their operations and grow their infrastructure to keep up with the increased meals that they're producing. Typically, you're correct. Typically with change orders, there may be like a contingency of up to 20% or more built into the project budget. Generally, with larger projects, the district does build in a contingency. However, with smaller projects, it's been historical practice to not do the full 20% so that we could be transparent about the change orders coming in. We could change that process going forward. That is one of the reasons why you are seeing a higher number of change orders so that we can be very clear about what is happening. Our properties and facilities here are older, so you will see, for example, one of the change orders that came in, there was unexpected dry rot. So we are seeing a lot of unforeseens like that, and a lot of our plans that we have, sometimes they don't include all of the underground utilities. Like at Aptos High School, there's a big project there right now. There are a lot of underground utilities of PVC, cement, that aren't in the original plans. So those unfortunately are being found by hitting them. So those are some examples of why we may see change orders.
Got it. I'm just really concerned that, they are putting in a low bid knowing that they're going to raise it, right? So I just want us to be cautious of that because, they do that in film too. So I just want to make sure that we're being aware of that, and then also just being very careful about, if we are going into a project that needs to be updated and we are finding something, just addressing that, I don't want us to spend more money than we need to with these. And I'm hoping that these people that are putting in their bid are being honest with us and making it, that finite amount that we've agreed to. And I think we need to hold ourselves to that and them as well. But I do understand that things come up, so especially with these old buildings. So thank you for that.
Is that a second, Gabe?
Yes.
Thank you. So we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposing? Any abstaining? 9.17 passes 7-0. Okay, and then our last deferred consent agenda item is 9.13, approve architect agreement for the Pajaro Middle School marquee sign project. And Trustee Medina, you asked for this to be pulled, so I'll let you start.
Yeah, I think this is really cool. I am just very concerned that it said $200,000. Please tell me that's not coming out of our regular funds.
So this is actually a project that that the Monterey County has approached us about after the historic floods. So they wanted to put up a marquee so that during times of emergencies or, any natural disasters, knock on wood, that they have an opportunity and a venue to be able to communicate out to the community. So they approached the districts. I really want to give a big thank you to Kelsey Scanlon. She is a director of emergency management, and her team, Mike Perez and Damian Bai. Our assistant director of M&O and facilities, Sergio Ambriz, really was able to work very closely with them. And should this be approved, the County of Monterey is offering to put $200,000 towards the construction costs, and the district would be picking up the architect design
For the
fees.
49,000?
So we would be bringing forth an MOU should this be passed.
Okay. I don't know. I have two things about this. I think it's a great idea, but I also want to save money. If we're putting $49,000 towards an engineer, I would love if we could, potentially hold off on the project, save that money, since we are dealing with what we're dealing with right now. But yeah, that's where I'm at with that. But I love the idea of having an emergency marquee. I think that's cool.
Trustee Medina, one thing that might help a little is the funds that would be used for this are not funds that can be used
for
other stuff. So it would be strictly facilities.
Okay.
But I do want to add before, so marquee signs, EA Hall, I'm sure it's bright. And when I'm driving down, I leave my parents' house and I'm driving down in front of EA Hall, it's, I get ocular migraines. That thing is blinding. And I've heard community members, complain about that as well. I was driving with my cousin who lives on Wilkie, which is just down the street, and we're driving down driving to my home, so we passed Starlight, and she says, look at that sign, why can't we have that? It's black background, and the words are lit up, so it's not so blinding. So that's one request that I would have, is for any future signs that they be more of a, not so bright and blinding to, us people with eye problems at night.
Why does a sign cost $200,000?
Trustee Flynn.
Thank you. If Monterey is funding the $200,000, does that mean that they get to choose the type of sign?
No, our M&O would still, I would hope, be in charge of that, yes.
Okay, and then would families have an opportunity to weigh in as well?
Yes, definitely. So that is part of what the architect 196 would be working on.
Okay.
The great thing about this project is Pajaro Middle School would be utilizing the marquee sign for school uses, except for when the county may need it for emergency situations. The reason why, Trustee Navarro, why the cost is $200,000 is because it would be a public works project, so we would have to pay prevailing wage. There's some underground work that needs to be done to hook it up to, we're hoping to make it into a solar project also. Is there anything else that I'm missing?
Yeah, so it's going to be a solar project with battery backup, right? So I think. Emergency measures.
Oh, that's cool. And then I think to your question, and it would be able to be utilized by the community as well to just highlight events that are happening?
So it would pretty much be for the school, right? And the only MOU that we're trying to do with the Monterey County is if there's a tragic emergency, then that's when they take over.
They could take, okay.
But pretty much the whole school is going to be able to control the whole thing.
Okay, cool. I mean, that could also be another opportunity to charge people for marketing campaigns if they want to put up their business or stuff like that. So that's another thing to consider too. Cool. I'll go ahead and move to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve, and we have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Seeing none, the motion for item 9.19 passes 7-0. Okay, so that concludes our consent agenda items, and I will now move us on to our action items, and we'll start with action item 11.1, Resolution 24-25-18, in support of California Senate Bill 48 and Assembly Bill 49 to protect immigrant students and families. This report will be presented by Christy McLean, Interim Director of Equity, State, and Federal Programs.
Good morning. Board President Olivia Flores, trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Contreras. I'm honored to be here to present this resolution. I was here last month. Also presenting a resolution showing our support for our immigrant families and immigrant students. At that meeting, Trustee Daniel Dodge also brought to our attention of the two bills that are represented in this resolution, and we are happy to come and reaffirm again our supports for our immigrant families and students for this resolution. I'll read just a few portions of this. Whereas California Senate Bill 48, authored by Senator Lina Gonzalez, and Assembly Bill 49, authored by Assemblymember Al Muratsuchi, seek to strengthen protections for immigrant children and families by limiting immigration enforcement activities on school campuses and child care facilities. Whereas SB 48 prohibits immigration enforcement agents from accessing school campuses, requires schools to adopt policies restricting the sharing of student and family information with immigration authorities, and strengthen protections against law enforcement collaboration that may lead to deportations. Whereas immigrant families in California are increasingly facing threats of deportation, and these threats negatively impact the safety and well-being of students and their families. And whereas Senate Bill 48 and Assembly Bill 49 affirms PVUSD's existing board policies, 511.5, protection of undocumented students, 5125, student records, and 5145.13, response to immigration enforcement. Be it resolved that PVUSD reaffirms its commitment to standing with immigrant students and families by continuing to uphold safe haven policies and educating staff on how to respond to potential immigration enforcement actions. PVUSD, the family engagement team, the superintendent's office, our school sites, all of our various departments have been working hard to ensure that all of their team members know our protocol. It's been consistently presented to our staff. Questions have been answered. We have been honored to present Know Your Rights presentations to our families. Our first one had over 400,000 attendees. Just last Monday, we did one at Pajaro Middle School for our Mixteco Bajo families. The room was too full. We had to go grab more chairs from another room. We have another next week, child care safety planning meeting that is a training for all of our community school specialists, our family engagement team, our Healthy Start members, and our extended learning specialists in helping families, sitting down with them to fill out the child care safety plans you may have been hearing about to help secure some of the anxiety. And we do have also an anxiety building and anxiety skills, coping skills evening in the works with Disciplina Positiva and Stephanie Barron that we'll be doing in the first week of March. And in every way, I'm honored to be a part of this community and part of PVUSD, and the heart that is under all of the pain that we're going through today really is shining through during this time of how many people are just standing up and wanting to make sure that our immigrant families and our immigrant students know that we are there for them and we have their back. And so I do ask that you approve this resolution.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this comment or to this item?
Bobby's gone. Ann Black.
Okay, so we had two, but they're no longer here. So we will move on to board discussion. Do we have any discussion from the board?
I just
You have a hand down there?
I was just going to say thank you for bringing this resolution forward. I just had a question. For the line that talks about requiring schools to adopt policies restricting the sharing of student information, is there kind of a time frame for that? Or as soon as, should this resolution be passed, then schools would automatically, that would go in?
That's already existing.
Okay, perfect.
So in this bill, in the bills that they're putting forward, they're just reiterating and reinforcing existing laws. We have that already.
Okay, yeah, I think it's just the urgency of seeing enforcements, for example, in Chicago, attempting to enter schools. That's where I think that urgency comes, especially for our district with the heavy immigrant community. So yeah, just ensuring that our students are protected is a top priority of mine, and I think our district as a whole.
And in Chicago, they did. They did.
Yeah.
They did not let them have access to information or students.
Yeah, exactly.
My question is around faculty and staff knowing what to do, because you spoke a lot about the families and the communities and their rights, but should ICE try to come on campus, have faculty and staff been educated around how they're supposed to act? And then with this potential of our local police being able to, or being encouraged to take on the role of ICE, and we have SROs on our campus, how does that, all of those things work? So it's kind of two questions.
So I'm going to do my best to answer both of those. Number one, yes, the protocols. We started, currently we have 138 of district leadership, including assistant principals. We're all trained on the protocol twice and have brought them back to our schools. Just yesterday, someone told me, as the staff bring it back to their school sites, they're also bringing it back to their families. So the other day, someone told me, Principal Gregorio did a great job doing the protocol at the site council meeting. That's just an example. We just did another one for the whole district office, classified staff, migrant seasonal start were there, migrant head start rather, and HR was there, and early childhood development, extended learning. So we have been pretty consistent. All of those staff also have access to a one-pager that outlines the protocol. The posters that we have designed for the schools came in yesterday. About half the schools have already received them, and these go sort of in the lobby of the school area, so parents can also see very clearly what PVUSD responsibilities are. I'm trying to think on more of the protocols. We're continuing as there's groups that want to have more discussion with the protocols or more one-on-one, but all staff have access to the actual policies, the one-pager protocol that breaks it down clearer, and the slideshow that has been presented to much of the staff. And I apologize, I'm a little bit tired this morning. And then in the other instance, and I'm happy to let Dr. Contreras speak to this if she wants to, but there have been a couple meetings. There's quite a few meetings with many, many community partners. And there was a meeting where Chief Zamora and the sheriff, I apologize, I don't remember his name, but the community partners came to listen to them. And they made it very clear there that they are not enforced, they don't even have the jurisdiction to enforce any immigration laws. They have no desire to. They were very clear about that. So I think it is something that will be helpful is how we continue to inform families of that. We don't want our families afraid of our police officers that are just here in Watsonville pulling you over for a speeding ticket and just trying to keep some order in town, or Chief Zabora. So having the clarity for them to understand these folks are not enforcing immigration laws. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we need to get through this because we have quite a few more things to do. So we have a first and a second, correct? Do we? No, we don't. Sorry. Okay, can I have a motion from the board?
I'll move.
Okay,
I'll
I have a motion.
second.
I have a second. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Okay, so that motion passes 7-0-0. And thank you, PVUSD, for all that we are doing to protect our students. And now I move on to item 11.2, Linscott Charter School Renewal Proposal. Report will be presented by Heather Gorman, Interim Executive Director of Student Support Services.
So good morning, and I am joined here with Alicia Doolittle, who is the principal of Lynn Scott Charter. So thank you. Good morning, board members, Dr. Flores, President Contreras, sorry, I'll get it right here. President Flores, Dr. Contreras, board. So our first slide here, and I will go through these quickly, and it's not moving. The blue light's going on. Okay. Next slide. So this is our vision and mission, which continues to support students in graduation. Next slide. Our strategic goals focus on powerful learning, ongoing learning opportunities, fiscal responsibility, and transparency. Next slide. So now we get to the meat of things, the background for the charter. And their commitments. You did hear the public hearing last board meeting that Alicia presented. And so this is just going over that again, and then we will look at an approval for her charter. So I wanted to emphasize the parent involvement and their learning. Meets statewide standards. They conduct required student assessments. They are non-sectarian in programs, admissions, and employment. Tuition is free, and non-discriminatory policies that they have. Next slide. So when we looked at this, we looked at compliance and performance, and they meet high-performing charter legal requirements, or one of the highest that's very well-performing charter. And they satisfy the Ed Code 47606 for the renewal criteria. Next slide. And so then our recommendations, after looking at that they met all of these things, is that we approve the renewal for Lynn Scott Charter. The district has reviewed all necessary factors and supports this recommendation. So when I say that we supported all necessary factors, it is including everything that's written up here, looking at their educational program, the measurable pupil outcomes, and I'll let you look at all of the slide. And then I want to hand it over to Alicia to have some time just to talk about her charter too before we move forward.
Hello. Good evening, morning. President Flores, Vice President Dr. Navarro, members of the PVUSD Board of Trustees, welcome Trustee Flynn and Superintendent Contreras. It is a pleasure to be with you again today, to represent Lynn Scott Charter School. I would like to express our gratitude to Ms. Gorman and the PVUSD staff who analyzed our charter to present to you. We are proud that the staff's findings showed that our charter not only meets the renewal criteria, but exceeds it in terms of our outcomes compared to our peers. We are also pleased that the staff is recommending a 7-year renewal based on this finding and in consideration that Lynn Scott has been designated in the high performance criteria for renewal. We have had the pleasure of working closely with the Pajaro Valley Unified School District for 30 years, and we look forward to continuing this relationship. Lynn Scott students leave our 259 student school and become strong members of the Watsonville, Aptos, and PV high school communities. And they do really well when they're there as well. On behalf of our vibrant, multicultural student body, engaged parent community, dedicated and highly skilled educators, and diverse governing board, I would like to ask you to renew our charter for the requested 7-year term. We look forward to having you all visit our school soon. And thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments to this item? 11.2. Okay. Brenda Denise?
Good morning to the board. I just wanted to speak in full support of this Linscott charter renewal and would encourage the board to approve this unanimously. It's really unique to have a charter school that is represented by a union. That's one of the things about the charter movement that does bother me, is a lot of times they're at-will employees and they're not covered by a union. So the fact that Linscott is unionized is a huge plus. But it's not just that mere fact, it's that we put that into action. And there's been multiple times this year when Alicia's called us and said, hey, look, I've noticed that you have this stipend in your contract, but we don't have it. Can we negotiate something? Hey, I've got this person who has this question. Can we negotiate something? So that outreach and collaboration and partnership shows the potential of when you have a union and a school working in support of each other. And I nothing but good things to say about the students, the staff, and everyone at Linscott. And I would just encourage you all to approve this unanimously.
Can I make a motion to approve?
Okay, thank you. And I'll now bring that back to the board. Dr. Navarro?
Can I make a motion to approve?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion before I take a vote? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, this is in my area. So, one, thank you so much for your responses. I really appreciate that. When I talk on the phone, everything goes over my head. So having it in writing was really helpful for me. So I appreciate that. I know just one of the things that I wanted to ask about was the, I had a few parents tell me about like the eye drops. So if you could tell me just a little bit about that situation, because I know that was like, I was like, wait, what? So
we actually we follow all first aid procedures as prescribed by state officials. And we don't give eye drops per se. We have had eye wash, which you will find on I think almost all school and organizational sites. When a student has something in their eyes, we flush it just like anyone else in order to make sure that that is handled.
Got it. And I understand that the student had like a allergic reaction, right, to that wash?
I can't actually discuss any specific student information. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. And then I think another question that I have is, so you stated that our student body is 80% Hispanic and approximately 12% white. You mentioned that your student population is 80% Latino, which is awesome. But the response didn't include a breakdown of the staff demographics. Are they pretty reflective of the student population?
Not yet, but we're working on it.
Okay.
Our current, would you like me to tell you our current demographics? Absolutely. So we're really proud of the steps that we've been taking in order to diversify our staff in order to reflect our student body. I will say that I want to point out some demographics for you of what we are currently and what we've are hiring and what those demographics have reflected since 2020. So currently, our staff as a whole, we are 39% Hispanic or non-white, because we do have other ethnicities. We are currently 60% white, and 28% of our staff is currently bilingual. However, with the employees who have been hired since 2020, that's begun to shift. So of those employees, 47% are Hispanic or non-white, 52% are white, and 31% are bilingual. So it is something, it's in our LCAP, it is something we are actively promoting, making sure that we are not only reflective of our student body, but also able to communicate with our families in the best and most convenient way for them.
Okay, great. Yeah, I know there was a huge demographic shift compared to when I was hearing about Linscott. So it's really good to see that. And I'm really glad that you're making the effort to have the staff reflect the student population. And then, I'm sorry, my last one is, You wrote, each year we welcome an average of 2 to 5 students on IEPs to Linscott, and then you mentioned that Linscott enrolls between 2 to 5 students with IEPs per year, but I didn't see a clear answer on how many of these students actually graduate from Linscott. So how many students with IEPs have completed their education at Linscott versus how many have left before graduation?
I just want to make sure that I clarify what you said from my email. So we don't only accept 2 to 5. I just want to be really clear. We accept anyone who comes to us with an IEP or not, as long as they go through and get in on the lottery, or then they're welcome and we meet their needs entirely. In terms of answering your question, it tends to be somewhere between 2 and 5 that actually enroll with us already with an existing IEP. However, we do an excellent job in identifying and meeting our needs,
It's late, I got you.
Sorry, our child find obligations to identify students who may have special needs. And so we have a very high percentage of properly identified students, and so we end up with a high percentage of students on IEPs. I am getting to your answer, I promise. So of those, by the time they reach 8th grade, some have exited special education because they know they've learned the skills, they've mastered those tools, and that gap is closed between them and their peers. The rest have generally graduated from Linscott in 8th grade. Since I've been here, this is my 5th year, we only have 4 students on IEPs who have left the school for other reasons. 3 went to a different school because it went to 12th grade and didn't start until 6th, and they left to join their older siblings at that school. And the other one I can't talk about specifically because it's a single student and I don't want to have a FERPA violation.
Okay, and then final one is, you mentioned that one student left Linscott because they needed a higher level of support than what was available at Linscott. How does the school ensure that students with higher needs can stay and be supported, especially if they really love being at the school?
Absolutely. So those types of decisions are IEP team decisions. So an IEP team is required to have an administrator and the classroom teacher and any other specialist that meets with that student. In cases like this, we don't work in isolation. We work very, very closely with the SELPA. In terms of special education, we are a school of the district for the SELPA. So we work very, very closely with Heather and her team, and in cases like this, these decisions are never taken lightly. There are certain programs, we are a very small school, and there are certain programs and certain settings that we just don't have at the Linscott site, and that's not because we don't want to, it's just purely because of our size and our ability to offer that. However, we are very fortunate that we are in a district that has a robust special education program and can readily meet the needs of these students. Also, the parent is on the IEP team, which means that they have full participation and opportunities to provide input, feedback, and they can decline if they don't agree with it.
Awesome, thank you. I'm asking these questions because I want y'all to succeed.
Gotcha.
You're in my district, I'm repping y'all, I have high expectations for y'all, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a first. Can I have a second, please? Okay, sorry. Charlie, and now can I have a vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? So that passes 7-0-0. Thank you so much.
Go to bed, Alicia.
Okay, so we have a little over 15 minutes left, so let's try to get through this. 11.3, Alianza Charter School, Leer es Sonar Mural. Report will be presented by Heather Gorman, Interim Executive Director and Student Services, sorry.
Good evening again, and I will go through this quickly. I think I have figured out how to make this work, but we always start with our strategic goals and our mission and vision. So tonight, I'm requesting your approval for a mural project at Alianza Charter School designed by artists Monica Galvan and Jessica Carrasco. So this is where they're proposing to put the mural. You can see that it is, I think, 39 feet long and more than 7 feet tall. And so this has a lot of information, and I'm just going to go over it quickly, but, oops. So they're making significant, sorry.
Sorry, and also in the interest of time, I believe most of us have been able to read a lot of this, so we'll, go
And
through it
so,
quickly.
Yeah, it's just, and sorry, my papers are messed up here, but, so they're looking at a central theme with a book, hummingbirds, and really focusing on one major quote that reading is, I can't even read it from here, with your eyes open. Oh, reading is dreaming with your eyes open. There's different languages represented, and this is the mural that they are looking at. So I bring it forward for your approval tonight.
Thank you so much. Do we have any public comments to this item? Nelly Vaquera. You wanted to speak to this item, or are you going to?
You put a card in for. I must have did it for the previous, the Linscott one, but hey, I'll talk about this.
Joy, 2 minutes.
Art is incredible. Looking at art is, like peaceful. And it's incredible that we have a trustee who is part of this project, but what I just want to remind, am I right? So I just want to remind you that this is where you would want to recuse yourself when it comes to voting. But this is awesome. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion from the board? Okay.
It's beautiful. I love it. I remember when Alianza was forced to leave what's now Cesar Chavez to go to the Salsi site. And they had just built a playground at what is now Cesar Chavez. And we're very sad that they had to leave that behind. They had raised the money for that. And as we start looking at reorganizing schools or combining schools, and we know we have some trouble at that Salsi site, I just think they ought to be made aware that some things might change in the next year, and maybe they want to hold off just a little while, but I move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, Jessica?
And obviously, I just want to say that I'll be abstaining my vote because I'm one of the artists. But we worked with Jovita, the librarian, who recently retired. And this might change because, as you saw the photo, it is very, it's stretched out. And we'll be working with students to incorporate their ideas as well. And it won't be part of our budget because we got a grant and we'll be getting community donations. And we got a bunch of paint donated.
Thank you. So Trustee Turley, you made a motion to approve. And Trustee Navarro seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? Thank you. Yes. Any abstaining? 1. That passes 6-0-1. And I look forward to seeing that. Thank you. Now we will move on to item 11.4, side letter of agreement with PVFT, retirement incentive. This report will be presented by Brian Saxon, Director of Human Resources, for certificated.
Good morning, President Flores, Dr. Contreras, and Board of Trustees. My name is Brian Saxon. I'm the Director of Human Resources. For certificated, I bring to you tonight a side letter of agreement for a special retirement opportunity to members of the PVFT bargaining unit who are 60 years of age or older. You can see the details on the attachment. The amount would be $10,000, and they need to submit their retirement by March 1st to be effective by June 30th of 2025. So we are looking for a minimum of 30 people to help offset some of the stuff that we discussed earlier this evening. So we kindly request your approval for this special retirement opportunity.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers to this item?
Oh, public first.
Brandon and Nelly. I think we're going to approve it so you don't have to try to convince us.
It's okay. This one is my last comment of the morning. It's been a long night. And I wanted to extend a personal thanks to Angelica Renteria and Brian Saxton. I genuinely get along well with them and feel like we have a very positive working relationship. I know you guys are seeing fiery Brandon, but I swear there's an icy side to me. And we're able to sit down and negotiate this resolution or this MOU. And when we're working together, it's collaborative and it's like, holy smokes, we're on the same page. And then the folks who have to approve it get in the way. And we proposed $10,000 for a reason, because it's fair. We recognize that y'all have budget constraints. So when the higher ups tried to get us to go down to 5,000, I legit wanted to walk out of the room, because we came with a fair number, and then the higher ups get involved. And especially, I even thanked Angelica that day, because instead of giving us the time to pause what they were doing and come to meet with us, they had Angelica running up and down stairs, the elevator. She'd come with the counter proposal. Okay, guys, how do you feel about going down to 5,000? Angelica, they made you come say that to us? No. And so she goes back upstairs and she comes back. So it's just like working with your labor partners. Make the time to just come with the table, because we're all in this room together and we're like, all right, we're going to have an agreement. Oh, no, the attorney got involved. And so this district is literally relying on these attorneys for everything. And $300,000, my math, I'm not a math teacher, but I believe that's 45/10,000% of this budget. So to have Angelica running up and down stairs and to get the lawyers involved for a fraction of a fraction of a fraction, come on. But ultimately, thank you. Please approve this. We still got work to do, though.
All right. That's the next president of the PVFT. I don't know if I've shared that with y'all, that I think I've mentioned it before, that I'm not doing this next year. But we, thank you, Angelica did have to, thankfully there's an elevator in that DO, so she went up and down that elevator several times. And we came with 10,000 because while I asked for a SERP study last year, apparently, I don't know when it got requested, but it's not going to get done. So the SERP study is like for a golden handshake. There are not a lot of school districts doing layoffs this year, actually. There are some, because they've closed like 9 schools. But there are not, because they're offering golden handshakes to incentivize the teachers who are of a certain age to take that, and that way, you have your younger teaching pool. So this was our move on our solve on working with the district and creating an opportunity for our teachers who are over 60 to receive something that's not just a $2,000 bonus because you've been here for 10 years straight, but a $10,000 incentive. And so they are concerned. What I'm hearing from our retirees is like, oh no, but what if only 28 people apply? Does that mean that I am now forced into retirement? Like, I really like that $10,000 amount coming to me to help me out, So triggers, like one of the questions was, what's the trigger? We're just like 20, and they settled on 30. Nope, it's got to be all 30 in order to be a working MOU where they're going to honor the 10 grand. But yeah, it was work. It was a fight to get to get 10,000 for our people.
Thank you,
But
Nellie.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I will bring it back to the board. Do we have any discussion from the board? Trustee Turley?
Let me get my thought together. So if we're not eliminating positions, are we still offering
I think that's going to have to be a big discussion we have tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next. Right now, we have 7 minutes left to go, and we still have our LCAP to go through. So, I think we're all in favor of this. But yes, that is definitely, that's a huge discussion that's going to have to be had. I don't think we could have that right now, though.
I think Gabe suggested tabling it?
No, I don't think they.
Oh, you
Okay.
haven't seen that to me, you didn't do it.
So,
Okay.
any,
To approve.
I'll second.
sorry, we have a first and a second, and I just want to add that for 2 years, I saw Trustee Acosta try to push this through and was always told no. So I'm happy to see this finally coming to fruition. And so with that, we have a first and a second, and now I will call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposing? Any abstaining? That passes 7-0. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have our last item, well, kind of our last. So just to be clear, we extended the meeting till 1 o'clock, and we are not allowed to extend it a second time? Yeah, I'm serious. That's why I'm rushing us through this. I looked up, I asked AI, and it said yes, but I don't want to trust that. I mean,
Under Robert's rules, right? You could extend it. I thought it was one.
one time is what I've always been told. Okay, so we have item 12.1, our mid-year LCAP report. This will be presented by Christy McLean.
Good morning, Board, Trustee Flores, trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Contreras. I am going to present the LCAP report. Some of the cabinet members will be presenting on some of the highlights in each of the goals, as well as some of the cabinet members. So this is an annual requirement. I don't know how to operate this unless it's going wrong. Bottom button, okay. You all know those. So, so it's a requirement to present the sort of the mid-year report on the LCAP. Last year, there was a lot of collaboration with all the stakeholders, and they created our 3-year LCAP. So this is our first year in that. This is our mid-year, and it's the requirement to present pieces of it, and the document attached before February 28th to our at a board meeting. But beyond that requirement is all of the work and the collaboration in making sure that we are doing our plan, do, study, act cycles, and checking in how we're doing, see what's working, and continuing on with what's working. Another important thing to let people know is that to be transparent of the budget changes. So when we first adopted the LCAP in June 26th, the budget was in that middle column, and then after California solidified their budget, there was our new amount. It is, so that is just for transparency and part of the bill, the requirement to come before you. You will see outcome unknown, outcome in progress, and outcome known if you open up that document that's attached. So some of those things we just don't have data for yet. Some things we don't get data for until the end of the school year, and that is the reason for some of that. Same with implementation. You'll see some say implementation completed, implementation in progress, or not started, and that would correlate also with some of the expenditures in that document. And so now we will have our cabinets present a few quick highlights on our goals.
So acknowledging the time. So LCAP Goal 1 is about our educational programs and having, good Lord, it's late, and helping our kids reach their grade level goals. Chrissy, can you skip over to the CTE one? Because I know the board's had an opportunity to look through these, but I did want to just highlight this particular one and make sure Julie Edwards gets a lot of credit on this one because she has done a ton of work around this. And if you see, there's 23, 24 baseline on number of students who are satisfying the criteria to earn their state seal of civic engagement. It was 72 last year. 175 is the goal for this year. We've already hit 156, so she's basically on track for helping students getting 175, meeting that goal. And also number of students who are completing a CTE pathway, just want to call that out as well. She's already exceeded that goal. So just wanted to call that piece out.
Great job, Julie. So really looking at a couple more highlights, our LCAP Goal 2, looking at collaborative improvement, culture and climate, some of the highlights, and this is where we really wanted to highlight our attendance and what we're doing with our attendance campaign this year. So you can see we haven't quite hit our goal of 98%, but what we see weekly is that individual schools are hitting the goal, and sometimes they're going above their goal, and it's just fantastic. So we still are on, we're partially met this, but I think the schools, the principals, the students, the parents are doing an excellent job of really working on attendance. And whenever I go out, I see marquees, I see rewards. I've been part of the Pumped Up crew, which is something I love to do. I love to be the zebra or the frog and dance for the kids just to reward them for what they're doing out there. So student support services have a lot of these things. So our next one is around foster youth and how we're supporting them. I think the biggest thing here that I want to highlight is our restorative practices that we're doing in the schools. So I wanted to show you that we're supporting students and they're not being suspended. And then our last one is last one that I'm going to present around is special education. And so we have quite a few things with special education and things that we're working on, and really looking at our high school graduation rates, which are increasing. And I think in the next couple of years, they're going to increase even more because of what we're doing with our alternative pathways to graduation for students with special needs. Our suspension rates are decreasing, and our absenteeism is decreasing. So, quick.
And goal 5 is around our English learners. Will you hit it one more time? Real quick, highlight at the end here, the last one we have for you. At another time, I'll explain what window 2 reclassification is, but it's basically students who have been struggling to qualify for all of the reclassification criteria. They're the ones who in the fall or in the spring, when we're taking it, they get 4 on LPAC, but they don't get it in the secondary criteria for the academic side, for the test that we take. So we have a period between fall and the winter administration of the MAP test, and we come up with game plans around each of these students who are our 4s but aren't meeting that other criteria. And so our teachers, our English, our ELSs, and our administrators at the sites are working really hard. And historically, we've had like 10% of them achieve that level and meet that criteria. Last year was our highest with 14%, but this year we made 28%, so we doubled our progress. So I just want to shout that out real quick.
And all of that to say, it takes a village, the whole village of PVUSD to hit those highlights and those spotlights. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm sorry that we had to rush you through that. That was some really good, juicy information. And I'm going to encourage all of these trustees to meet with you one-on-one and really dive in deeper into that. But I'm sure everyone will echo me with a big thank you for all those increases. And with that, our next board meeting will be March 5th, and I will adjourn this meeting at 12:59. 12:59 right there. I went by that one.